Chains off my brain, I broke the code to the matrix, pain in my veins. But now it's peace, I'm chasing fake hugs, fake daps. Left them all in the basement, growth on my chest. Truth's the only replacement. Blizzard abroad, peace in my hands, I'm the mission. Brotherhood tight, worldwide with the vision. Left the pain back, no rewind, no submission. Real talk, real man, this my soul's ambition. Walking through the shadows, I found light in the rubble. Built from the ashes, turn my grind into muscle. No more trust for the snakes, dodging all of the hustle. Inner peace, loud victory through the struggle. Feet touch foreign land, still grounded in my roots. Global sounds bumping, but my story's the proof. Truth in the mirror while we build for the youth. Blizz in the building, let them all see the truth. Eyes on the prize, no disguise, I'm the essence. Every scar on my soul taught me life lessons. Brotherhood worldwide, different flags, same message. Unity the weapon, keep the fake ones guessing. Blizzard abroad, peace in my hands, I'm the mission. Brotherhood tight, worldwide with the vision. Left the pain back, no rewind, no submission. Real talk, real man, this my soul's ambition. In my hands, I'm a mission. Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, good evening, good evening. How's everybody doing out there? First, let me just start by saying, welcome. I missed something last week, man. It was my 10th live stream. So I didn't even take the time I didn't even realize it, but we here tonight, man. This is the midweek check-in. If you guys can hear me, let me know you guys can hear me fine. Audio's doing good. Beat Your Life says 11 a.m. Philippines time. Nice, I can do that. Yeah, shout out Beat Your Life. Shout out everybody who's in here right now, man. Let me know if you can hear me, and I'll just get on with the show. Tonight is just a check-in, man. It's Wednesday, man. It's hump day, So I just wanted to create a space where, we could come, get something off your chest, man. Anything you guys want to talk about, man. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on right now, man. There's always a lot going on, in a man's life, in anybody's life, man, woman. So I just want a space, because this is what we say we need, man. We need an outlet. We need a place where we could talk, where we could be heard, where we could be respected, without the pushback, without the negativity. That's here, man. What do you want to talk about? You got the LA, you got the riots going on in LA. They're starting to spread around the country. How's that affecting you, man? How do you feel about that? How you feel about the riots going on right now, man? You got, of course, Gaza. You got YouTubers getting killed. I was in the Sunshine Shoulder stream last night, and he was talking about that subject, man. He's talking about all the hate that he gets. So it's real out there, man. It's Wednesday check-in, man. How you guys feeling? So I'll give you my rundown. It's Wednesday. It's been an up and down week, man. I got some big decisions. I got a huge decision coming up, man. I just can't avoid it. It's really like weighing on me heavy right now. For the guys that know, if you've been watching, that I lost my job last month. And I wasn't in no rush to get back to work. So, I want to take my time, make the best decision possible for me and my family. And I decided to take a job. I start July 7th. What that does, though, is that it puts it's gonna be really, really hard on me with my grandkids. So I got a tough decision to make. Um, I have to work. I can't put it off forever. You know. Um, so that decision is weighing on me real heavy right now, man. And it's just tough, man. So we 5 minutes in. Who's in the building, man? I got 3 watching. Let me know you're here, man. Just say what up. Just say what up, man. How you feeling tonight? How you doing? It's hump night, man. You know, you need anything you need to get off your chest, put it in it, put it in the comment section, man. We could talk about it. You know, I'm not the type of person that's just gonna come force my opinion on anybody. Um, I like to listen. I like for you to feel like you've been heard. I open up the floor every live stream, man. If you got anything to say, like I said, anything to get off your chest, I open up the floor. You come in. You don't have to cam up. You can say whatever you want, man. That's what this space is for. For me, that's what this space is for, man. You know, I support men primarily, but I'm here for women too. I don't bash women. Um, I want a space for all of us, man, because there's a lot going on in the world, man, and we need to have these discussions, man. Um, one thing I just found out is that June in America is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. So at 47 years old, I just found that out. Did you know that June was Men's Mental um, Health Awareness Month in America? Who knew that? Like, why is that not? Why is that not advertised? You know, as much as we've been talking about men's mental health, and you know, men need to learn how to control their emotions. Why aren't they pushing that? Strange, right? It's also, I mean, June is like filled with all type of awareness. You know, it's also June is also Pride Month. Pride Month, Men's Mental Health Month. You know, expat living overseas. Adam, how you doing, brother? Good to see you in the chat, man. How you feeling? I'm waiting for you to start your channel, man. Like you got a lot of information, a lot of positivity. You got a lot to offer this space, and I think you would avoid, you know, the trolls a lot because you're positive. You know, I don't really get a lot of trolls. I mean, I don't get a lot of viewers, but I don't get a lot of trolls, man. You know, I have a couple pop up here and there. You know, I got my obligatory death threat in the email, you know, just one. Then the guy went away. But, you know, I don't really, maybe I need to take YouTube serious on that, in that aspect, due to the recent events. You know, we always say, you know, YouTube isn't serious. YouTube is for fun. YouTube is for entertainment. But there are people who take this serious, man. We have to acknowledge that part of it. We have to acknowledge that part of it, man. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of learning being done on. There's a lot of good things on YouTube, man. But some people do take this serious, you know. Even I don't care how much we say, "Oh, YouTube isn't serious." It is serious for a lot of people, man. You know, and I think that incident, although it happened, it started in person. You know, it escalated online. You know, and that YouTuber and his wife ended up being shot down in the street. You know, and I said in the stream last night, you know, if they would have just let it go, it would have been just an altercation. But they went online and they escalated it, and it just got out of hand. I don't know the whole story. I just know that it's senseless. It's senseless, man. Nobody should lose their life behind trolling and going back and forth. on the internet. It's just senseless. I can't imagine that. I've always been the type of person that, I didn't take it serious. I've had real beef in real life, you know, in my past, in my younger days. Real beef, real bullets shot at me in real life. So when I come to the internet, it's like, all right, I don't live that life no more. I want to get away from that. I want to be positive. I don't take that shit, YouTube beef serious, but then something like this happens, you know, and you're like, hey, you never know. Um, you never know. Adam says trolls is just more views. They just take YouTube serious enough to earn a little side income. Yeah, but some of us, we really want to help people, man. Like the information you give, you know, it could really help people, man. That means something. To me, it does. It does. It's just where I came from and my background. Um, I feel like for a lot of times, like the way I lived in my younger days, man, I felt guilty a lot of years after that for the things I did. Not to say I was out here, some kingpin or anything like that, but I did feel bad for a long time, man. I think that's why I went so hard with coaching, with mentoring, with trying to help young men, is because in my younger days, I led a lot of young men down the wrong road, so I felt like I had to make up for that. I still feel it. Not now, it's not from guilt anymore, though, but would it be nice to get a couple extra dollars from YouTube? Yeah, it'd be lovely, but that can't be the goal because it's not guaranteed, It's not like showing up at work, punching the clock, you're going to get paid, I think a lot of people burn out because they're in it for the wrong reason, But yeah, Men's Mental Health Month, June. Oh man. So speaking of that, I mean, how are you guys feeling, man? Everybody all right? Anything you need to get off your chest? You're welcome here. If you got a channel, I don't know who's watching, and besides Adam, if you got a YouTube channel, you want to promote yourself, type mine, mine, MINE in the chat. You're always welcome to do that. You could do that anytime on my channel. That's fine. That's how we support each other. Yeah, we all have our struggles in life. Yeah, absolutely, man. I like to ask, without getting too controversial, how do you feel about what's going on in LA right now? Honestly, it's not just LA anymore, though. It's starting to spread. Oh, that's the old topic. I forgot to take that old topic out. I don't want to see that every 15 minutes. Yeah, they're riding, man. And I think it's just weird how things get, how narratives get shaped, in my opinion. Let me fix that with Nightbot real quick. It's weird how narratives get shaped. There's an argument on both sides. But the thing with the LA riot, the thing with these riots, anti ICE riots. The thing for me is like, what's the end goal? What do they see coming out of this? Do they think that ICE is gonna go away? That America is just gonna stop deporting people? It has to be an end game. It has to be, for me, it has to be an attainable goal. And I don't think what they're seeking is attainable. You know, they're not going to stop deporting people, man. I mean, I understand people are upset, but if I'm going to be out there marching, like, it has to be an attainable goal, man. And I mean, it's a riot. Call it what it is. Like they said in 2020, call it what it is. You know, they're destroying cop cars on the highway. They're blocking up the highway. Like, as much sympathy as I do have, that is unacceptable. In either case, it was unacceptable when buildings burnt during Black Lives Matter. It's unacceptable to destroy police property, to block highways. You know, Joseph says, "What's up, Joe? How you doing, man? It's good to see you back here, man." He says, "LA is being LA. LOL, nothing new. They're harboring fugitives, illegal immigrants. They're fighting for the people invading their neighborhoods, taking their jobs. Happened in Chicago's black neighborhoods. They are illegals in the country." Yeah. They are illegal, and I don't support illegal immigration anywhere. There's a right way to do it. Are we being heavy-handed? Are we being too heavy-handed? I think that's part of it. But like I said, at the end of the day, this is just my opinion. Why is it that America can't deport illegal immigrants? And I think we got to be careful when we're having this conversation, because there are people that will not say that word, illegal. You know, so when you say immigrants' rights, that's not the same as an illegal immigrant. And I think they do that on purpose. You know, you see it on the news. They'll say immigrant. They won't say illegal immigrant. And I don't see how people get it confused, you know. And it kind of gets me when I hear expats talking about this, you know. Hey, Miss Wishy, how you doing? It's good to see you in here. How are you? Yeah, we what was I saying, man? See, you distracted me. You know, that word illegal. It's just weird when I see expats talking about this subject, man. Is because like they make sure, I guarantee you don't miss an appointment to renew your visa. You know, you wouldn't. And every time I hear a story of, you know, an American overseas overstaying their visa or acting up, you know, it's usually the expats that are the harshest on them. You know, it's usually the expats that are the harshest on them. Oh, you know better than that. You can't do that. You give us all a bad name, so and so and so on. You know, but then they come out here and they defend illegal immigrants. You know, but that's just my point of view, and I won't force it on anybody else. I don't try to force my views on anybody else. I don't try to change people's minds. You know, it is what it is. He says, being lax on policy, enable more to get here illegally, no consequences. We finally have consequences. More needs to be done, in my honest opinion. They're not deporting fast enough. Miss Wissy says, hi to the beach, Adam and Joseph. Hello, Miss J. How you doing? Thank you for all the support. Like, you've been awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Did I ooh la la? I'm doing great, please. Yeah, you got me. Immigration in Thailand is fairly strict. I've heard that. You know, I've heard that. And I've also heard, and I'm not sure, I've also heard that it's like always kind of like you got to keep up with it. You have to pay attention to it because it might change or something like that. So yeah, we're so hard on ourselves, man. We're so hard on our own country, you know. We're so hard on our own people, man. You're welcome. Yeah. Um, yeah, but rioting, burning, burning, looting, I seen it. I really wasn't paying too much attention, but I was like, all right, I'm probably gonna bring this up because it's in the news. So I said, let me go watch and see what's really going on. Yeah, they were looting, they're burning cars, they're throwing um, fireworks at the police. The one, I think it's two different people got caught throwing Molotov cocktails at officers. That's a riot, and you can't call it anything else. It's a riot, man. You know, Juice, what up, brother? How you doing in Chicago, man? I hope you're doing all right out there, man. I hear that, civil unrest is coming to Chicago. The major cities. Like, can you support immigration but be against this this uprising? Yeah, because I support legal immigration, just like I would do if I was to go to another country. You know, it's for me, and I'm not trying to look down on anybody. I'm not one of those people that, I understand why they come here. I understand, you know, it's just how they come. It's how they come, man. That's the difference. You know, so I have a right to have an opinion on it. And I don't agree with it, man. Like I wouldn't say to go round up every illegal immigrant and just kick them out of the country. I definitely wouldn't say that. Definitely wouldn't say that. You know, but the ones that are causing trouble, the ones that are breaking laws, you know, yeah, yeah, they need to go. You know, the ones that are burning cars right now, the ones that are um, throwing Molotov cocktails at police, they need to go, man. They're throwing big boulders off the bridge onto the highway. You know, there's not, there's no excuse for that. You know, and they're lucky. They're lucky it's not 2020, and they're not black. Let's be real, man. Because the police response was totally different. You know, the police response was totally different, man. And you can't say it wasn't. It was very heavy-handed. They're complaining about Trump. Um, they're complaining about Trump. Sending in the National Guard, you know, sending in Marines. That's the big complaint, and they're trying to say that that's what kicked all this off. I don't think it is. I think we were going to get to this point anyway because, like I said earlier, what they want is unattainable. There's no way in the world that America can say we're not going to enforce our immigration policy, our immigration laws. There's no way that, we can say that. It's not right. Especially, and I don't understand how I can support illegal immigration as a traveler when I know that everywhere I go, I gotta be on point. And I know if I overstay in the Philippines, they're gonna charge my ass. They're gonna lock me up and probably charge me, before I can leave. Juice says, we good here, bro. Just finished watching Pacers win game 3 of the finals. I haven't even been paying attention to basketball at all. I'm not a huge basketball fan anyway. There's a right and wrong way to handle circumstances. Yeah. Yep. you fill out the paperwork and you come here the right way. You know, Joseph says every person here illegally broke the law. Would you allow someone who broke into your family's house stay there just because they're not violent towards you or your family? You would not, because they're taking food off your table from your family's mouth. They weren't welcome. It don't matter how nice they are. They entered your house without your consent. Breaking and entering someone's house with a smile and open hand is not cool. Yeah, but there's millions and millions of them. Some of them have been here 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You know what I mean? And I think in order to round them up, it would cost a huge disruption. You know, it would cause a huge disruption to the job market, to everyday life. You know, everyday life in America. Trying to round up 20. I don't even know how many. 20 million. 8. Some people say 8 million. Some people say 20 million. You know, that's a lot of rounding up. So you got to start somewhere. So you start with the criminals, and you start with the violent people. You know? But you know, I'm not gonna be insensitive about it. They're still people. They're still humans. You know what I mean? Just because they're not from on this side of the border doesn't mean they're not human, and they shouldn't be, and they should not be treated in a humane way. I think a lot of people forget that these are human beings we're talking about, man. And there was a time when our ancestors were treated inhumanely. You got to remember that too. He said it's unfortunate, but some protesters are paid anarchists or opportunists looking to capitalize on the chaos. These things are often instigated and not organically born. I believe that too. I absolutely believe that. And I think some people just revel in anarchy, man. They wait for these things. A lot of time I think it's the same people, no matter what the cause is. You know what I mean? No matter what the cause is out there, you know. What up, AJ? How you doing, bro? Good to see you in here. I love the shine, man. It's good to see you in here too. He said, we know millions aren't going to leave. We want a few 100,000 to leave to send a message. If you cross here illegally, you're gone. Good evening, everyone from the Hamster Well. If everyone who comes here legally have the right to remain here, why do we even have legal immigration? Absolutely. Absolutely, man. There's a way to do it. But there's also a way to get them out, too. You know? And I think, like, honestly, like I said earlier, man, they're not being treated like Black Lives Matter protesters were. You know, I went to a Black Lives Matter protest. You know, I seen women getting dunked on their heads, you know, in the middle of the street, getting dunked on their head by cops. You know, that happened. I was there. I seen it, bro, for real. Damn, I still didn't change this timer right here. This timer. Let me take that off. Let me edit this. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second, guys. There you go. Just update Nightbot real quick. All right, there we go. Type mine in the chat, AJ. Let them know your channel, man. Type mine in the chat. What up, Cisco? How you doing, bro? expats, and some of them have been here for many years, choosing their fate we be based on if they were a burden on society. See, we I think that's a valid point. You know, do you really want to round up somebody that's been here for 40 years? You know, been here working, started family, everything for 40 years, man. You know, here's AJ's link. Get them out by deportation, man. LOL. You can't get them out and allow them to stay at the same time. The solution to these problems ain't always pretty. There's no nice way to report. No, there's not. But what I'm saying is who? Where do you start? Where do you start, man? You start by grabbing up grandma who's been here 40 years. You know? Or do you go after the criminals? Like obvious criminals. Like Cisco said, good brother putting away laundry. I seen that Target shoot. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Pretty good shooting, bro. What up, Cisco? What up, bro? AJ. Ryan, what up, man? How you doing? I'm gonna open up the floor, man. Open up the floor. Anybody could come up. Let's see. Link. Anybody could come up. Oh shit, hold on. Put it in the wrong thing. I mean, yeah. See, Joe, but if it's that simple, he offered them that, and what? He offered them that in $1,000 or something. Obvious criminals like the president. Man, I gotta stay on it. Got a lot of haters out there. Yeah, right. You know, I love LaShawn. How you doing, bro? If Congress would do their job, some of the pain could be lessened. Yeah, but the problem is that I think as long as I've been alive, I've been hearing about needing to pass a comprehensive immigration bill. Like, how many years are they gonna beat around the bush? You know. Yeah, I agree with Joe on some of it, you know, but not all of it. And that's just life, you know what I mean? That's just how it is with these issues. So the link is in there, man. Anybody want to come up? Oh, Joseph is up. What up, bro? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, man?
Doing good. Doing good.
I'm laughing at my own shit, dude. How do we send them back? Give them a plane ticket back home. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. The empathy part, they're human. Kumbaya. Let's all get around a campfire and sing. Roast marshmallows and make s'mores together. But that's just, it comes at a price. We're bringing them all into the campfire, but now we're running low on resources. We're having our jobs, and this is not the effect of that has been the most prevalent. And I wasn't surprised. It took a few years for Black people to see it, but these are the Black inner city neighborhoods of Chicago, somewhat in Detroit, where I'm from. I think some places in Boston, DC, but it's weird how it's predominantly in the Black neighborhoods where they're having a lot of these illegal immigrants just pour into their schools as shelter. And so they have to shut down these schools, and now the kids don't have a school to go to. They're taking over their YMCAs or the equivalent of it.
Yeah, we got expat.
And they're taking their
Ryan.
jobs in.
Hello, bro. Is that like it, bro?
Good. Go ahead, finish, Joe.
And
My bad, I want to let these guys up.
They're taking these resources, jobs, opportunities, and it's not a hypothetical thing. It's not something that they're making up in their mind. These people went to their local town town city hall, protested, and said, what's going on? But these are the same people who also voted for these people in office, believe in themselves in their mind. Yeah, of course we want illegals to come here. But then when they start migrating up north, in the Chicago, in the Midwest area, in New York area. That's another place. Taking over the Bronx and Brooklyn, predominantly black area. Not
Yeah,
these areas where the whites are at and they're comfortable in their high chair and they're looking down and say, yeah, we want the illegals. They're safe from it to an extent
yeah. I mean,
until
I
they
live
take
in
them over.
Connecticut, bro. I live in Connecticut, so
So it's an issue.
one of the bluest states in America. You know what I mean? And
They're seeing the
but
problem.
they're
And then what
here.
are you going to do?
There are a lot of illegal immigrants in my city. They don't bother nobody. They do what they
That's
gotta
not the
do.
point, though.
They
That's not the point.
they haven't taken a job from me. You know what I
From
mean?
you. But if it
And
affected you and your family, it would. If you had known, okay, I'm losing this job, and then you got direct news from someone, oh wow, they hired someone else in my place, and someone else is working less. It happens to be Conseco or something like that, and it's going to hit a little harder for you when the food is coming off your table. And the reason why I made that analogy
yeah,
about
but
would you
there's
allow someone to come into your home and then say, hey, I mean no harm. They're not robbing you at gunpoint. They're just, oh, we just need a place to stay and we're just going to take over for a little while. Do you mind? Well, I do mind. Well, we're going to stay anyway. Yeah, they're nice about it. They're smiling at you in your face about it, but they're still in your home without your permission, without your consent, and they're using your resources. That resources that you did not plan for some strangers, as human as they are, to come into your home because your
but
primary responsibility is
do
your
you
family
do you
first.
think it do you think illegal immigration is the cause of the deficit that we have in America right now?
So with the
You think
financial,
do you think that that's what it is?
the
Or
deficit, you said, well, like
yeah,
what do you mean?
you talking about us losing our resources. You know, we're running this 36, what is it, $36 trillion deficit. Is that caused by illegal immigration?
That's not caused by it. It's well, anything that's a strain on resources is access a lot, misuse. There's also corruption in the government. Everywhere, people spend money. That's just what people do. Um, so I don't think that's a direct cause for the deficit. That would be unfair to say, oh, yeah, they're the ones that's causing that. I think it's a collective issue. You got a bunch of us who take out student loan debt, and students can't pay it back, so they go default on the loan. You got people, the housing mortgage crisis in 2008. That's people who wanted bigger houses than they can afford. That played a role in the deficit. So it's a lot of reasons that caused the deficit over years. But I'm talking about as far as immediate things that is tangible that people feel, like I mentioned earlier. People coming literally and invading their schools, making camp in their schools because there's nowhere else to put them, except in the black neighborhoods, of course. So they
Yeah,
take
but they
over these
gotta
kids'
blame the
schools.
people that you gotta blame the people that they voted for who allowed that to happen.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say.
Blame the people that voted for who allowed that to happen. What do you mean by that?
Yes. The
Do you blame the
that
illegal
community
immigrants or the
overwhelmingly
people in the government who allow them?
that community overwhelmingly voted blue for how long?
Long
Their
time.
elected officials are the one who allowed that to happen in their communities.
Oh,
And so now they're angry at the consequence or the end result of that. So they're
Yeah.
taking it out. Is I agree. They
They're
should
taking
have,
it
you
out
could
on
say,
the people
on the
that were
people who came here
allowed
and
to
took
come
advantage,
here. Yeah.
who took
They're
advantage
taking
of
it
it.
out on the people that were allowed in the country.
But that's because
Some
the
of them snuck
reason
over, some of it they caught and let go. And
was because they're immediate. Their rights, the difference between them and the politicians who allowed it is that illegal immigrants are right there in their backyard. They can see it. It's more
see
tangible.
it, yeah.
As opposed to politicians, they live so far away. You have an idea that, okay, there's something going on wrong here that I voted for, but they allowed it. And so now the people are just, well, I say people, black people, they just now getting around to saying, wait a second, we're mad at the immigrants, but we're also really upset at the politicians that allowed these immigrants to, so they're mad at both. But at first, it was just the immigrants because all they could see was what's right in front of them. And that's more tangible and more accessible than some politician that they can barely get 100 feet within, proximity of because of
Yeah.
security and all this other stuff.
I
So
hear you.
it's just not making its round
Huh.
to the politicians. I think it's a little late, but hey, it is what it is.
What's the
I know. It's
solution
just
though? The solution, because I think on the other side, I was saying earlier that what the people, what the anti-ICE people are asking for is unattainable. It's never gonna happen.
What are they asking?
Also, they're asking for like basically what you call it, amnesty, I guess. Like
Oh no.
they want the people that have been in these last raids, the people that have been detained, they want them out. That's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. And they also
Hi.
throw the other things in there, comprehensive immigration plan and all this stuff, pathway to citizenship. But you can't get those things by burning shit, just like they told us.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Adam, let Adam talk because he was gonna say something. Go ahead, bro.
Well, when it comes to illegal immigration, now it's become a big mess. It's going to be very hard to fix it and make it go back to something that is perfect. So where do you start? You start with the people who will break the laws, the people who leech off the system and stuff like that. The people who've been here for many years. You have to look at them and see if they've been contributing to society, paying taxes, doing things the right way, even though they are still illegal, or are they leeching off the system, collecting like welfare and different things like that, where they are blessing or burning.
Yeah.
It's just so many people. There's so much that's going on now. It's going to be hard to get back to a system that used to be held in the past. Like in Thailand, for example, they're you have to meet the requirements and you have to stay on top of it. If you lax or come over here illegally, they can deport you. They can even put you in jail.
Yeah, that's how it goes, man. Like there are laws that you have to follow. There are certain steps you have to take. You have to wait. You have to wait. So
So
I like
right,
Adam.
it's just
right
it's a
now
sad situation that we're in, especially seeing what we're seeing right now.
You can't put all the blame on the illegal immigrants when the U.S. government is the one who allowed them to come here in the first place. So now you're gonna have to make changes and steps and try to adapt to it as best as possible. What's an outcome that satisfies everyone? You're not gonna please everyone, so you have to
everybody.
You have to please the majority,
especially the extremists. Cisco says we had one that was bipartisan until Trump told the Republicans to squash it. But didn't they say that had a poison pill in it? That bill that they was about to pass. They said Trump, but Trump. The crazy thing about it is Trump wasn't in office. He was nobody. You know what I mean? He was nobody when he's like.
Not even
They let
president.
him wield that power, man. It was crazy. When that happened, I was like, these are a bunch of suckers. For real. To let him from the sidelines calling the plays,
Yeah, but I think what people need to realize about the government, whether it's Republican or Democrat, Trump, Harris, Trump, Biden, or whoever the opposing side is, they are two wings of the same bird.
They are.
They serve the corporations and the elites, the ones who pay for the campaign to make some rich.
I said that before. I think a lot of it, when it's coming from the politicians, is fake outrage. They don't give a shit. They don't care. They do not give a shit. It's fake outrage. Because usually what happens is, they're so against something when the opposite or the opposing party is in power. But as soon as they regain power, they don't change shit. They don't do shit. And a lot of times they're doing the same things that they were against. This is politics.
You hear the changes that the Democrats say they're going to do, And then you hear the changes when the Republicans are in office, saying what they're going to do. But when it really comes down to it, nothing ever really changes. It's pretty much the same stuff. And then when if something does change temporarily, when the next president comes along, he either signs an executive order or it's passed through the House of
Felipe, what up, bro?
Representatives, the Senate, and the president, and it gets changed back. Like
It gets changed right
So
back, man. You know?
all these,
And that's the thing with, especially with Trump, because he passes all these
executive orders,
and you know they're gonna get thrown out. Man. If a Republican doesn't win in the next election cycle, they're all gonna get thrown. Most of them. I know Biden kept a couple from the previous Trump administration, but for the most part, they're all gonna get thrown out. And that's the fucking problem, is because Congress won't do their fucking job.
Yeah.
Felipe, what
basically
up,
the guy up to my right, to the lower right, just seems like he's just walking around and enjoying outside.
Oh, Ryan.
I haven't heard anything from him.
He's in Australia, man. Expert. Ooh la la, finally.
A lot of the problems that you see in America is designed to keep the citizens fighting amongst themselves and keeping them from looking up to the actual real problem.
Yeah, expert
that happening.
Ron Lawson, what up, bro? Thank you for checking in, man. Appreciate you. And like this happens, doesn't this happen? I don't know how many Thai friends you got. You got a lot of Thai friends?
I got various Thai friends, but and I live in a village area, so it's a little less here.
It may be different. It may be different because I know they have a king over there. But do they argue about politics?
Actually, yes. They have two factions. One's called Red Shirt, and the other one is Yellow Shirt. One wants more to keep the more traditional values of Thailand, and the other one wants to set more modern values from the West. They all fight amongst themselves, but when it comes to foreigners and stuff, they will block off the area and tell foreigners not to go in their area in case somebody holds a grudge against foreigners that are overseas. But
I love Sean says California is solid blue, but when my co-workers clash about politics and it gets heated in my workplace, I gotta step aside. Yeah.
And
because it'll come to blows over politics, man. Come to blows, man. But it's like this happens in every other country, but us and Americans for some reason think that we're the only ones that fight about politics. Like I've seen in some countries, man, they're in their parliament throwing actual blows, like actually fighting.
In some countries, they actually have the opposition killed.
In my short time in the Philippines, I seen Filipinos arguing about politics. Like it's not just us, but we think it is. You know, I know we may have a bigger footprint on the world stage, you know, and that's why it seems like it. But Cisco, what up, bro? You up, bro? See, I definitely might.
Miss Wishy,
definitely might do that. Although Sasha's probably though, yeah. Miss Wishy says illegal migrants are not allowed here. She's in the Philippines.
No, they get deported.
There's not many countries where you have the citizens fighting to let people who aren't citizens into their country, man.
That's so psychotic. When you think about it, that's a mental illness because it's your country that you were born in, that you have certain rights that you are privy to, and that you just want to allow others to siphon off the things that your ancestors have built, your parents' parents, and you just want to just give that away because of this false sense of I just want to help all humans of the world. That's not how reality works. You can't let everyone in your tribe. You can give them maybe a piece of bread and say, hey, listen, you got to go build your thing. That's how every country is like. You can't let everyone flood through your gates and say, we want to help everybody. You want to help everybody, end up
Yeah,
killing everybody in the process, including yourself. It's like
yeah.
Say,
self
A
destruction.
lot of people will say, "Oh, well, America caused the problems in those countries." What do you think about that?
Listen, there have been, let's be honest. You and I are black, and we could arguably say that our ancestors primarily built this country, and they did. And so, and it was, and before us, it was Native Americans. So, and they had their land stolen from them, and we're
no,
occupying it. Even as Black Americans, we're occupying lands that I'm sure Native Americans have owned. And
but
yet, and yet, my ancestors were brought here to farm land and build up the wealth of this country. So it's like this cycle. It's always going to be something going back in time. Well, what about these people way back, way back here? The reality
Yeah,
is that if a people is conquered and the other side wins, they won. Now you can argue about that, but that's every country. In Britain, in Thailand, whoever whoever conquers the land, make the laws, and that's just the way it is. Now they want to try to take it back like the
kind of
Alamo.
like the history books.
Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead, go for it. But it might. I don't think a lot of people are going to go for it. They're not going to lie on their backs and say, "Yeah, come on over here and just take our country and take the country that we took from you back." A lot of people are not going to go for it
yeah,
because of a certain level of comfort. It's a human nature thing. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just
yeah.
saying that it's been like this since forever. The
Juice says,
conquistadors, they go to Brazil, they conquer. They
yeah.
go to Brazil and they want to
Now,
Italians and the Swiss,
did you?
they own it.
All
The
right.
Portuguese.
Did who's seen the video that's going viral now? The two protesters calling the black cop the N word. Any of y'all see that?
Nope.
There's two
mm,
anti-ICE
uh,
protesters calling the black cop the N word. I want to see, like, is that how, like, that kind of mind boggles me. Like, you're fighting for civil rights. You want to stay here. Why would you call a cop that? That's crazy. You know, but
well,
you guys didn't hear about it, so
I didn't.
well, to me, as I've described the N word, I feel that anybody can be. What doesn't matter what color skin you are, you can be an N if you act like that. To me, the meaning is different. It's somebody that's low life, creates problems, trash, a
that
burden and stuff like that. But it's different. I know it's different when it's like, say, if I was to call a black person the N word, a derogatory remark, which I wouldn't do, because
yeah,
I'm the
the
type of
history behind
person
it.
that I judge people by their hearts and not by the color of the skin.
It's the history behind that. Why, Juice says,
Yeah, it's history about it.
Ryan drop down? Why would anybody support illegal immigration? I don't know, man. I don't know why. I don't get that part. You know,
I don't
I
I
don't
don't
think
support.
anybody's
support it.
supporting illegal immigration. Nobody's supporting illegal immigration. But I think what's being
But
missed by a lot of people is that
but
how many people here can explain can sit here right now and explain fully the legal process to immigrate to this country. There's not a
I don't.
person in this panel. There's not a person in the chat that can explain it. If you're not a lawyer, immigration lawyer, you can't explain it. So if you can't even explain what it is, okay, but you're upset when people are coming here because they're fleeing, the vast majority are fleeing from whatever issues they have going on in their country. They're coming here, right or wrong. That's why they're coming here, or they want a better life for their people. They're coming here for the same reason we would come here if we were in their shoes. But nobody's supporting people coming here illegally. What people want is for the process to get better to come here. All the people that want that still want secure borders, but we also have to understand that there's millions of people that are already here who, on the whole, are contributing to society financially and in all kinds of other ways it's a net positive for the country, you know, them being here. Yeah, there's always going to be some bad apples, but there's way more bad apples who are born here than will ever come here illegally or legally, you know, but nobody wants illegal immigration. So I don't know where that came from, but you know,
No, but the thing about it is, the thing that gets me is how many times we hear this conversation talked about without that word used. You know, illegal.
well,
How
let me
many
ask
times have
people.
you heard that conversation? And they're saying, "Oh, war on immigration. Oh, they're against immigration." They're not using that word, illegal immigration, and that's a big difference.
Yeah, but
I understand they don't want illegal immigration, but once they're here illegally, they are against deporting them.
Interesting.
well,
I,
again,
Isn't that
how much money do you think it's going to cost to deport every single illegal, quote unquote, illegal immigrant who's in this country? How much money do you think it's going to cost?
Yeah, I don't think
Okay,
it's possible.
it's going to
how much?
cost. First of all,
I,
yeah, logistically, it's
not
probably not
possible.
even possible, but monetarily, it's going to cost billions of dollars. First of all, so now let's say you accomplish it, you get all these illegal people out of the country. Okay, so now what you've done again, you've on the whole, you've done more damage to this country than you've done to fix it because a lot of those illegal immigrants were doing jobs that Americans don't want. They were doing it for cheaper, and they were doing it in a way that you know was
I have a
contributing to
very
it
low
was
opinion
contributing
of people.
to the tax base. It was contributing
I mean,
to
I
Social
don't
Security.
We got to
see.
stop
I
this.
don't. I don't necessarily
We
agree with that either
what we're
because
saying is
every
we got to grow
migrant.
with it. Go ahead.
Let me say this part, and I'll let you talk. Every migrant is not out in the field picking fruit. Like why? Like I heard that in like Calvin's thing last night, and they're like, nobody wants those jobs. Nobody would do those jobs. They're not all out there picking
Yeah,
fruit,
you're right. They're not all out there picking
or
fruit.
there's
They're
some of
working
them
in
are in
warehouses.
construction and warehouse
Exactly. Yeah, I never
and
said they were out there picking fruit.
McDonald's and Home Depot now. Like,
Yeah, I never said they were out there picking fruit. I said they're
no,
doing
not
jobs
you.
Americans don't want.
Yeah.
And the same people that cry about illegal immigrants are the same people talking about how nobody wants to work today. Nobody wants to work. This generation doesn't want to work, but they're telling illegals to get the hell out that want to work. Make that make sense.
It's a
That is
complex. It's a
It's
weird.
very,
very
very
complex.
complex, man.
It's
well,
But I
it's
know
just not
one place
the
to start. I know one thing we have to do is get the people that are committing crimes out.
Let's start with the president then.
You know,
man. Come on, let's
he's
not.
an
Let's start
American.
with the president.
He's an American,
well. If
regardless
you're
if
gonna
you like
start
him
with
or
the
not.
president, then you need to
Leave,
start with the government
kid,
as a whole.
you know,
Because, like I said, Republican and Democrat, they both two wings of the same bird.
you can't deport the president because he committed a crime,
I'm
though.
talking about get him out of the White House,
You
not
know
out of
what
the
I mean?
country. But
No,
if the problem
But it's too
with
late.
these
It's too
people,
late for
but
that.
if the problem with these people being here is that they're quote unquote illegal. Okay,
quote unquote.
if your problem with them is they quote unquote broke a law by coming here, why are you selective with that? But then you turn around and you put a guy who's a convicted felon breaking laws, then which in my opinion are worse than coming across the border, you know, committing crimes that he's been convicted for. Okay, he had his whole due process. He had his whole opportunity to get found not guilty. This guy got found guilty of multiple counts, sexual assault. He got, you know, found civilly liable for that. But you voted him as the president. So your problem is not with things that are illegal, people doing illegal things, criminals. Your problem is who is doing the crimes. And I think that ultimately is the biggest issue that we have in this country is that we are selective about who we choose to hold accountable.
Yeah, I
I
have
don't
to
know.
agree. But the thing is, could you technically still call them illegal if the government allowed them to come in the country illegally? They allow them to come here, you know, and it's a big mess. The only way is try to find a balance, try to find a balance with it, and the ones that are here that are contributing to society and doing well, I think in a sense they should try to work something out and help them get their citizenships. The ones that have criminal records, broken laws, or just a burden on the system, they just leeching off the system. And
Yeah.
those are the ones I would consider remove them. But
It,
it's a big mess, and
it
even
absolutely needs to be a pathway to citizenship for some people. But I think
some of them.
that the threshold has to be high, right?
And I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a
Me either.
politician.
I mean, we just
I
men
can
talking.
give idea. I can give ideas to lead to something better, but they will have to hammer out all the details to figure out which is best that works, something that's good that works for everyone.
They're not gonna do shit. The
Well,
Yeah, but you also
politicians
gotta
ain't gonna
look.
do shit.
A lot of these corporations and stuff now are starting to hire these immigrants because they get them for much lower price than like if they was to hire me or somebody else, because they know that they're here illegally. They work for less. They work for less money. Um, like
Well,
when I did.
let me
Go
ask you
ahead.
this though. Let me ask you this question, and it's for anybody. Why aren't we seeing all these companies that are hiring quote unquote illegal immigrants? Why aren't we seeing them being rounded up and put in jail?
They should
Do you ever
be.
ask yourself that?
Because
They
because
should
they're
be.
making money for the corporations.
That's
Yeah,
the whole, you
they
said it
should
right
be.
there. Bingo. That's the whole
They
thing.
should be.
And so if illegal immigration is such a problem, if they really didn't like it, why
But we
aren't they
know
stopping the people that are enabling it, which are the companies that are hiring these people?
The
yeah.
companies and the
it's
government.
cheaper
They
labor.
should at least be fined. You know what I mean? They're not gonna go in there and lock them up, but they should at least have legal action taken against them, and they should be fined.
No,
They should be
they do get fined though.
they
They
should
do
be
get
sued in
fined.
federal court.
They do get
Free.
fined. But
They
if you're
pay that
making
happily.
billions of
Yeah, they
dollars,
pay that happily.
yeah, you're making billions of dollars. What is a couple million to you? Nothing.
Nothing. You're right.
Why you think all these people that are rich or politicians or elite people,
It's the
if they
mission
do
of
something
facts.
wrong, why you think nothing really ever happens to them? Because
Yeah.
the rich, the elite, the political, they can use that later to blackmail them to use it to push forward their own agenda,
Mystery
get them
machine,
to
not time to
comply to
sleep.
that. And then if anybody that's in that group that can't help contribute to their blackmailing them for pushing their agenda forward, then that's the ones that get in trouble and actually go to jail or mysteriously hang themselves in a prison cell like Epstein did. You know
So,
why?
Cisco, you're in California. How do you
mm,
feel about what's going on in LA?
I think it's being overblown in the media, first of all. Okay, because I mean, depending on what news outlet you listen to, California is already destroyed. LA has been burned to the ground. The animals have taken over. You're hearing all this stuff, but yeah, nobody I know is even a lot of people I knew that live in these. They weren't even aware of what was going on. These are isolated pockets of things that are going on, and so it's being way overblown. And then
Yeah,
you add on top of that, which there is stuff happening. Don't get me wrong, and there are people doing illegal things. There are people that are looting. There are people that are doing violent crimes. I mean, that's just a typical day in LA. So I don't know why that nothing's changed. Nothing's changed there. But at the same time, you've got again. Let's talk about the 800-pound gorilla in the room. You got a president who this works in his favor, and he wants to take advantage of a situation. I mean, look, if you can have people storming the Capitol, and you sit there and watch it on TV and don't do anything about it as the president of the United States, but then you want to turn around and say, well, we need to get these insurrectionists that are doing what? What are these people in LA? What are they doing that is so horrific? Burning some property, of course, doing some violent stuff, but they haven't killed any cops that I'm aware of. They haven't, gone
is that the
into.
threshold though? Like,
No,
come
I'm
on.
no, I'm
Well,
no, I'm just no, what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. Let's
wow.
let's compare apples to apples. Okay, if you can on one
Uh,
hand not do anything about people storming the Capitol, going after people, okay, threatening to kill people, doing all these things, you don't do anything about that. In fact, not only do you do nothing about it, when these people have their day in court and they get convicted and sent to prison, when
yeah,
you become president again, you pardon all of them. People that beat cops, people that did all kinds of crazy stuff, shit on people's desks, you know, in the Capitol building. You do all this stuff, you pardon them. But as soon as somebody that is on the other side of you politically does something that's similar to what those people did, you're instantly sending in the National Guard, which is not your job as the president. You're instantly sending in the Marines. You know, come on, how can you look at that and not see that this is somebody who's doing something that's politically expedient for him, you know, because this works for him. Because ultimately, in my opinion, you know, this guy wants to be a dictator. He wants to stay in power, you know, and he's going to do what he can to get that power. And you know, again, I think I said it on another live that you had. He's following the Ferdinand Marcos playbook. If you're familiar with Ferdinand Marcos in the Philippines, did the same kind of stuff. And then he finally declared martial law, and he was president for years after that because he had that power at that point. And this is what Trump is going for, in my opinion. And I
You do
mean,
realize he's pushing somewhere closer past 80 by the time he leaves off. Even if he says something like that, you can't help but logically take it as, oh, silly old man. I mean, like he says things
Yeah,
about.
yeah, I'll
but
never do
Hold
that.
nah,
on, wait.
nah, I
Let me
wouldn't do that
rock.
with
No,
Trump
man.
either,
Hold on, let
bro.
me rock.
I ain't no
When it
Donald Trump fan, man.
That's a
Yeah,
that's
when
a
it
that's a
comes
weak
to
decide.
argument, bro.
January the
Wait,
6th, there's more
hold
to the
on.
story than
Let's
actually been
decide.
told.
Hold on. Let's
That's a
decide
weak
the point.
argument. He's going to die soon anyway. That's not an argument
Wait
against
a
him being
second.
a
You
king or
never know. You
authoritarian.
might live
He
to 100,
said a
man.
lot of. He said some crazy things that we all agree is that was kind of crazy. When you're saying to North Korea, come on, Rocket Man, we all thought that was crazy. It worked out in the end, but it was still kind of crazy. You don't know any other president who would have done that. So that's
I
just
don't
him.
think. I mean,
It's
what
the
did he
this
gain
wait,
from
wait.
North Korea? What did he
It's
gain
just
from
the
North
way
Korea?
Nothing.
you're
President
looking at
Trump
his
is the only
personality.
president that visited North Korea.
If you're looking at his personality, I look at the policy. Is the policy, yeah, he again, personality aside, I look at the policies that the people promise that they're going to do, and I go based off that. I don't go based on how I feel about what they said about this or that or this or their personal uh, inadequacies. It doesn't matter to me. I look at just the bottom line. Okay, can this person? Yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, he say he wanted. He say he wanted to be king. 5 4. Yeah, okay, that's funny. Ha ha ha. But we know logistically, logically, and historically, it's impossible for him. Even if he was to say out his mouth, "I want to be king," that's not possible. So it doesn't make any sense to even make that.
I
He says he's going to be
I
king. It
completely
doesn't.
disagree with that. I
Let me be.
completely disagree with
You
that.
do.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Let me read some of these comments, man, because I said I was gonna keep up, but I'm getting behind, man. So let me read some of these comments. I need a fast car to visit Facebook. Uh, keep doing the same thing. That won't work. From I Love LaShawn. Yeah. Why change strategy? Yeah. You. I guess you have to. At some point. Executive orders are temporary solutions to long term promise. Yo, Brenner. I've seen those videos of Parliament classes. Wow, yeah, they be throwing blows, like literally. Yeah, expert Cisco in the house. Everybody, one more sausage. Yeah, it's crazy. Where it takes off. I agree with my views, my world. My views, your world. We should vote for what makes life better for majority. Yeah,
That's the one good
but
thing about living
people are gonna
overseas.
vote their interests, man. People are gonna vote their interests. People should vote their interests. You know what I'm saying?
In the interest of
Calling
the
a black cop the N-word is the same thing that happened to
That's the one
Black
good thing
Lives Matter
about.
protests. Strength in
That's the
numbers. Hold on, let me catch up. I'm almost there.
okay.
Meat processor plants, construction, etc. Yep. I'm for illegal immigration. I don't know every visa available to foreigners, but there's a path to come into the country legally. Illegal immigrants are jumping line and breaking the laws of the land. Hey, Blizzard, President Obama deported more illegal immigrants than Trump, but he did not do it illegally. What? I know
Yeah,
Obama deported more than Trump. I know that. So you're saying Obama didn't do it illegally?
see, you
When
you
when
Yeah,
you're when you're taking people without due process and
okay.
shipping them to a prison in another country, that's illegal. That violates the Constitution.
So how do you think that Obama will be able to ship out that many people if he went through this so-called due process of giving illegal immigrants this due process? It's not possible.
It just
He's
wasn't.
not
It
every single
wasn't a
person
lot
that
of
he shipped.
fanfare. Nobody
That's
knew
the
that until he left office, though.
that's the thing.
I never knew he deported so many people until he was out of office. All right, then
And people still love
started
Obama.
bringing it up.
They still love
Yeah,
him. So it's
but
about
let's
it's not about what's right and what's wrong. It's about who you like at the time. People liked Obama. I liked Obama. I voted for him one time. And it's like, oh damn, he did that. That's crazy. But when Trump does the same thing to a lesser extent, in the same manner that Obama did it, because again, you cannot do this due process with that many more illegal immigrants. This thing that you have in your head that they all went to court, they all got their time, they all no, they did the exact same thing Trump is doing, except Trump is much more fanfare behind it. It's much more visible. And to be fair, he's also making it visible. He's showing to his constituents that voted for him in the office, that wanted this done, hey, this is happening. So he's also intentionally putting the cameras in people's face and say, we're doing this. But Obama was doing the same thing, except Obama did not have the cameras showing the deportation process
Or
that is
direct
not pretty,
TV.
and that happens, and that's the reality.
Yeah, it's like
So
the
what are
Trump
you gonna do?
reality show. You know,
Yeah, that is true. I mean, he come from The Apprentice. What do you expect?
yeah,
He
it's the
comes.
Trump
We
reality.
watch The Apprentice. We love it. This is what he does. He has a press conference every day. Dude, it's insane. But that's what he does. He wants to show this transparency that he
it's
believes is going to work out in terms of yeah, just transparency. So I mean,
Wait. Did you just say Trump wants transparency?
let's just say whatever transparency he feels like the people want from him, he's giving them that. To what degree that is true, I don't even know. So I'm
Okay,
He
not
well
like
saying that
I,
it's
I'll
he
blow
like
I'll
to
real.
be
blow
in
that
front of the
argument away
camera.
right now.
He like to be in front of the camera. I know
I'll
that.
blow that argument away right now. He never showed his tax returns, and why hasn't the Epstein files come out yet?
first of all, name a politician or somebody that switch who has showed their tax returns. That's where I would start.
Yeah.
I'd say pretty much every Democrat president for the last 4 Democratic presidents for sure.
Maybe do your research then.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what more research I can do, but
What would his tax returns prove other than the fact that he does, and he himself have admitted
Have
that he doesn't
have
pay
you
the taxes that he can get away with not. Listen, if you are a certain kind of person and you know you don't have to pay taxes, you're not going to go out of your way to pay more taxes than you have. He knows, everybody knows, if you have a certain level of wealth, you have a certain kind of business, you have an LLC, you can get away with a lot more stuff that the average 9 to 5 worker cannot do. They have to pay all their taxes. And that's just, it's unfair. That's life. So him showing his tax returns is going to prove what we already know. He's paying a lot less taxes than everyone else on this planet. That's just the
I'm
way it is. Not
I'm
for
not
him,
saying
but everybody.
I'm not saying that it's right that people abuse the tax system, but can you blame somebody for taking advantage of any loopholes they find where they don't have to
Absolutely
pay
not.
taxes?
Absolutely not. Because I
Because
want to pay
if he was really doing something wrong, wouldn't he actually be in jail?
Oh, yeah. Maybe, maybe not.
It's
Maybe
hard to
not.
say.
It's hard
Yeah,
to
he
say.
might not
So
be.
Joe Biden showed his tax returns. Donald Trump post term via Congress released what's that say? He released some of them. He didn't release. Refused to release them voluntarily. Congress released them.
Congress had to get him to
Yeah,
had to release
Congress.
him.
Barack
But
Obama did. George Bush did. Bill Clinton did.
Gerald Ford is the only
George
one who didn't.
H.W. Bush, Ronald Reagan did. Jimmy Carter did. Gerald Ford released partial.
Yep.
Nixon released his during the Watergate scandal. Lyndon B. Johnson did. JFK didn't. Dwight D. Eisenhower didn't. Harry
It
S.
basically
Truman
started
did.
with Richard Nixon. It started with Richard
Roosevelt
Nixon.
did.
Yeah,
Roosevelt
but the
did
tax
not.
returns is
There
like
you go.
it's here's the
But
thing
it's
with
not
the tax returns.
required. It's not
It's only
required.
showing what's being done legally on the book.
Yeah.
You're all these presidents that were so happy to show their tax returns. We know Nixon, he showed his tax returns. We know what he did behind the scenes. Who knows what other illegal things and backhand deals that these presidents, including Trump, have done that does not, you're not going to see it on a tax return. So tax returns does not reveal
Yeah.
character and how someone, oh, are they paying their fair share of taxes? No, they're not. Even if they show it, yeah, I paid my 30%, I paid my taxes, but they're getting all these kickbacks from all these governments and agencies behind the scenes that would never get on the tax return sheet. So what is the
Okay,
point of that?
you're changing the argument though, Joe, because this initially started with you saying President Trump wants to be transparent, which is a crock. First of all, that's a huge crock. And I gave you examples of two things that would show he doesn't want to be transparent. He doesn't have the Epstein files released because he knows his name is all over it. And I mean, pretty much everybody knows that. Even the people that voted for him know that. Okay. He didn't release his tax returns voluntarily. And that's something that shows how transparent he wants to be. Now, we can make the argument of what people do and don't do and blah, 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 blah. But my point was, you were saying he's being transparent, and he's absolutely not. And
Transparent.
releasing your tax returns is a small thing. It doesn't prove that you're a good person. It doesn't prove that you're not a crook. But if it's just one thing that somebody can do to show, their intentions, are not, at least where their taxes are concerned, it opens up, what do they have going on financially? Now, there can be a lot of illegal stuff going on. I'm not going to be so cynical, though, as to say that, well, just because they release their taxes doesn't mean they're not criminals. Look, we can be cynical about anything all day long, but at the end of the day, if we really want to have good government, we got to hold our politicians accountable. And that doesn't matter what side of the aisle they're on. And what I don't see,
we know that does not happen, though. We know it
it
doesn't
doesn't
happen.
happen
That's the
because
problem. Well, you're
Either
Republican
side,
or
not just
Democrat, and either
Republicans,
side
the
has the
Democrats too.
citizens' best interests at heart.
We need to
well,
start
I'll tell you what, Democrats hold their people more accountable than Republicans do. And that's a fact.
I have
I
to
don't
That's a
think
disagree
so.
with
fact.
I
that.
think only when they go against the narrative
No,
or the
we've
party
got
line.
we've got people who have been forced to resign or resign willingly on the Democratic Party side. What's his name? Oh God, he was on the guy. What's his name? Al. He was
Oh, Senator.
he was a senator,
He
and
was like a
Al
comedian,
Franken.
wasn't it?
Al
Yeah.
Franken.
Oh, Franken.
Okay, you got people on the left, on the Democratic side, who they put pressure on these people to leave, and there's not as much pushback from them to oh no, I'm gonna keep on going. You don't see it as much. Of course, both parties have their problems, but I hate seeing these false equivalencies between, well, they're both the same. No, they're not the same. Okay, one party
They are
absolutely,
the same, bro.
they're they're
They're the
they're not
same.
they're
But
not they're not the same. And that's,
I
I mean,
think
I know that's a popular thing to say, but it's only the same to people who don't look at politics, in a way
some,
that is more nuanced than just what they hear on news.
But the
somebody like me that doesn't claim a party that could vote red or blue. I believe that's bullshit saying that they're not the same, because just because I put an R in front of my name doesn't mean shit. I'm still a human. I still got flaws. Just because I put a D. Donald Trump was a Democrat. So when did he change? When did the nature of Donald Trump change? When he put the R in front of his name? He was the same person then.
But they loved him when he was a Democrat.
If he was a crook then, he's a crook now.
But he's been
The
the same
problem
person.
is,
That's crazy.
call it out both ways, man. Call it out both ways, man.
That's
That's not
Donald
easy.
Trump. That's, first of all, that's Donald Trump. He's a master manipulator. He is a person who
Oh,
is
yeah.
very self-serving, very narcissistic. Of
Yeah.
course,
Yeah,
he's
president with
going to
that.
You think
jump.
he the only one though?
No, I'm not saying he's the only one. I'm saying he's a very bad example
Yeah.
of saying, hey, they're both the same. Look at Donald Trump. Okay, look, and I really don't
See,
even like using the words Democrat and Republicans, because those are interchangeable depending on what part of history you're looking at. What you really need to focus on is conservative and progressive. Okay, conservatives, okay, are behave a certain way in politics. Progressive people behave another way. And what I should have said originally was that progressive people are more into holding their own accountable than conservative people. And the reason why I know this is because, again, I don't know of any progressive person who ran for president that is a convicted felon, and people willingly jumped in to support him. They will push those people out of the party as often as they can, so that they don't get in a position to have power. Whereas the conservative side, it doesn't seem like they care anymore. You can't say, hey, we're all about let's get rid of criminals. Let's, focus on, a law abiding country. But then you vote a guy who violated all kinds of laws, who's a convicted felon. A guy who pardons people who beat up cops, a guy who
Yeah,
pardons people who raise the Capitol. I don't even understand how people can
and
say
most
that
of
they're
the
for law and
bills
order.
they were overturned.
But I because that's some people's issue, though. That's some people's issue. Immigration.
What people
And
got fine.
some people's issue is the Second Amendment. You know what I mean? Like, there are people out there that just vote on one issue.
Yep.
I think it's dumb to do that, but there are people out there that do. Call them what you want, call them racist, call them ignorant, call them whatever you want.
I don't
There
think
are
it's
people
dumb.
that do that. Hey,
I don't
my
think it's
one
dumb.
issue is the Second Amendment, and that's whoever is I agree with, that's who I'm going to vote for. My issue is immigration, and that's it. That's how they
I
vote.
don't personally think it's dumb for, and I don't think it's dumb for people to vote on one issue, and it's because if that issue, for example, let's say Second Amendment rights, let's say progressive side, let's say they have someone who had a child that was deleted in a school shooting, and they have a president, let's say like a Kamala Harris, who promises to clean up the streets with the gun violence, and then you have a president or potential president like Trump who says, "I'm going to protect your Second Amendment right." From someone
Yeah,
who's from someone who lived in that community and someone who they know personally got affected from gun violence, they're going to lean more towards Kamala Harris, even if they disagree with maybe say 8 other issues that they don't support about her. But if that's that one issue that they believe that she will champion for on their end, because that hits them personally, then they're going to vote on that issue. Same thing with immigration. If someone is in their backyard and they feel like, well, this person, the reason why I lost my job is because these people from overseas did it, or whether it's true or not, or they came and took our jobs, they pay these people lower wages, and I got fired from my job. That affected my family. I'm voting for Trump because this is an issue he promises he's going to fix. And they can disagree with 5 other issues that he's talking about and say, yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, he's talking about being a king. Yeah, I don't care about that.
Yeah,
I just
they'll
know
ignore all that.
he promises he's going to solve this one issue. So,
um,
yes, do I believe it's short-sighted? Yes, but I also understand from just our human nature, the issues that matter to us most is the ones we're going to vote on the strong.
I agree,
I'll
Joe.
make
I agree with that.
I'll make it simple for everybody to
Hmm.
understand. Trash is garbage, no matter where you live in the world, and that's the simple fact of things. The Second Amendment about guns and all. You think the government really cares whether you have a gun or not? When they have the most advanced technology and weapons and stuff, you think they're worried about somebody that has just basic handguns and stuff like that? That's not going to change anything. And talking about school shootings, most of the school shootings, the majority of school shootings happen in gun-free zones. The zones that are supposed to be gun-free, they say no guns are allowed. And the sad truth is, a bad person with a gun, the only way you can stop him is with a good person with a gun, and that's the only way. A gun is just a tool for the. It's a tool. It's how the person uses it. Whether they use it to commit crimes, murder, or they use it as self-defense. And there's a lot of people that out here, even with all the gun laws that there are, even if they ban guns, there are people going to sell guns on the black market, and there are going to be people that can still be able to get guns.
Mhm.
And if they can't get guns,
Okay.
they have people who can actually make guns. There are machinists. They can actually make their own guns and sell them on the black market.
Yeah.
Look at all these other countries that
Let me get to some of these comments, bro.
ban guns and the problems that happen in those countries. Soon as like Australia, as soon as they had a no guns policy, you should have seen all the people breaking into homes and stuff when that first happened. You can go back, you can look that up online. No.
Yeah, let me get some of these comments. Juice says no one is a saint, but I'm against all illegal activities, no matter who commits the crime. Many laws need tweaking or updates, but society needs to uphold them until they are changed. All right. If you guys want to comment, just remember it, and then when I get done, we'll circle back. Juice says, "Now I agree that the president could be coaxing a build up to mass civil unrest so that he could seize more power. That's possible. or drip TVs in the building. What up, bro? Trump likes to
Anything
control
is
the narrative
possible.
through the media. Yep. My views are well. Yep. Many think Trump was the one who started putting kids in cages.
That he did.
He says Congress is not being held accountable. Not at all. Not at all, because we're too busy fighting each other. You know, Ron Lawson, but he's about to pass a bill that will cut taxes even more and cut people off Medicaid and Medicare, including vets. How much money do the rich need? Blizzard abroad, when they go against the narrative agenda, yeah. Ron Lawson, he is right. They are not the same. The parties are the same. They just have a different path to get to a goal with different side quests. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's a big club and you ain't in it. They all went to the same schools, members of the same frats. To get all you guys all stirred up, analyze it. It's all a distraction. The forefathers revolted over 2% tax. They made us lazy drones. And power to the people. It's in their lazy hands. Docile chickens holding a remote control and a peace. Bennett Sabu, what up, bro? Any reaction to any of those comments?
A lot of reactions to those
Like,
comments.
wow, bro. I gotta try to keep up with them so we can react in real time, man.
Well, look, I'll say this. I'll say this. You know, first and foremost, I should have said this. You know, when you first put me up here, Blizzard. But you know, first and foremost, look, we're all in this together. You know, and in my opinion, you know, none of us has the authority or the power to make a serious change to a lot of stuff that we see that's going on in Washington D.C. with Congress, with the president, even our own governors, our own mayors. A lot of us don't have the power to do anything, you know, meaningful other than vote. You know, I mean, that's about all we can do. All right. With that being said, it's conversations like these that we need to have as people, because these ideas that we're spreading amongst each other, it does influence people to some degree. You know, there's things that I'm going to hear tonight that is going to, you know, maybe tweak my opinion on some things. There's some stuff I'm going to hear that's not. But to some degree, I'm going to change, you know, the way I think about some of these things. And that's why these conversations are important. And, you know, we can all disagree, and that's cool. I mean, but the one thing that we can't do, and I see it a lot in these comments, I see it a lot in what some of us are saying, I see it a lot on TV, I hear it, you know, at work. What we can't do is get cynical. And that's what a lot of people do. It's almost like everybody's just throwing up their hands saying, well, what are you going to do? They're all crooks. Okay, well, if they're all crooks, then are we just going to lay down and just be like, well, they're just crooks. What can we do? You know, oh, the parties are just the same. What are we going to do? It's cynicism. It's not even factual. It's just, and like I said, people who are not very sophisticated when they're, you know, when they're talking about politics, you know, it's like, you ever talk to somebody who doesn't know shit about football, okay, or doesn't know shit about basketball, or doesn't know shit about guns, or
Just
whatever it is that you're like
block
really
somebody.
knowledgeable about. Yeah, each one of us is probably really knowledgeable about some subject, but you talk to somebody who isn't really knowledgeable, but they think they are, because to them it's just common sense, but you know better that it's not common sense. You actually need to know some shit. That's what it's like talking to most Americans about politics. They don't understand shit about politics. They just hear and repeat what they hear other people say. They don't even know who the mayor of their town is, and they want to talk about this, that, and the other. So for me, it's like, we got to avoid getting cynical. We got to avoid just tossing up our hands and saying there's nothing we can do, because that's exactly what people who are bad actors, they want us to do that. You know, they want us to do that because that's how they gain control.
I have no dog in
Well,
the fight.
if I was elected president, I'll probably be assassinated on my first day of office for the changes I would make.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Since you brought up politics, and well, it's safe to say that you suppose yourself to be more knowledgeable than the average person who is like someone who doesn't know much about football. But how many people do we know who are, as we call them, religious zealots, the Christians or whatever, and they swear that whatever what they believe, or let's say their version of Christianity, they're Catholics, Mother Mary is the truth. They're Presbyterian, this is the truth. This is the truth. The Presbyterians, the Kojic, all these number of different denominations, all from the same branch of Christianity, all believe that they have the version of truth. So how is it not the same? How is it not the same in your thinking process? In that you believe that you have a version of truth that is not uh, um, that is not accessible to other people, and that you are the enlightened. Yeah. Could
Well,
it be
I'm
possible
not.
that you are the one who's not as enlightened as you think you are?
Well,
Is
I
that
will
even
say
possible?
this. I will say this first and foremost. I'm not an expert on politics. I don't claim to be. I don't claim to be enlightened in any way. I just know that I probably pay attention to this stuff a lot more closely than the average person does. It doesn't make me better or smarter. It just means I have more time on my hands to do shit like that. So that I'll say that. Second, the analogy that you're using between
Wait.
religions.
Let me stop you there. Let me stop you
Yeah,
there
yeah.
because I want to ask you a question. Then you can keep going.
Yes, sir.
Can you say that you listen to the other side without being um, cynical yourself?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I do. And the reason why I do is because, again, I always keep in my mind that what this person's saying, okay, I don't know everything. There's a lot of stuff I don't know. And
Yeah.
this person who I'm listening to, I might consider them the dumbest person in the world when it comes to 99% of 99% of shit that comes out of their mouth. But I guarantee you there's at least 1% of something that they know that I don't know. And I would rather learn that 1%, okay, than just ignore them and just write them off, because that's happened to me. People have treated me that way. Like like I listen to Joe, and there's a lot of things that I disagree with completely about what he's saying, but he also makes some very valid points, and he has some, again, some nuanced opinions on things. And at least I'm talking to somebody who's thinking about, you know, some of what he's saying, at least. I'm not
Yeah.
dealing with somebody,
Uh,
and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, Joe. What I mean is you're thinking about this stuff that you're saying. Now, your thinking
yeah.
could be
Very
right or
clear.
wrong or whatever. The way that you get to some things could be right or wrong, whatever. But what I'm saying is you're not just getting up there and, again, just spouting bullshit, that because you heard it on Joe Rogan. I
Yeah.
can tell you're thinking about this stuff. And so, no, I want to hear what people have to say. And I try to listen to what they have to say. I think the
Well,
problem with me is I listen too close to what people have to say. And then I word things in a way to where they have to think about what they're saying, and they get uncomfortable. They get uncomfortable at that point because most people don't like to think about what it is that's coming out of their mouth.
That's a
You
good
know,
point.
they,
I
they,
like
they,
that.
s- yeah, they spout what they hear other people say because they think it sounds good, but they never logically get to the point. With that being said, like I said, your analogy with religion and politics, if you said, "How do I know what I'm saying
Religion
is
and
the
politics will
truth?"
always be separate.
Well, I don't know about that, but what I will say is
Well,
that
let me ask you this
wait,
about
wait, wait, wait,
religion.
wait, wait, wait. Let me answer Joe's question first, though.
Mhm.
How do I know what I'm saying is right? I'm not going to say everything I'm saying is right, but it can be demonstrably shown whether I'm
Mhm.
right or wrong when it comes to stuff about politics. Religion, you cannot demonstrate which religion is right and which religion is wrong, because that's the whole point of religion. It's not meant to be demonstrated. It's not meant to be
And that's
logical.
what I was going to get about a
It, it,
religion.
those are apples and oranges.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Those are
Interesting.
apples and
But
oranges.
no, I get what he meant by saying that though, and because I think about that all the time, just in other aspects of life, about
Because like even your
in other
facts can
arguments
be
and conversations we have where people just don't want to leave space for the possibility that they may be wrong about something. You know what I
well,
mean?
the point
Like,
I was trying to make was that religion is like politics, and politics is like religion. It's
Do
not.
you
I'm not
know
saying
the
that. I'm not
difference
saying.
between religion and Jesus?
Huh?
Do you
well,
know the difference between religion and Jesus?
Yeah, but that wasn't the. I guess the point I was trying to make. I just threw
we
me
know,
off
we
a
know, we
second.
know.
But I was trying to say this for while other people were talking, but I never did get to say it. The difference between religion and Jesus is religion will condemn you for dirty feet, while Jesus will wash them.
Oh, say that again.
The difference between religion and Jesus is Jesus will wash your feet, while religion will condemn you for having dirty feet.
You know what? I'm gonna use that.
I guess so.
I'm actually glad that you interrupted me on that point because that's
And
good.
what you
Hey,
gotta understand,
everybody
your
with a
body
channel,
is the
type mine in the
is the
chat.
church.
Everybody with a
Your
channel,
body
type
is the
mine in the
church.
chat.
Your body is the
MINE.
church. That's the difference with religion, especially in Christianity. There's so many different various types of religion within Christianity, and you have the Quran, you have all that. I have researched all the way back to the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Anunnaki, even Gobekli Tepe, if I'm saying it correctly, and that's the newest civilization they found. That's like close to 12,000 years, when they used to say that man was around Egypt around 4,000 to 5,000 years. Well, they've been proven it goes farther back to 12,000 years.
One thing I really don't talk about is religion. Not that I
was just gonna say I don't want to get sucked into a religious conversation.
I don't. Not that you can't discuss it here. I try to leave all topics open, but we can't discuss religion here. But me personally, I don't really discuss it.
The main thing I try to tell people, and what will make the world a much better place, is if people would enjoy life and let other people do the same. In other words, they do what makes you happy in life and don't conform to society's expectations. You know,
that's me with religion. It's like, all right, you do you. I'm good. I'm not gonna look down on you. You practice whatever. Yeah, you practice whatever religion you want. Let me do my thing over here. No opinion.
Unfortunately, that's not the way it works out.
Yeah, that's the way it's not work.
With me, it does. I don't. That's all I got control over. All I got control over is me.
Perfect.
Hey, Blizzard, can I answer a question though?
Judge somebody else's actions.
Can I answer a question? I think AJ had put a question up.
Yeah, I was about to get to that. Yep, there it is.
Yeah. So, do I believe that everyone is guilty of a crime who attended the protest? I thought pardons were for those who weren't violent or committing crimes. Okay. First off, no, I don't think everybody who was at that. I'm not going to call it a protest because it wasn't just a protest. That was literally a violent insurrection is what it was. Okay. Now everybody that was there was not necessarily actively directly beating up cops, weren't actively directly, illegally going into the Capitol building. No, of course not. There were a lot of people who were just there as looky-loos. The majority of people probably were there as looky-loos. But we're not talking about those people. We're talking about the people who were actually convicted of crimes. They went to court. They were found guilty by a jury of their peers of committing crimes. Anything from illegal entry into the Capitol all the way up to, battering peace officers. Okay, so those people were found guilty. It was basically a blanket pardon for all of those people. Okay, so to say, that it was the people who weren't violent or committing crimes, they were literally the people who were committing crimes because they were all convicted. You can't pardon people who weren't found guilty of crimes. You can't pardon people who weren't found guilty of crimes. So they all committed crimes. They were found guilty of committing crimes. So when you're the president of the United States and you say, I'm for law and order, I love our cops, I love our guys in blue, yada, yada, yada. But then you go and you let a violent insurrection take place on the Capitol, you do nothing. Then when you become president again, you pardon all those people that did those crimes. But then you turn around, okay, after you've pardoned all those people, and you say, we need Marines and the National Guard to get to LA right away because we got people that are committing insurrection. Man, come on, save all that. This dude is.
Is it true that Trump offered the mayor of DC National Guards and they turned them down? Is that true?
That's what he says.
I don't know. I'm asking.
That's what he says, but they're saying no, he never did offer it. And it's not up. I mean, look, if he can do it in L.A., if he can say, you know what, I'm taking the National Guard and sending to L.A. Gavin Newsom, and they didn't ask for the National Guard there. He didn't ask for the National Guard. LAPD, the LAPD chief did not ask for the National Guard to be
Yeah,
there.
but who
Donald
has?
Trump.
I see. These are questions I don't know. I'm asking. I'm literally
No,
asking
Well,
anybody.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Who has
He
jurisdiction
Cali-
over the over DC?
I don't condone
It's
any
not a
type
state.
of violence or bad behavior. So if the stuff that's going on, even if it's minor in California,
Yeah, I think they should have got the
the
BLM.
government,
I
the
think they
law
should have got the
enforcement is not
BLM,
taking
Black Lives
care
Matter
of it,
treatment.
then yeah, people have
Should have got the same.
National government should intervene, whether
They
it's
should have got. They
small or
should have
not.
got the Black Lives Matter
Yeah,
treatment.
but it matters.
They
It
ain't what they
matters
was
who.
doing to them.
It matters who has authority, though. You know, and that's the thing is that if let's just hold on.
The main
If
person that has authority is the president of the United States. That's why he was elected, whether you agree with him being president or not. He's the
Yeah.
The
Come on,
president
what
of the
up,
United
bro?
States does not
MK,
have
what
full
up, bro? How you
authority to
doing?
do whatever. The president of the United States does not have authority to do whatever he wants in any state that he wants. It's not his call to send the National Guard in. You know, the governor.
Well,
that's historically the governor is supposed to do
well,
that.
if that's how California feels, I say, well, if they want to burn themselves down to the ground, let them do it, and then they can sit there and
Okay, but
relish and
wait,
starve in the
but we're
chaos.
skipping the point here. Like I said, if you can't have it both ways. You can't say, hey, I'm going to pardon all these violent insurrectionists who were found guilty. It's not even a question if they did or not. They
Yeah,
were found. Hey, hold on. It's not even a question. It's not even a hypothetical if they did it or not. They did it. They got found guilty. They were in prison when they got pardoned. He pardoned them. But then you want to turn around and say, hey, I need to put down this violent insurrection. I'm going to go send in troops to go stop this. Okay, you can't have it both ways without looking like a hypocrite and looking like you have another agenda. Explain to me how you can.
Well, January 6th was a political agenda, and they even had the FBI involved in the January 6th incidents. That's already been proven, but everybody tries to hide the truth. And then what about those who was causing the problems from the FBI and stuff, getting people to go against, President Trump on January the 6th? What happened to them? Nothing.
That sounds like some QAnon stuff right there. I'm not even sure what you're talking about.
Well, you have to dig deep. You have to go beyond the surface. And when you dig deep for the truth, you gotta be careful that somebody don't come along behind you and bury you with the truth.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't really know a lot about what you're saying there, but I don't think that every person. Wait, hold on. I don't think every person out there. It'd be hard to make an argument that the FBI caused January 6th.
They say
I didn't say they caused it. I'm just saying they were involved in causing it.
So then, do you also believe the FBI is involved in causing the stuff that's going on in LA?
I mean,
you
can't prove it. If you can't prove it, you can't say that.
If
you can't prove it, you can't say that.
California in January 6th.
That's like some tin hat shit.
All you have to do is look it up online. It's online.
What?
Yeah, because everything online is true.
No, not
you got proof
of true.
Hold on. You got proof that the FBI was behind January 6th?
Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
I said that they were involved in it. I didn't say they were the direct cause.
In what way?
Promoting the Democrat agenda of basically kicking out Trump.
Okay, wait.
I got it, Cisco. Yeah. Who was the director of the FBI? And who appointed him?
Thank you.
Trump was still the president.
Not at the time of January 6th.
Trump was still president.
Look at all the people and their agendas, and look. Basically, all you had to do is anything that happens in the world. All you had to do is follow where the money comes from.
I don't know, man.
Follow where the money.
All I'll say is dig deep. And when I say something, don't take my word as truth. Get out there and research your own truth in life.
Yeah,
But
you're
No,
then
right.
that's
he would have to go and challenge his current facts and beliefs, or what may be true but may not be all the truth. But
Yeah,
also the same with you. You would also have to look at the information that he got and then cross-reference. There's a lot of work
yeah.
involved in trying to figure out, because I believe it's probably somewhere closer to the middle as far as January 6th. You know, you can say,
yeah.
well, Trump wasn't involved. You got those people. You got some people
Since the
say
cops
Trump
let
was
them in the White
absolutely
House.
was
Well,
Yeah,
involved.
but
So
wait a minute though. Wait a minute
Look
though.
up, look up who was responsible.
Hold
Who
on,
was responsible for
wait.
security that day? Who
Oh,
was
go ahead.
responsible for security? Nancy Pelosi.
She was. She was. And so there's a
No,
lot of
no.
information about that that's
In
not
what
coming
way
out.
was she
I don't
responsible?
know. She's
Well, she
Speaker of
is
the
the
Well,
House
House.
it was
Speaker.
basically a political agenda that is serving, where both parties were serving higher, the higher people, the elites, the rich, the corporations. In other words, both parties were involved.
See, here we go with that cynical stuff again. And again, look, first off, you can't make a claim about something and then say, well, you got to prove it's wrong. No, you're
I'm
making the
not saying
claim.
that you. I'm
Wait,
not
wait, wait,
saying
hold
to
on.
prove it wrong. I'm just saying to
Hold on.
research your own truth.
Right. I'm not
Yeah,
saying that you said that personally. Okay.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you can't, in general, I'm saying you can't make a claim. Okay. And then when somebody pushes back on the claim, say, well, prove me wrong. Or, well, go do your own research because you're making the claim. You have to prove that you're telling what you're saying is factual or not me. And
Well,
here's the other thing.
honestly,
Here's
I
the other
don't
thing.
have to prove anything because
You're
I'm
right.
living overseas, enjoying more life, less money, and a lot of problems stuff that you deal with back home. I don't have these problems over here in Thailand. I don't
Okay.
have
I
all that
mean,
but
drama
I,
back
I
here.
can, but I can. I mean, I'm not going to get in a tit for tat with that because that's too easy. But what I'm saying is that we're all here right now, right? We're all here right now. You're choosing to be here and
Yeah.
have an opinion, and so am I. And neither one of us is an expert. So all we're doing is having a conversation that both of us, hopefully will learn from. What I'm saying is when we're having these kind of conversations, it's helpful when if people are going to make a claim that they can have some type of evidence to back up what they're saying, other than I just think that that's the way it is, or hey, go do your own research. I mean, there's no way
Well,
you can wait. Hold on. There's no way that anybody can say, okay, that if Donald Trump wanted to call out the National Guard and the Marines when January 6th happened, that he could have done it. He could have done it because obviously he can do it because he's doing it right now in LA. And for
yeah, you
for
got a
for
point.
for for anyone to say that that is not very that's very questionable to
You
be
got a
polite
point.
about
Yeah,
it.
you got a point.
It's very questionable why he's choosing to do it now in a state that did not vote for him, in a state that is probably his
all
biggest wait,
Blizzard
hold
has
on.
to do right
In a
now.
state that
Hold
is
on, hold on, hold
probably
on.
the biggest contributor to holding him accountable, the governor that he can't stand. Why is he doing that now?
All Blizzard has to do now, since this is his channel, just look it up and look at January 6th and the involvement of FBI online, and then he can bring it up on screen where everybody can see it, and then people can make their own decision about it. It's that
He's
simple.
not going to do that.
Well,
That's
I'll
He's
say
any
not.
this.
I'm not
And
anybody
gonna
can
do
do
that.
that.
I'm not gonna do
and
that because
Is
when
he
I
taking
look
a
up something,
side?
yeah, when I look up something, I look it up from
Right.
multiple,
That takes
multiple,
time.
multiple, multiple sources. Like,
Yes, you have to dig deep and look at every aspect.
yeah. So before I don't know exactly where you're coming from saying that. Of course, I'm gonna push back, but I can't deny.
Okay.
I can't
Do you
deny if I
do you
don't know
not
everything
believe the
about it.
media is controlled by those who pays the money?
Well, we
The
know
rich
that. Everyone
elite, the
knows that.
politics. Okay, so
Everybody
Most of
knows
the
that.
media, most of
everything
the
that's
media is
said
for
by the
profit.
media
Most of the
isn't
media
the
is
truth.
for profit organizations. You know.
All of the media.
Yeah.
Maybe except
So
okay,
for
is
wait.
the
CBS.
Okay,
and
wait.
so
Okay,
is
wait a
the
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a
government.
minute. Wait a minute. Then, okay, look.
Sure.
Again, that this is all cynicism right here. Look, you guys are basically you guys always revert to. It seems like every argument that you get pushback on, you always revert to. Well, they're all the same anyway. They're all serving the same master anyway. But then, why are you? I'm not sure. The gentleman on. Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
what has
Hold on, big guy. Hold
changed?
on.
Yeah, you
Hold on.
gotta
Hold
let
on.
them
Hold on.
talk.
Hold on.
Expat. We
I'm
go.
sorry.
We. I don't want to
Gen-
get to a part where we're like yelling and screaming. Like,
yeah,
I
no,
definitely
that
don't do that
I'm
on this
not
channel.
yelling. I'm
that
not
will not happen.
screaming.
I'm sorry, gentleman with the glasses. What's your name? I'm sorry,
My name is Adam.
Adam.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't need to know like your real name. I didn't know if you want to use your real name or not.
I'm a straightforward, honest type, so
Okay.
I don't have nothing to hide.
Okay, I appreciate that, sir. Well, so Adam, what my point is, if they're all pretty much the same and serving the same master, and again, I don't know what your political leanings are, conservative, progressive, Republican, Democrat, but then does it matter to you to support either a Republican or a Democratic agenda? Does it matter to you to serve a progressive or a conservative agenda, or are you somebody who like you just go with whatever you decide to go with that day?
Well,
Icy in the building. Icy's in the building.
at
Hello,
the
Icy.
time, the first time that Trump went into presidency, I voted for Trump. Did both that. Now, when it came to Biden and Trump coming back, I didn't vote. I didn't do any voting on that time because
Okay,
if you
okay,
look
so
at if you look at both parties, now break it down. What has actually changed? And then if something changed for a short time, what doesn't revert back to the same old problems?
let me
What has Go ahead.
the point I'm trying to make is that, are you saying it doesn't matter which side you support, we're going to have the same result anyway? Are you saying that?
No.
I'm
No,
not saying that completely. It's just a small change, and then it
okay,
basically it changes.
so
It changes with the political agenda of the higher ups, and some of it is just whatever is favorable at the time. If you really want to do your research, start researching the Georgia Guidestones. That will give you a big clue what's happening in the world today.
The what?
The Georgia Guidestones, basically
Georgia.
talking about the I don't know if I can actually say it on here. The NWO, if you know what that means. Let's start researching
New
the
World
Georgia
Order.
Guidestones. Yes.
I
Well,
still don't.
listen.
Look that up.
Let me say something. All right, so obviously we're not able to discuss politics openly enough because like it seems like, and I don't mind. We need to have these conversations. We really do. But I do want to remind y'all that this is a midweek check-in. I wanted to come up here and check y'all temperature, see how
Okay,
y'all
no more
doing.
religion, no more.
It could be
politics.
religion. We could talk about anything. But I do want to remind you that we still want to leave a space if somebody wants to talk about something else. All right. I'm just
Okay.
gonna put that out there, and then we could go back to talking about what you guys want
Let's
to talk.
talk to viewers that might have a certain problem in their life.
If they bring it up, yeah. If they put it in the chat or if they want to come up, that's fine. But I gotta throw it out
masters of
there.
politics.
I gotta, because I'm not a political channel. I don't know. I didn't study poli
I would say the
sci,
only people
nothing like
who are
that.
truly masters at politics are the oh
But
man, the
so I
ones who are
will say that.
masters. The ones who are masters at politics are the people like the Nancy Pelosi's, the Trump. Whether you like them or hate them, it doesn't matter. You can say they're stupid, they're dumb, they're very intelligent people. No matter what you think about these people, even Biden with his Alzheimer's behavior, he was very intelligent. You don't get to that position without having a level of um, savvy when it comes to politics. It's impossible. You have to have a really high degree of intelligence to know how to, because politics is essentially manipulation. That's all it is. And
I like this comment.
it's about okay.
The moment that people should push back harder is when people just gave up. It's time to choose the people. The people, I know what she's saying, the people, basically, instead of who's left or right. But she says, what do I know? It's something I say all the time. Like we're always down here in the trenches fighting each other. Do I think there's some puppet master on the top controlling all of politics like they say? No, I don't. I don't think there's some puppet master controller, because we wouldn't see these swings that we see. It would be consistent no matter who's in office. Some things change, some don't. if there was some puppet master in office, we wouldn't see. You know what I mean? Why would it be this big swing like we're talking about tonight in the immigration policies? It would be consistent. You don't think so?
I don't think, as today's time, I don't believe that the government is for the people, by the people, like it used to be in the past. And that's all I will say about that. You can agree, disagree, but that's just my personal belief.
I don't.
But you do know that the government is made up of people. So I don't know why they are, whether we like it or not, they are a reflection of who we are. So the people who voted in Trump is a reflection of the majority of those who voted him in. And you can say, well, this country is evil and that. Well, then you're looking at the group of people, the masses, predominantly who voted for him in office. So then you're saying a lot about the people as much as you are about the people who's in charge, because the people is the government. The government is the people. And America comes the closest to that in terms of these ideas of democracy and freedom. We come the closest than any other country in the world. Now, we don't have it obviously perfected. It's obviously not the best. It's obviously corruption, scandals, and all that type of shit. But we come the closest to it, which is why people are flooding the country illegally in order to get it, to have the opportunity so they can have the kind of life that they don't have back in their own country. People from all over the world, not just Mexico, but people who are coming here legally from Romania, from Poland, from Russia, from South Africa, wherever. They're coming here for a reason. And it's because they see something here, though imperfect. There's something here that I think we take for granted. And so I personally don't care for the infighting. I think it's amusing and educational to hear from people like Cisco who have a very different thought process than myself. In fact, I would be disappointed if he thought much more like myself, because it's not as fun. It's not as educational. I can't learn from someone who thinks like I do or talks like I do. So I want someone like a Blizzard who has a more balanced approach, who would say to me, yeah, Joe, I kind of see, I get it, but I don't. And I want someone like a Cisco who say, nah, man, I strongly disagree with that. So it's like, I like that because it forces me to think and go over. And that's what makes America what it is. What other country do you know of where we can have conversations like this and not have the government come and knock on our door and say, hey, yeah, we can't have you talking like that. China doesn't allow it. Russia doesn't allow it. Very few countries in the world allow this kind of conversation that we have the freedom to have to speak on.
Just look at Britain. In Britain right now, people are getting arrested for what they say on social media now that people get offended by. Look it up.
I didn't even think. I thought Britain was.
Wait, I
closer
don't
to
want to look it up. I don't want to look
I
it
don't
up.
know about Britain politics. I don't know nothing about them.
I want to know who got arrested just for saying something that wasn't violating a law.
I said they doing that in Britain right now. You can actually just take less than a minute to look it up online. I'm not saying look it up online on your channel. Just look it up online on your free channel.
This is a
Look
hot
it up on
torpedo.
your free channel. Now, honestly, do you actually think now that it's still innocent to proving guilty, or now has it become more of being guilty into proven innocent in America right now?
In America?
In America,
Well,
is it more guilty into? Yeah, is it
how much
more
money
innocent to proving guilty, or guilty until proven innocent now?
Well, it depends. It depends on if you're talking about in the courtroom or if you're talking about in the court of public opinion. Because if it's the court of public opinion, it's always guilty until proven innocent. But in actual court, generally speaking, people are innocent until they're proven guilty. That the court system in America is working as well as it ever has. If you want to say that it works well, it's working as well as it ever has. I don't think it's worse now than it was 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years ago. I think it's probably as good as it's gotten in this country ever, because, I can say this, I'm the first generation, in my family that was born with the right to vote. And, when I go to, if I get convicted or if I go to court, I'm accused of a crime and I go to court, I mean, we can argue that there's instances where people are railroaded or what have you. That happens, true. But generally speaking, I've probably got the best chance to get found not guilty as a quote unquote black man now in 2025 than I would at any other time prior to this, this century.
Yeah,
So I would say
it,
that the court
it
system's
need to
working
get
better
better.
now than it ever has.
It is,
It
but
could,
it needs to get better, a
it
lot
needs to
better.
get better. You're
Really
absolutely right. It
does.
does need to get better, but it's probably the
It's got
best
to
it's
get a
been
lot
since this
better
country
in so
started.
many different ways.
True.
But it's
It
still the
really
best
does.
this country has seen. It's still the best this
Yep,
country has seen.
I agree.
I have to disagree.
You
I'll
seen
tell you
better?
what.
That's
I'll tell
all.
you what. I'll tell you what. I don't think you're a black man, but if you were a black man, okay, would you rather face a courtroom in 2025 than at any other time in history of this country?
Mm. Well, that depends. Look at how many men are accused of the R word, and I just say grape, and then they go to prison, and then they get released and get
Okay, but wait.
released
Do you
because they
Nah, in the
wasn't even
'60s,
into that.
in the '60s, they go
Look
you
at
to the
all
do
the
you
sheriff's
no
pretend?
fault
office in the
divorces.
'60s.
Look
Hold
at
on, let me
all the
say
no
something.
fault
Let me say
divorces.
something. Let me say something. All right, you said the R word, but you got to remember what he
I said
asked
grape.
you. Yeah, what same thing. He said, as a black man, how would you view it? Now you said the R word. Look at how many men are accused of the R word. You got to realize that the reason why Cisco is saying what he's saying is because not too long ago, that person probably wouldn't, a black man accused of that against a certain other demographic wouldn't even make it into the courtroom. Sometimes he would be pulled out of his cell, taken, and lynched, or tried by a jury of people who look nothing like him completely.
Hmm.
So what he's saying is that for our people, I guess for black people, yeah, it is the best that it has been. It needs to get better. You know what I mean? It needs to get a lot better.
It needs to
as
get
far
better
as,
where it's balanced, no matter what color your skin is. It needs to be
yes,
balanced and fair for everyone.
but
And that
yeah,
goes. It
what
doesn't
he's
matter what color you skin.
it does, it does. It
Oh, it
does
definitely
still.
does.
It does still. It's
It definitely does.
2025.
It
It's
shouldn't, but it
2025.
does.
Things are getting better here in America. I don't care what nobody says. Things are getting better here in America, but it still has some ways to go.
Mm.
You know, it's
I
not
see you out there,
perfect.
Well,
Icy. I see you.
I don't know if it's ever gonna get perfect. I don't know if it's ever
and
gonna get
yeah,
perfect. Nothing is perfect. You know what I
so
mean?
so you agree with the high inflation that's happening now within the country?
Who agrees with that?
Nobody agrees with paying higher prices for things.
And what is the high
But
inflation
I could
coming
say that
from?
everybody doesn't want to live in Thailand either, though, or the Philippines or Colombia.
No,
Where's the inflation
everybody
coming
has to
from?
determine their own path in life, the path that makes them to happiness. You know, everybody's circumstances are different, and to choose the choices you make, you have to accept the consequence for them, whether they're good or bad. You know, I can't. I'm far from perfect, and me not being perfect, who am I to judge another person? I'm a nobody.
Yeah, but none of us are celebrating inflation. None of us. You
I just
know,
want to say I
Hell
will
no.
absolutely judge another person. I don't know where people get that from. Who am I to judge? You're absolutely have every right to judge other people. I judge other people all the time. What I don't have the right to do is violate their rights. That's what I don't have the right to do.
my sad Felipe
I
G
don't.
is off.
I don't usually judge other people unless they actually are trying to promote their agenda onto me and stuff like that. Most of the time, I try to let others live their life, as best as possible. But yeah, when it comes to like certain aspects of things, like whether it's politics, criminal
Felipe.
criminal activity and stuff like that, yes, in a way you can be judgmental.
Well,
But
I'll tell you who's judgmental.
like in general life,
I'll tell you who's
Free speech
judgmental.
only.
Icy's very judgmental. She
Yeah.
called us sausages. I take offense to that, Icy. I don't like being called a
Free speech
sausage.
only matters when there's quality in it, not quantity. When it's being used for the good and not creating more problems.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want to say. Don't mean that people will listen to you. You know. I was having this conversation.
I don't. I
I got called.
basically, I don't conform to society because society demands it. I just enjoy life. Enjoy life that makes me happy.
Let me say.
And
Let me ask. Do you conform to the Thailand society?
well, when you move over to any country, and that's where you plan on living, you have to adjust to the culture, their values, and the views and the laws. Doesn't mean that you have to change your core values, but in other words, you can't disrespect that country. You can't go there and go to another country and respect the local people and their culture.
Yeah,
You
because
go in
this
there
is a
to live
question.
there,
This is a question I have for a lot of expats. Like,
and
not you personally,
if
but
immigrants come to
you
America,
gotta let
they
me
need
talk,
to
bro.
adjust to the culture and laws.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I
yeah,
was trying
you're
to
right.
finish what I was saying. Now I'll be quiet.
The question I have for a lot of expats is this: the expats that seem like they're disgruntled against America. You know what I mean? You have the freedom to live in another country, right? And criticize America all you want freely. You're in a country where you cannot criticize the government at all. How free are you there?
Mm. Well, first of all, no matter where you live in the world, nowhere is a perfect paradise. Every place is going to have its trade-offs, its consequences for living there, and you have to. If you're going to move to that country, you're going to have to accept that. As far as freedom, can I change the laws and things that happen in Thailand? No, but I retired at 41. Moved into Thailand in 2013. I live a debt-free lifestyle. I save more money than I spend. I'm happily married. I don't have any drama in my life. A lot of the problems that people face in America, I don't have here. Now, is Thailand better than America? I can't say that whether it's better or bad because every place has its own problems.
Yes,
You have to find a place. You have to find a place that makes you happy in life. If you're in a country or a certain place in the world, and if it's a toxic environment, then it's your job to work on yourself and try to find more fertile ground so you can create a more beneficial harvest in life.
all right.
Moving overseas is not right for everyone. Just like I'm not here to change anybody's views on how they feel about things. I can't change that. I'm not gonna. And
All right.
should I sit there and really argue or fight about it? No.
One more question. One more question.
Mhm.
All right. Are you I want to say it's the right way. You feel more free in Thailand, right? You feel more
Okay.
comfortable and able to live your dream and what you want out of life. But is the everyday man in Thailand experiencing the same level of comforts in life as you? Or are you privileged? Are you privileged in Thailand?
Um. First of all, are you talking about the Thai locals, or are you talking about expats that move
No,
overseas?
local, local man.
Some are, some not. You gotta understand. In Thailand, they have a status. They have a status here, and it depends what if you low status, like working in a village, like working in a rice field, or your higher status, where you have or more young business, or you're in the political and stuff like that. Also, the status also involves the how light your skin is and how dark it is in Thailand, and it mainly depends on that. So it's more status. You can't every country is different. So what, you have to, it's not going to be like you can go, well, or what in America, you can't go over Thailand and go, well, in America, we do it this way. This is how America does it. This is how
They
Thailand
don't
is
give a
do
shit.
it. They don't care. They tell you if you don't like it, you know how to get a plane ticket and leave the country. If you cause great problems, then they will help you leave the country.
Yeah, half a lifetime ago, I would agree. But yes, race unfortunately matters. I'm gonna read some comments, guys. That was a good answers, man. I appreciate that. Um, shout out to Icy. Thanks for you. Thank you for acknowledging the
What is
sausages.
sausage? What does that mean? Sausages. What is she trying to
Dicks,
say?
man. Dicks. It's
That's
sausage.
terrible. That's
Oh.
terrible.
But
Yeah, my grandkids ain't watching this one, man.
talking
If you
talking
watch
about talking about sausages, I say a man doesn't fully. I don't think a man fully matures until he starts to letting his banana control his actions.
I see.
Oh my goodness. I agree. I'm still trying to.
Yeah,
I
gotta
agree.
agree with that.
I'm
I
working on
agree.
it.
It took me a long
It's
time.
hard.
It took me a
It's
long
very
time to
hard.
get to that, man.
It's
And a lot
easier
of
said than done.
I
a
agree.
lot of men that go overseas, it's only a small percentage of men that go overseas to create the life that they deserve.
Joseph.
You know, and a lot of the horror stories you hear about overseas comes from men making poor choices, and we all know
Yeah.
who they are.
Yeah.
Well, yes, the
Whether
women
you
are
live
the.
in whether you living in
Hot dogs.
America or overseas, you got to be happy with yourself and the choices that you make. And that's one of the biggest problems. People tend to blame others for what they allowed in their life. You know,
Exactly. I
no,
think
there's no
today's
perfect
men, I don't know what happened, but it's so hard for us to look in the mirror, man. It's so hard. And it seems like it's so easy to point the finger. And I know that sounds like something you heard all your life, man, but
Hmm.
I don't like I said before, I don't remember my grandfather, my father blaming all their damn problems on everybody else. Like
Well,
I'll
well,
disagree with that though.
you do?
Yes, I do.
first,
Strongly.
first of all,
Strongly.
there's a generation difference. Back then, it was more easier to do things than what people are doing now. You have a lot of the younger generation. They're not taught how to use the tools, how to thrive in life today. And most of the time, they wonder life without purpose. And it's just not men; it's women also.
Yeah, I'll
The men
disagree with
And
that too.
Go ahead,
Disagree with
Cisco.
that too.
I'm
Go ahead,
saying I'm
Cisco.
more of a traditional man.
Yeah,
Believe
let's just
more
go.
in traditional values.
Look, these conversations are had every generation. Okay, every generation thinks the generation before them, you know, set them up to fail, and every generation after them is lazy and stupid. It happens look, my parents,
It
That's
my
does.
not what I
parents.
said.
It
I
does.
mean,
That ain't what I
honestly,
said either, Cisco.
no. I mean, what you were saying is that you don't remember, your parents looking at their parents and saying blaming them.
No,
I
no, no, no,
mean,
no, no. I meant women.
wait, okay, wait. So say it again. Maybe I misunderstood.
What I meant was I don't remember my uh grandfather and father. I didn't say women, but that's kind of what I was trying to imply. Blaming all their problems on other people.
Oh, okay. I see what
That's
you're
what I
saying.
was. Yeah.
Well, I think it they were blaming it on other people. It may not have been women specifically, because women were in a different place when, I mean, I don't know how old your father and your grandfather are, but when my father and grandfather were coming up, women had a much different role in society. They were way less likely to speak up about a lot of the stuff that they speak up today. They had way less options. If they weren't married, they had way less options of how they were going to live their life. And if they got divorced, they had even less options. So women weren't really a problem in their mind back then. More often than not, and again, it depends on your demographic. You were pointing your finger at somebody who was in a different economic status than you, somebody who was in a different ethnic background than you. There's always been finger pointing. There's always going to be somebody who's a scapegoat. It doesn't matter what generation you come up in. you can go back through history, and there's always going to be somebody that is the other, somebody who's the scapegoat. And right now, it just happens for a lot of guys. It's women. Well,
I mean,
you didn't see it
what I
because
got,
you were a kid. You were a kid, you know. But if you
what I
go
got,
back in history, you can definitely see it.
what I see is a lot of people pointing fingers at other people instead of fixing their own problems in life. And that's been happening for many, many years and generations. You know, always somebody else to point the finger at. Always somebody seeking validation instead of seeking solutions for the problems that they have in life. You know,
Yeah.
you can't blame others for what you allow in your life, and that's the simple fact. And anytime that it comes to trying to improve yourself, the only way that improvement starts is when you unchain yourself from the past. Only thing you can try to do in life is try to make the best of each day despite what the world throws at you. And what kind of humbled me in that way is I'm 53 now, and when I was 29, I worked at my own landscaping business. And when I was 29, I woke up in the ICU. I had a stroke. And to come to find out, the reason that I had a stroke is I was diagnosed with having lupus and catastrophic anti-fistaloid syndrome, which is a very life-threatening blood clot disorder. I've been dealing with strokes, blood clots in my lungs, pulmonary embolism, renal thrombus, which is blood clots in the kidneys, deep vein thrombus, which is blood clots in the lower legs. I've been dealing with that for over years. And that one of the main reasons that I moved over to Thailand initially was for the lower medical costs. I was in rough shape when I'm in better health now, but when I first moved here, I was in really rough shape. I basically came to Thailand to kind of peacefully fade away, but instead I was blessed with a new beginning. And I got lucky on that. Everything worked out where I own my own landscaping business at the time, especially in 2008. I was able to buy houses, fix them up, and then I turn around and rent them out. I sold my landscaping business, and I still have rental properties now that I manage our property manager, and that's one of my incomes for living overseas. You know, and everybody's path in life is different. You know, you can take advice from others and apply it in your life to try to make it better, but you're never going to be happy if you try to copy somebody else's lifestyle. Why? Because that's not your true self.
Yeah. Well, with me, like what I was saying was, I just didn't maybe and Kamal said it up here, audibly complaining. You know what I mean? It wasn't so out and loud, and maybe that is the internet, the era we live in. But I also don't point the finger at the next generation and call them weak either. I put the finger at us. You know what I mean? Always, constantly. I'm constantly pointing the finger back at us, the ones living right now. You know, I'm not blaming my father, right? And I'm not shaming my son. I'm looking at myself. And that's what a lot of us can't seem to do. It's sad. Because I was trying to say earlier, like I got called, I was having a conversation with somebody the other day, going back and forth. And I got called Oprah Winfrey. Like they're like, "Oh, you sound like
The
Oprah
hell?
Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey. You sound like Oprah Winfrey and Whoopi Goldberg." Because I don't believe that women should bend to the needs and the wants of a man who doesn't earn that. You know,
What does a
you
man
got
Yeah,
earn?
that's crazy.
it crazy. I mean, I started it. I started it because I said that they sound like Fresh and Fit. So, you know, but it's like these talking points, this blame and shame, and it's getting out of hand. Like you guys follow me. If you follow me, if you watch my videos, I haven't been doing it much lately, but I push back against the manosphere because I think that it's harming us more than whatever we say women are possibly doing to us, because
I think
it's creating a
Well,
culture where
it's
I,
not.
nobody wants to take responsibility.
Can I
well,
just say
I
one
think the
thing?
difference. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You can't just you can't blame just women. You gotta blame if you was talking about modern feminism and the problems within that. You gotta blame the men that allow those problems. You have different types of men. You have the alpha, you have the sigmas, you have the betas, and all that. You can't blame for other people for what you allow. And when it comes to relationships, you have to find somebody that aligns with your values, your principles, and your boundaries. The right woman in your life is going to inspire you to put a ring on her finger. She's not going to demand it. And if she demands it, or that partner is not bringing peace into your life and only creating chaos, then you might have to seek another partner. You know, nothing is perfect. And I'll be quiet now.
All right, let me read this comment real quick, and then I'll let Cisco go. If we take our responsibilities as parent to heart and actions, and making sure our baggage isn't part of raising them, maybe there's hope. And that's who I care about, man. More than anybody is my son, people my son's age and younger, man. They need this game that we got. We're too busy caught up. I don't know what the fuck we're doing now. I don't know, man. I know there's not enough people like Adam, like me, like Cisco, like Joe. There's not enough of us speaking. Go ahead, Cisco.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I was just gonna say, I don't. Well, going back to people don't remember, the generation ahead of them having problems. I mean, look, my parents' generation are what they would call the baby boomers. When the baby boomers were young, at least I'll say when my parents were young, it was the '60s, and I don't know what you guys know about the '60s, but it was really a calm, peaceful, quiet decade. Nobody was having any problems. Everybody was happy. Okay, obviously I'm being super cynical right now, right? I'm being
Yeah,
super cynical.
yeah,
The '60s was one of the most turbulent decades in this country's history. That's when my parents were young and when they were coming up. They had a lot of shit to say about the generation before them. Okay? So there's that. Then the generation before them was, I believe it was the silent or the greatest generation. Okay, what they call the greatest generation, the people that were fighting World War II, people born in the 20s. Okay, those
yeah.
people
My grandfather.
probably didn't have as much. Yeah, my grandparents, they probably didn't have as much time to stand up and complain because they were literally fighting in a world war. But prior to that world war, there was a thing called the Great Depression, and the Great Depression was something that the young people at that time, they blamed that on the generation before them. And you can go back in every single generation. It's harder for us to recognize it because we weren't alive during those times. But if you study history, you can go back and you can see the same pattern and themes, over and over and over again. And this goes back hundreds, probably thousands of years. It's just what people do, you
Yeah,
know.
but see, you're talking about movements. I'm talking about personal responsibility, man.
Right.
Like
And it ties into that.
Yeah.
It
my
ties into
wife
that.
left me. My wife left me. She's a bitch. She took the kids. I was perfect. I didn't do anything wrong. Like that's a personal responsibility, man. Like maybe
And
it was around, maybe we were kids and all that shit. But even like I seen my parents go through a divorce. You know, I seen the effect it had on my dad, but I never heard him um blame her. He never blamed her. You know, he
I mean,
never
but
said that she took y'all away from me. She like
but
I
that's
don't know.
that's an individual experience though. That may not have been your experience, but I
Yeah,
guarantee you there's a lot of other people that had a different experience than that, and I think the main point that we forget sometimes is, it's only been within the last, say, 30 years at most, where literally everything is on display for everyone to see. And what I mean is the internet. You know, we didn't have the internet, you know, mainstreaming into everybody's brain, whether it's a computer, a cell phone, what have you, constantly prior to 1995, 2000, you know. So I think it's just a lot more people are aware of a lot of this stuff. Whoa, who's moaning?
It's I have a
What are you
deaf
doing there,
dog.
Adam?
I have a deaf dog, and when she scratches,
Oh,
she scratches
the
through
old deaf
fungal.
dog excuse. The old deaf dog excuse. I've heard a lot of excuses, man.
It's funny.
Oh no. Okay,
Her name
maybe you
is
do have a
Lucky.
deaf dog. All right. I stand
Okay.
corrected. I just want to make sure there wasn't somebody under that desk.
I gotta read this
Look
right.
here. See what
I
I
gotta
have in my
read this
hand?
from Icy, guys. I can pick what men of today are doing and vice versa. But the real question stands: who raised you? Yeah. Icy my number one chatter, so I gotta read everyone.
And that's kind of what I like about overseas. A lot of especially in the Southeast Asian countries, the families are more connected. It's more family oriented. It's just not just like the immediate family. It's the extended family. They come together and they try to help each other out, even when they don't have much money at all. They try to pull together and help each other out.
We used to be like that. We used to
And
be
that's
like that. And
exactly, and that's
what I
what I
said was,
miss.
what we used to be like that when we needed to be like that. You know what I mean? We don't really need to be like that anymore. It's sad to say it that way. It's sad to
When
say
I
it that
was
way, but it's
when I was
absolutely true. You know, you
when
don't
I
need
was
to.
growing up,
We're pushed. Let me get this out and I'll let you go. We don't need you know it's pushed on us rugged individualism, right? I can make it on my own. I have to make it on my own. You know what I mean? I gotta stand on my own 2 feet. We're pushed out earlier, you know, even though you see that kind of rolling back nowadays because of inflation. But yeah, we're pushed out into the world easier. We're forced to be independent. You know what I mean? So we don't necessarily need to lean on our family the way I remember, you know, when I was younger. Like I remember family members having to stay with us staying with family members sometimes, actually moving in, living, you know, like maybe that's still going on, but it's not happening in my community like it used to. Like we really needed to do those things, and now, like it's not that necessary. So I miss those days. Like I do miss those days, man. But it's a
I
reason
agree.
for it. There's a reason, you know, why. Um, that's all I want to say. Go ahead, Adam.
When I was growing up,
Joseph.
most people have to work on themselves and take care of themselves. But at the same time, in troubled times, a lot back when I was growing up, not only family but communities will pull together and help people in their troubled times. People that are willing to help themselves to improve their circumstances with help, or say somebody that's in a circumstance beyond their control. That used to be a thing. Now we kind of got away from that. Everybody's more focused on their personal agendas and stuff like that. To me, looking at Americans, I don't care whether you're black, you're white, you're yellow, you're Mexican, Indian, or whatever. If you are a legal citizen here, you're American. And until everybody starts all acting like Americans, things are not going to get much better. We all one people under one group. You have to in a form not only improve yourself but serve the people that are trying to work on improving themselves that might need help, and then people in circumstances beyond their control. And what I can say about that is like in Thailand. Remember I was telling you about I said in one of Miss Wishy's live, I was talking about my Thai sister-in-law who had stage 4 cancer. She passed away, and I went to a funeral on Saturday. I chose to help out I chose to pay for the funeral because it was 30,000 baht, which is $925 US. I could easily afford it. And the reason I did it is because it not only helped out her family, it helped out the entire family, which, most of my wife's family work or lives in villages and stuff like that. And they don't, what they at most earn $6 to $10 a day. And most of them can't afford insurance. So it was just beneficial for me to help them out to ease their burden. And that's one good thing about living in Thailand. I can actually do that. Where if you was to do that in America, I wouldn't be able to afford to help anybody else. I might be able to help contribute a little bit of money if somebody passed away and they didn't have any insurance. But who could afford to pay for a whole entire funeral in America if they don't have the insurance? And when the state handles the funeral expenses and all that, it's just a very simple funeral. And you're buried in basically it's a big cardboard box used as a coffin. It's nothing special. Put in a city cemetery somewhere.
There's a reason for that, Adam. And I'll ask you this: do you believe in capitalism?
I believe in different types of things. And like where I was talking about, like some of the things, like somebody would call me a conspiracy theorist. It's not that I'm a conspiracy theorist. I look at all aspects. And everything that I say, if something comes along, it can easily it can't not easily change my mind, but it's got where I feel that it's the truth. It doesn't, because I feel it's the truth. It doesn't make it.
Well, the reason why I asked is because I hear a lot of people complaining about how much things cost. This costs so much. This stuff's so expensive. There's what do you call it? Inflation, yada 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 yada. Okay, the reason for that is unchecked capitalism. And when
Exactly.
I say that, people, oh, you're a communist. Okay, most of these people can't even, they don't even know what the hell the difference between communism, socialism, capitalism. Okay, my biggest pet peeve is people who talk out both sides of their neck. And you can't complain about how much stuff costs if you are 100% all in on capitalism. You can't, because capitalism, that's what it's about. It's about making the most money you can. The people who can make the most money are the people that dictate what happens in the market, period. And it bleeds over into our politics. We all understand that the people with the most money are the people who have the most influence in this country when it comes to politics. And the reason why those
And
people
I
have
agree with
the
you.
reason why they have the most money is, in this country anyway, is because of capitalism. Now you go to another country, Russia, they also practice a certain type of capitalism, not the way we do it, but they also have oligarchs. They have people who are hoarding money. That's not communism. That's capitalism. Okay. The communism that they have is more of a political communism, not an economic capital communism. And China is the same way. They have a very capitalist system too when it comes to their economy. Their political system is not democratic, okay, which the democratic and capitalism are two different things. But it's a huge pet peeve for me that people complain about prices and stuff, but they're all in on capitalism. They're okay with people like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, uh, the Amazon, whatever the hell his name is, uh, that guy. They're okay with
Bezos.
those guys. Yeah, Bezos. They're okay with these guys being billionaires, and they actually believe the bullshit that, well, they worked hard to achieve that. Bullshit. They don't work any harder than a single mom with 3 kids who works 2, 3 jobs. They don't work any harder than her. Okay. The difference is they were able to take advantage of a system whereas she's not able to. So for me, that's a huge
How do you remedy
problem.
that?
We're all focused on illegal immigrants. We're focused on the people with who are getting welfare, because those are the people that we see. All of us peons out here, we see those people every day when we go to the grocery store and we're behind somebody in line who's using the EBT card. The first thing in our mind is, oh, they're just sitting at home getting their money. I'm having to wait behind them, yada yada yada. But what we don't see is the billions of dollars that the Bezos, the must, they're hoarding and not putting back into the economy because they're getting all these tax breaks. That's where the real problem is at. And that's where we should start focusing our attention, not on the poor and powerless people.
And
So
I
the rich,
agree.
so the rich pay more taxes. That's what you're saying.
Mm,
The rich
no,
should absolutely pay more taxes. The best economy that we had going in this country was when there was a 90% nominal tax rate. The rich were definitely paying their fair share back then, and we had a
What?
booming economy back then.
What was the tax rate?
The nominal tax
I,
rate.
I
What
think
what
Nominal.
most rich people today get more tax breaks than the average citizen does.
Because the assumption is
As of
that
right now.
when they get tax breaks on their businesses, well, everyone knows that, it's supposedly passes down to the employees, or it gives them ability to build a bigger factory so they can then hire more people. That's the idea behind these tax breaks,
That's the idea.
supposedly.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
what
that's
I
what
would
they
like
say.
to share, is December 13th, 2024. I had a stroke and I went in the hospital, a public hospital in Tottenham, Pritchard, Thailand, where I live. I spent 5 days in the hospital. Do you know how much that bill was for 5 days in the hospital after having a stroke? It was less than $200. Now, how much would that cost you in
Ooh.
America? And if you don't believe,
Hmm.
I don't know if I can find the receipt, but if you don't believe me, I actually have the paperwork in the actual CD
Cisco.
where they scanned my brain. I had what was called an acute stroke,
It
and that
probably
was
cost
my
about
last
Yeah,
stroke
that's
I had.
crazy. I want to ask Cisco a question though.
10 grand, 20
I
grand.
gotta ask Cisco a question. The progressives are for basically saying the progressives are against um capitalism.
No, I'm not saying that.
So what do you want? Socialism? You
I'm
want us
not.
to
I'm
go
not.
back to
I,
the
Wait,
I'm
let me
not
let
Bible?
me
saying.
get let me get to it. Are progressives against capitalism or extreme capitalism? I don't know.
What is your solution?
Or they want, or do progressive want the rich to pay more taxes?
Yeah, what do you want us to
Bernie
do?
Okay.
Sanders, Bernie
Progressive.
Sanders want
Okay.
the rich
Well,
to
let
pay
me
more
let me let me answer
taxes.
the question. Hold on, because they're two different questions. So one question is: progressives against capitalism? And I would say that no. I would say that most people who identify as progressives aren't necessarily against capitalism. They're against unchecked, unfiltered capitalism. Okay, that's most progressives that I know and I'm aware of. Now you've got extremes, but we're not talking about the extremes because we can go to extremes in any political party, and I'm
Yeah.
not going to put that on the rest of everybody. I'd say most rational thinking progressive people understand that capitalism is it can be a good thing for an economy, absolutely, but it's when it's unchecked, it's not regulated, that it becomes a problem. Okay, and then Joe, he interjected exactly what I was talking about. What are you? So then you believe in socialism? No, no. It's not a either or question. It's not a either or
It was
question.
actually, yeah.
You can actually have a more complex system that works than just saying one extreme or the other. So I don't want a system where here's an analogy I use for people. Let's say all four of us are on an island. We get dropped on an island. We each get one quarter of the island. I land on the quarter that has all of the coconuts. Okay. Blizzard, you land on the corner of the island that has all the water. Okay. The other two, you guys land on the side that has a bunch of sand, and that's about it. Okay. I can sit here and say, I got all the coconuts. You guys are gonna die without these coconuts. So I want you guys to, whatever it is, whatever I want you guys to do, go dig up all this sand, build me a sand castle, cut down trees, build me a house, whatever. I got all the cards because I got all the coconuts. Okay. And Blizzard says, wait a minute now, I got all the water. Okay, you guys aren't going to do anything without water. You're going to die without water. Okay, so basically,
Well,
between hold on, between me and Blizzard, we have the resources. Okay, you guys don't have the resources. You don't have the power to, make the kind of decisions that me and Blizzard can make because you guys don't have anything but your labor. So you're going to have to
Mm,
take your labor, okay, and work for us if you want us to supply you with food and water,
mm,
okay. And that's a very simple analogy. It's oversimplifying what we have in this country, but in a sense, that's what we have. We
I get
have
what you're saying, but what's new about that?
there's
But
nothing new
my
about it. There's nothing new about
out
it.
of
There's
this
nothing new.
panel,
Wait, hold on,
how many
hold
of
on, hold
y'all
on, hold
had
on,
survival training?
hold on. There's nothing new about it. You're absolutely right. You know what is new though? An idea of a socialist regulating that capitalist system. So in other words, it's okay if people want to use whatever they have to provide leverage for themselves, whether that is the coconuts, the water, the labor, whatever. That's fine. But we're human beings and we want to at least live in a country where, I mean, I do anyway. I want to live in a country where everybody has a right to be healthy, everybody has a right to eat, everybody has a right to have a roof over their head, clothes on their back. And I know that's really crazy to say that people should take care of each other, but
mm.
that's kind of what, we should be doing. It doesn't mean people should just lay around and do nothing, do not contribute to society, but that's a minority of people. The majority of people it's just in our nature. We're going to get up and we're going to go out and we're going to contribute.
Yeah,
So you
I
have
get
you
the
have to
wonder
kind
on
of
that.
you have to kind of regulate that capitalist um, economic policy with socialized programs, and that's kind of what we do in this country. Social security. It has the word social in the damn
Yeah,
name.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna
I
say that
mean,
we do it. I don't.
what
Do
do
we
you what
do
do you
it?
think
Do
car
we do
insurance
enough
is?
of it? Do we do enough of it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what do you think car insurance is? What do you think health insurance is? It's
Mm.
if I never get sick my entire life and I never go to the hospital and I never do, any surgeries, nothing like that, I'm still paying into the system. And then there's people like Adam who have medical issues. He's probably used way more of the resources of his medical problems than he put in. And that's okay because he unfortunately has more medical problems than most people do. So it's not that he didn't put in his fair share. He absolutely did. It's just that he needed more assistance than the average person did medically. And that's what I mean about taking care of us.
All right.
You you
Well,
you
I was gonna ask you
owning rental
something.
properties, I cannot collect disability because I make too much money. But if I
with
didn't have that, I could fall back on disability with my problem. So I fully understand what you're trying to say.
What I was
yeah,
gonna ask you was who's the who's the biggest supporter of Elon Musk? Would it be um us conservatives or progressives?
supporting him how? What do you mean?
Monetarily supporting his businesses.
I'd say we all are pretty much equal because our tax money all goes in to funding his biggest projects. That's where our tax dollars are going. He's one of the biggest beneficiaries of government programs. If you want to talk about a welfare queen, Elon Musk is a huge welfare queen. He gets so much more money from the government than his taxes pay for, by far. So if you want to talk about a welfare queen, that's the biggest welfare queen there is. Rich people are
Right.
the biggest welfare queens there are. They get way more
So say
benefits from the
Tesla.
government than yeah. They get way
Say
more
Tesla.
money
Who's the bigger consumers?
of Tesla products. I don't know, but you could
Would you say
definitely
progressives or conservatives?
who buys more Teslas? I would probably say progressives.
And who's promoting which political, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, who is promoting those electric
Conservatives.
cars?
I'll just ask. I'm just asking.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
trying to
yeah.
be no
I
gotcha.
like. I
Oh no, I'm
really.
I'm
not trying
just
to say
trying to
you got you.
show
I'm just
that
trying to let
I'm
people
just
think
trying to
and come up with
show
their own conclusion.
the duality is because progressives hate uh Elon Musk, but they still buy his products. You know what I
The
mean?
biggest consumer.
They're actually supporting him.
Well, it's
Conservatives
because
conservatives hate his products and all that stuff, but they support him politically now. I don't know. Maybe they just turned against him now because whatever him and Trump are going to. But it's just like this. You guys see what I'm trying to say? Like how
No,
mixed
definitely,
up this shit
definitely.
gets. You know what I mean?
Because it's complicated, Blizzard, and that's the problem, is that these things that we're talking about, they are very complicated, and human beings want to dumb everything down. And a lot of these problems, they can't be fixed by quote unquote common sense. Everybody says, well, just common sense. Common sense isn't going to create a rocket ship that can take you to Mars. Common sense isn't going to make a cell phone. It takes more than common sense to solve these problems. You know what I mean? And they're very complex. And I mean, that's why we're all arguing and debating on these things all the time, because they are very complex. And it just depends on what viewpoint you're standing from. It's like they say, like the blind people describing a horse. One guy's got the tail, one guy's got the leg, one guy's got the face. They're all feeling different parts of the same animal. They're not all necessarily wrong, but they don't have the whole picture. And so that's why we got to have these conversations, so we can each get a bigger piece of the picture.
And be able to actually talk about them. So MK is in the comment section. He's saying 50% of women single by 2030. I'm gonna read his comments. I'm gonna go down, then I'll scroll back up. Because 50% women not having babies is good. China is my new pimp daddy.
What?
That's MK. What else he says? Only poor people say the rich should pay more taxes, and that mentality will keep you poor.
What?
What?
I went to the emergency
Go back.
room. I'm not trying to
Who
gang
said
up
that?
on him. I'm not trying to gang up on him. I just want to read his comments because
Oh, no,
I've been
no,
kind of
no.
like
That's
we've been
his
talking.
belief.
Sometimes we talk and I gotta catch up on the comments.
I
Like
hear you.
Icy and Aura Drip, they having a side conversation. So I went to the emergency room in the Philippines. It costs $100. Billionaires hoarding that much money isn't good. Don't be hating because you're trapped in a country that's ripping you off because they can. See, that's the kind of stuff I want to push back against.
Yeah, I don't
I
understand that
do.
statement.
I do want to
Talking
push
about
back against them kind of statements. We're talking about political things. I want to push back against these kind of statements from expat because he's an expat. And it's like, bro, you got to look around and see that you're living in a bubble in the Philippines. You're not an everyday person. If you took the equivalent of who you were in America and just teleported him to the Philippines, you would be suffering. You would be suffering. Your everyday American self would be suffering in the Philippines. You guys admit it all the time. Like if I was back home, I would be doing this and that and this. But somehow you forget about the person that that's in the same position that you were in the country that you're living in, currently. The everyday man. But you know what I'm saying? Stop looking back to America. Stop looking back to America with the criticism. Look to where you are and look at the people around you, truly around you, the everyday man that's around you. Because you ignore him. You ignore him. Not you, Adam. Not you, Adam. I'm not talking about you.
I understand what y'all.
You know what
I
I mean?
understand everybody's point of view.
Is the only man that's important the American man? Does it matter that only the American man wins or gets the message or gets the support? What about you're in the Philippines? You're in Thailand. What about those men? If you care about men so much, if you want to help men so much, if you want to help people so much, do it where you are. Do it where you are. Stop looking back to America with the criticism. Stop. You know what I mean? That's just me. That's just me. If I move to the Philippines, today, I will probably find a youth organization to volunteer at, to coach, to do something, man, to do something. I wouldn't spend too much time looking back, to the place that I supposedly want to get away from so much. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
And I agree. But one thing I want to go back to, you talking about insurance. I have insurance. I have life insurance and medical insurance through Thai Life, and that costs me $600 a year. But the Thai Life pays 100% of my medical bills,
So,
and not only that, it's basically 100,000 baht life insurance policy, which is about let's see, about 3,000 US. And I just said that the average funeral in Thailand, my Thai sister-in-law, was 30,000 baht, it's $925. So that's another reason things are a lot compared to America. Some of the same things that you get that you are available in Thailand is cheaper than what you can find in America. Not all things, but some. And talking about helping people out in my village, I'm always helping somebody out. I help people that can't help themselves. I mean, people that try to help themselves to become better in their life, and also help those that are in circumstances beyond their control. And one of the nicknames that the headman and the Buddhist monks in the temple I live at, they gave me the nickname called Mr. Nanjai. And what does that mean? That means a man with a kind and generous heart. I'm always trying to help people out in some ways. I help people rebuild some of their homes during COVID. I help buy extra food and stuff to supply the villagers when they're going through tough times during COVID. Even help pay people go to school and stuff like that. But when you help others, you have to learn when to say no, because there are some people out there that will take advantage of your kindness. You know,
yeah, of course.
you always
That's
have to
everywhere.
check out the back. You have to check out the backstory.
That's
You know,
everywhere.
like the last person I helped was my Thai sister-in-law's funeral. That was pretty easy to see that they needed help. She passed away, and she didn't have insurance. So I, in a way, I say I've been blessed in Thailand, but also try to return the blessings in different ways. And I'm lucky that I'm living over here because I can afford to do that. Back home, I wouldn't be able to afford to do that. How many people you could actually seriously help that really needed from taking money out your own pocket to help? How many people can do
Exactly.
that?
But you're a humble man. You're a humble man, and you give back. And you know what I mean? It's just that approach. That approach itself goes a long way, man. I know you don't have to be humble, but being humble, you know what I mean? And sharing your information and helping others goes a long way, man. You know, and people don't realize it, but it really does. Um,
And
yeah, I'm gonna try to move on some in the chat. But like I said before, like you have a very interesting story, man. You have a lot
can
of
I
positive
say
things
I
to
say
offer.
one
Start
thing?
your channel, bro. Start your channel, man.
Can I say one thing? What
Uh,
really actually started humble me is when I had my stroke in 29. When I was 29 years old, I woke up in the ICU. I almost passed away from that. That humbled me greatly.
yeah,
It taught me. It taught me tomorrow is never guaranteed. So try to make the best of each day. It's like everybody here has a different opinion about certain things. Because you disagree with my opinion doesn't mean that I hate you, and I can't say that you're really wrong. Because you know, there's so many things and so many different things that are involved. Some things we know about, other things we don't know about. So I reckon
yeah,
the only way you're gonna know the real truth, as I reckon, if you believe in the afterlife, something when you pass away, you might learn the true purpose of life.
might be a afterlife. I don't know. Like,
Who
who knows?
I don't want to get
You
into.
know.
I don't want to go back into religion too much.
No. But
Okay, I shut
yeah, let
up.
me no, you're good. Let me read or drip TV because it's something honestly, this is something that nobody talks about. Nobody talks about this. Uh, I've heard it like a very few amount of times on YouTube, but he said he's talking to Icy, but he said this girl was too gangster, and I'm from the projects, but she was doing the most. I couldn't wait to get away from crazy ass. God, we grown. We could curse here, man. We good. You can curse. And then I'm gonna read them too. I was ready to blink twice, like help me. Icy says, yeah, you having too much fun. So Aura Drip TV ran into his first ratchet woman in Southeast Asia. You know, if you don't hear about, we hear how good they are, but I've seen this personally. I've seen ratchet. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. You know, ghetto acting. I don't know, but yeah, they do exist. You don't hear about them. We either hear about, mostly we hear about, this there's a picture of almost perfection painted, you know, but they do exist. And we also hear of, the scammer. So it's either you're gonna get a scammer or you're gonna get this perfect woman, but there's a lot in between, you know. So or
I
you gotta
agree,
come
but
on and
there's no
tell
such
the
thing as a
story.
perfect person.
It's not, but there's the image of it being sold.
Yeah, I agree. There's an image.
Yeah.
In
He
other
said he
words,
got
when
stereotyped.
two people come together, it's about creating a better life together. And if no not both aiding you to the relationship, and somebody's creating more chaos than peace in your life, then you might not be right for each other. And you have to take your time first. You have to take your time first to make sure that person is right for you before you even get serious with them.
He said he's a troll. Who you calling a troll, man?
I'm not sure that who this MK Mobile guy. I don't think I've ever seen him before, but I
MK is
can't tell.
cool.
I can't tell if he's a troll because some of the stuff he's saying is way out there. I don't know if
Nah,
he's trying to be funny
MK's
or
all right. He's all right. He just thinks
Well,
differently. He just thinks
we're
differently.
looking
You know?
talking about Elon 6 bots. I don't know about them, but if you look in
Well, I'm
Japan now,
looking
you
forward
got people, you got Japanese men actually
Sex bot.
marrying them sex bots in
I
Japan,
want to ask
actually
Icy a
marrying them.
question. I want to ask
It's
Icy a question
crazy.
because I keep seeing this. I want to ask Icy a question because I keep seeing online about the birth rate in Japan being like dangerously low. Is
Yeah.
that true, Icy? If you still here, and do you need my help now? Because Japan, does Japan need
damn. Blizz gonna put
not
his cape
Icy
on real quick.
personally, not Icy personally, but the country of Japan,
Damn.
No, I'm joking.
Oh, it's
What I
funny, dude. Oh shit, that was funny.
what I tell a
Uh,
lot of men when they go overseas, if you go overseas leading with your wallet, don't complain about becoming a walking ATM machine.
exactly. You get what you ask for. You know,
Hey,
that's
I want to say real quick, shout out Kamal. I've been meaning to shout out Kamal. I see him in the chat. What's up, homie?
come on, yeah, he's in here. He be up in here all the so Ron Lawson, salute, bro. Sunshine Shoulders family.
The MK
Um,
Mobile person sounds like
because it's
he
not Filipino
really.
men that need help. Who needs the help? You think American men need the help more than Filipino men? You complain about the system in America harming men while living in the Philippines, seeing the way they're living. I've been there. I seen it, man. We like Cisco's been there. He's seen it. I don't know. Adam's been to the Philippines, but I'm pretty sure you've seen.
Yeah, many
Uh,
years ago.
you know what I mean? Like we know that side of it, the poverty.
And there was
You know
one
what I
guy
mean?
on here, I think 2 weeks ago. That guy, I think that
W.
he was like really like he told that story about he was really like, yeah, it's not like what you think it is down here, and like
Yeah, W
some
Secret to
horrible.
Success Vlogs. We've been there, man. That's what.
What
That's the part that gets me, man. Even though I like MK, I asked him the other day. He said, "Yeah, I live on the extremes." He said something to that effect. that. He lives on the extremes. He don't. That's the way he lives his life. You know what I mean?
Okay, wait. I wonder.
Oh, go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry.
And that's his view. That's
If you
that's
took
the way he sees things. I
Something
push
the
about
back,
MK,
but I'm not gonna shame him. I'm not gonna attack him. I do push back against it.
is MK from America? Is he American?
Yeah.
Okay,
like
so
He's been on
MK
the panel. He came on the
motivated in
panel
the
before.
Philippines.
He's
I
he's
mean,
welcome to come on the panel.
It
Yeah, he's
sounds
so
been
like
on
they're
the,
trying to suppress the message of the passport pros to protect America from collapse because they live there and it's a code.
so my question to him would be, let's suppose America's system collapsed. I'm going to assume pretty much 10 times out of 10, he's thriving off the American dollar and the disparity between the American dollar and the Filipino dollar, whatever that is.
I don't
Because
know.
I know I did when it, so if the system collapsed, and then that means the dollar collapsed. That means he's now living like the Philippines are living there. So does he not, MK, do you not see the, I guess the privilege or the advantage that you have as a result of being American in the Philippines, and that if you were to live like the Philippines, you would not be having such a good time. In fact, you
Yeah.
probably would not even recommend
That
going to the Philippines.
that's the
If
kind
you were
that's
a Filipino.
kind of what I'm saying is all right, American system is not the best system in the world. But
Economically,
if you were a local Filipino man, you know what I mean? You have your own issues to worry about. You know what I mean? Like you have a lot to worry about, man. You would probably want to be in America if you had to live like a local. Don't don't come up here. Maybe not everybody, but I'm pretty sure a lot of us would, man. You know what I mean?
he's saying
I
he's making
live like a
sure.
local. I live in a village.
Yeah, but you had also have a nest egg that you saved up in America. You
Yeah,
know what I
I had
mean?
to work hard on it,
Or
and if
but
even if
listen,
America
but
falls,
li-
I have other screens or things
but
to
but
fall back
listen,
on.
listen. This is what I'm trying to say. If you had to try to start from where you started from in America, living in Thailand or living in the Philippines, how much harder would it be? You know what I mean? You had to switch countries to be able to live this life that you're living. What I'm saying is, what about the local man in Thailand, the local man in Philippines that cannot switch countries?
They can't
You're
afford
no better
systems.
than him. You're no better than him. You just was born into a better situation. You
They
were
Exactly.
can't afford.
born in America.
They can't
Well,
That is
afford
to
the
the $600.
advantage.
They
to
can't
first
afford the $600. Hold on, hold on.
You were
They
born, and
can't
I'm
afford.
not saying you. Don't take it as saying you specifically, Adam. I'm talking broadly.
you talking
And
in general.
yeah, broadly.
I'm gonna say
So go
you
ahead.
specifically, Adam. I'm gonna say you specifically, Joe. I'm gonna say you specifically, Blizzard. I'm gonna say
Yeah,
me specifically, Cisco,
all
because
of us.
we all were
All of us.
lucky. We were lucky to be born in this situation. It doesn't mean it was all roses. It doesn't mean our life was perfect. But if you compare our life to the average Filipino, we are so privileged beyond words. And for as much complaining as a lot of these, I hear these expats doing about America, none of them would be where they're at if they weren't born in America. Most of them would be at the bottom of the bottom wherever they're at now, because they don't have what a lot of the people local where they're at have. They don't have that fight and that hustle. You don't learn that in America. Most people don't learn that in America. But I guarantee you, if you grow up in the Philippines, you grow up in Thailand, you grow up in Central America, you grow up in a lot of these other countries that don't have the privileges we have in America, you better have it or you will not eat. You better have it or you won't have a place to stay. We
That's what I'm
don't,
trying
most
to
of us
say.
don't learn that in the United States. We don't
That's what I'm
learn
trying
that.
to say. And I've said
Don't.
that before. It's like
Well,
I was born into a working class family in America. You know what I mean? If I was born into a working class family in the Philippines, where would I be right now? You know, do you recognize the difference? And that's all I'm trying to say is you have to be able to recognize that difference. So, born into a working class family, I'm able to take flights and vacations and go visit the Philippines. You know what I mean? Do you even recognize the plight that's around you?
Well, the thing is when you try to say, well, what happened if you grow up in the Philippines? First of all, that means that you would have been born in the Philippines, raised by the culture, their values and laws, and that is completely different from America. So, if I
Poor
was
is poor,
born,
though.
if I was born, if you're poor is poor, no matter where you live, you know, a lot of
I
those
disagree
places
with
are
that.
lot of places are considered third developing countries, what others call third world countries.
Would you rather be poor in America or poor in Philippines?
I'd rather be poor in America, but what I'm saying is
So
like
poor is not
No
poor.
matter
Poor
where I
is not
Where's
live in the
poor.
poor?
world, I
Where's
wouldn't want to
poor
be
is when
poor.
you're trying to say that it's gonna be some culture or some upbringing that's gonna make being poor better. You know what I mean? It's not. You're still poor. You know what I
Right,
mean?
but your quality of life is what matters.
It's a lot
It,
better
it,
in America,
it's a
but
lot better in
if I
America.
can't eat, it don't matter how. You know what I mean? Like
There's
it
nobody in
doesn't make it.
America.
It doesn't
There's
make it
nobody in America
better.
that can't eat. There's nobody in America
Listen,
that can't
listen to
eat.
what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter how damn good of a family connection I have or growing up in the culture if I don't got nothing to eat. That's what I'm trying to say. Because he's trying to say that if you're born in the Philippines, well, you're surrounded by this beautiful culture and you're surrounded by this and that. And it's like that. I
I
don't give
didn't
a fuck
say it
about that.
was a. I didn't say it was a
You're
perfect
going down,
paradise.
you're going down, you're going down that road as far as like, oh, the culture. And yeah, you can say that because you
You
know what I
got
mean?
food,
Because
you
you're
got
not
money.
from there. It's
What the
that's
bottom
everyday
line
life.
is, I wasn't born in the Philippines,
You wasn't.
so he's
That's the
sitting there
point.
making hypothetical
I'm not
scenarios
making hypothetical.
that's never going to apply to me.
I'm seeing
Yes,
somebody right now attack the country that they were born in, but not acknowledge the privilege that they got from that country.
The passport.
yes,
You know, they take
wanted.
flight
I
overseas
say
with their
even with the
privilege and not even acknowledge the privilege that they have, even though they live amongst people who are in dire circumstances. You know what I mean? It's like, dude,
Whom, by the way, would switch positions with them if given the chance to do so. Oh, you're this rich
dude,
American
like I
talking bad about
said,
your country. I want to
it's
go to
not.
your country. What are you
I'm not
doing?
aiming
even
that at you. I'm not aiming that at you. Joe. I'm pointing at the screen
even
like you can see me, but you know,
even with America having the problems that it has, America is still it's probably the best country for opportunities to improve yourself
Probably.
compared to other
yeah,
countries. You look at
there's some
other
other countries
countries in
out
the
there.
world. You have people that go overseas and they complain about America back in the home country, and you got other people that go to America and they
Yeah,
complain about their country comes from.
I wouldn't
You
show
know,
up. I wouldn't show up to the Philippines with only $100 in my pocket, thinking I'm gonna figure out a way to make it and feed my family. You know what I mean? Like
oh no,
none of us will do.
you have
None of us
to
will do it.
you or you can even go over the Philippines. You have to have an overseas income fall back on. You can't expect to make a lot of money all day. Could you start a business? Possibly, but it's a lot entailed in starting a business here. You gotta have your own. Not only do you gotta have an overseas income, whatever country you decide to live in, if you decide to move permanently overseas, you got to meet
Oh
the
my
visa
bad.
requirements. You got to meet the visa requirements that they require for the type of visa that you're applying for.
Yeah, it's like I don't like to attack people, but I will push back against people. I will when they're talking extremes. When they're talking extremes, I'm gonna push back, man. Like no matter what side it's on. You know what I mean? That's why I keep saying I'm not talking about you because I've never heard you talk that way. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm not taking. If I say anything, I'm not trying to argue against anybody here. It's just my own personal views, and each of us have, each of us different, but you take everybody in this panel. If we was actually in charge of a country, I'm sure we can actually sit down and work together and come to a compromise that benefits everybody to a certain degree. Some things, when it comes to choices in life, you either have to accept it, change it, or leave it. That's the only three choices you got. And when it comes to accepting, it means that you might be in the circumstances at that moment that you have to accept for what it is, because you're not in a position to change it. Sometimes when it comes to changing things, you're not in this particular time, you're not in that situation.
That's one thing that gets me, man. That's one thing that gets me is like people that they got their nose so stuck up in the air that they don't see what's really going on around them. It's like, man, you can't complain about. I know I don't want to get stuck on this, but you can't complain about the plight of the everyday man in America, but then move to another country and not acknowledge the everyday man in that country. That blows my mind, man. It blows my mind, yo.
And you know
No,
what it is? You know what it is, Blizzard? I think a lot of these people that are complaining about America, they're the people who are creating a lot of the problem in America because they're so self-absorbed, so self-focused, and that's the thing is that they really believe like I did it all myself. There's that moaning again.
Nah, that ain't on it.
that's a child. My hands are here. I'll be back in a second. It sounds like somebody's arguing outside. I want to see what's going on.
My hands
It's
are
a
here.
it's a distraction. It's a distraction. They're trying to
It's
distract us
the,
from.
it's the Matrix. It's the Matrix.
Oh my goodness! I don't know what Adam's got going on, man.
Nah, that's my grandson. I hope
Oh, that
you
was
guys
you.
are. Yeah, I hope you guys are.
Blame
I
it
hope
on
you guys
Adam.
are getting what I'm trying to say, man. That like, cause me, it's like I care about people. Um, I care about people, regardless of where I'm at, man. Like, I don't just care about Americans. If I'm in the Philippines, I'm gonna help Filipino. If I'm in Thailand, I'm gonna help the Thai. If I'm in like, no matter where I'm at, like,
Well,
Well,
and
that's because you have compassion, and I think that's a thing that is lacking in a lot of people in the United States is compassion, empathy. It's much easier for us to down other people and say you're the reason why you're not where you should be because you don't work hard enough or you're not doing enough. They have no concern about what that person's actually going through that might be
you talking
causing them to be
about
in the
your
position they're in.
bootstrap.
What'd you
I
say,
mean,
Joe?
yeah, I just said pull
Well,
yourself up by your bootstraps. That's the
Yeah, I
American way.
mean,
It's the American way
if you ain't got
is
no boots, you can't do that.
yeah. I mean, and then it's also how you start in life. It's also, where some people start at the very end of the finish line, or some people start very near the finish line. So it's like, wait a second, this is this is this is not as equal as you think it is. Now that doesn't mean that the person at the back can't get to the finish line. It might take them longer to get there, but in reality, most of them don't get there because they're so far away from the finish line they don't have any prospect of having freedom. Because maybe they were born into poverty, they don't have the education, the skills, they don't have the family help them put on the special pair of boots. So it's a lot of factors that go into having success in America. That's the
If
mindset that I speak.
only if only there was a program that we could come up with that would help with stuff like that. I don't know. We might call it I don't know, maybe I'll just throw some random letters out there. DEI maybe? I don't know. Crazy. Call me crazy.
I'm not. I don't know. You say it works. I'm not entirely convinced that it. I understand the reason behind it, but from what I've seen, it seems like it's like, oh, these people. It's like if I'm working for a position, I don't want someone putting me in there just because I have a black face and I'm a man or I'm a black man. Like I don't. I want to be able to earn it because if I get that job position or I'm in that college and I can't measure up to that standard of the college that I'm attending because they put me in there because I have a certain look that they're looking for, then that's not fair to
No, no,
me.
no, no.
Hey Joe, hey Joe.
DEI does not mean unqualified.
Yeah,
It
Joe, I
means
got some good
it
news
means
for
you
you.
have to be looked at the same as somebody else, regardless of your skin color.
Thank you.
That's something that people are getting out of hand with. You know, DEI doesn't mean I'm hiring somebody straight out of high school because they're black to run a damn Fortune 500 company. It
Exactly.
means I'm going to take into account. I'm going to actually take into account your pedigree, your accomplishments, instead of automatically dismissing you because you're not just black, not just gay, because you're a woman, because of disabilities. Like, it's not just like people have gotten that out of hand. They gotten that all mixed up, man.
And there's a reason why they got it all mixed up, because there's a
100%.
concerted effort to squash that program, because there's a certain demographic of people who do not want that. They don't want to have equality. They don't want to have diversity. They don't want to have inclusion because it takes away from their power. And so they're gonna mislabel and mischaracterize things, just like they did with BLM, just like they did with the term woke, just like they do with a lot of stuff. They take the true meaning of it and they flip it on its head, so that the average person who doesn't understand what it's really about will say, yeah, I don't like that either, that's not right. And that's how this stuff keeps going around and around and around, because there's actually people out there that are making this stuff look like something that it's not. And it it's too easy, because people just don't have the information at hand to really understand what it really is.
They won't seek out the information. The
I,
information is out there. They won't seek it out. They won't take the time
what's
to research. Like,
what's the
So part
sad
of the
thing
balance,
is
I could
what's the
also have a
sad thing
bias.
is the world isn't fair. The world isn't fair. The world doesn't really care about your problems, and that's the truth.
Right.
You have to try to make the best of what you can do and find people that uplift you in life instead of dragging you down.
And you can fight for the fairness, but there's no guarantee that you're going to get it. So, I mean, the way you guys describe DEI, that sounds reasonable. To be fair, I haven't really been in the workplace to even have a strong educated opinion about it. I'm just looking at the effects of it, some of it online. I'm like, okay, I'm not really sure. Maybe there's something to it, maybe not. But perhaps if I was like the 9 to 5 kind of person where I could be directly affected by someone else um, playing a role in whether or not I get to eat the next week or the next month or two, perhaps I would have a different thought process about it. Most likely I would. I don't even know because I just work for myself. So
yeah,
I'm able to exclude myself from it, but I need to be more aware that the vast majority of people don't exclude themselves because they can't. They have to rely on someone who doesn't look like them to hire them for positions that give them a decent standard of living.
damn, Aura,
So that's
my
something
bad,
to
man, my bad, Aura. I thought I added you to the stage, and I'm like, why he's so quiet? And then I looked, I didn't even add you to the stage.
It looks like my
Oh,
camera is frozen.
yeah, I thought you did that. I don't. I'm like, damn, how did he do that? But we can
I
still hear
thought
you. We can
I
still hear
thought
you
Adam
fine.
was doing like a George Floyd protest with that all black screen.
Yeah, we can
Can you
still
hear
hear
me?
you fine, Adam. For now, let me catch up on some of these chats, and then we're gonna listen to Aura and see what he got to say. Icy says, I don't mind followers. Don't get me wrong, we need them. Society needs them, but we need a good leader, not a pretentious one. I hear an echo somewhere.
Oh, that's probably me. Let me join back. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hear
we can
you.
hear you.
Am I echoing?
Nope,
No.
not anymore. All right.
Okay.
Let me get through these. Not a pretentious one. Ice on YouTube. Philippines. I won't forget you guys when China takes over America. hey, hey, fellas, it's been a very good live. Thanks, Blizzard. Keep them coming. Thank you, Ron. We will, man. Every Wednesday and Friday from now on. Every Wednesday and Friday. A lot wants the benefits of being a leader, but doesn't want to do what's right for the greater people. Yeah, he says, okay, now I'm trolling. Yeah, that was funny, man. My views were I live in a bubble, but at least you admit it. At least you admit it. Some people won't, man. Right? I mean, not tight. Pause. I recognize I'm hella blessed. Jasmine, Jamie, good afternoon. Welcome to the live stream. Appreciate you being here. What's up, Beach of Life? What's up, Jasmine from Icy? Right, America poverty is luxury compared to much elsewhere. Yeah, yep. Or Drip says, I was born into a poor, broken family and was homeless at one point. Trust me, you can still struggle in America if you don't qualify for any assistance. I had to make a way. Luckily, we do have opportunity. Yep. Jasmine Jamie says, I was born here in the Philippines from 70s, and all of my grandparents are all serving our country. And that time, our country is in the top 5 in Asia in the world. Drop the link. I'm going to catch up. I'm going to catch up real quick. Beach of Life says, people showed up in America with $100 in their pocket and made it. It's wild how much opportunity. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wouldn't do that. The reverse order. Anywhere, I wouldn't do that. You know. Icy says, don't take things too personal, my dudes. We vibe in no extremes. Majority of us are just getting by. Absolutely. Filipinos are always doing their best for their own family, though our government is working as well for the economy of our country, not just for people. No love for a fellow woman, Jasmine. Hello there. The sunset is live. All right. Hello, Icy. Try to catch this up. Exactly. Most of us know the common man abroad. As long as you're kind-hearted. Beach of Life in the building. Beach of Life is in the building. Welcome, brother.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up,
Beach of Life. What's up?
Yeah. I'm almost caught up. We have so many charities here in the Philippines made by our own government officials, but not all can cover everything. Yep. Lurking from the grapevine. Puss on Boots. What up, brother? Good to see you in here. We have a program for disabilities, but it wasn't taken care of by our government. The people had to do it, I guess. Mr. Abroad, do you believe DI hired the best candidate for the job? Who's to say who's the best candidate for the job, man? You can only go by the qualifications, man. You can only go by the qualifications, man. And what I believe DEI does is it lets certain people get into the conversation or into the room for the interview. It doesn't tell them you have to hire this person. You know, you have to give these people a chance, man. Like it's like the Rooney Rule in fucking football. Like people are against that still.
Just to build on what you said, it's getting people in the room. Here's the important part: who were historically kept out of the room. They were historically kept out of the room. So when he says, "Do you think DEI hires the best people?" Let me ask you this: before DEI was a thing, do you think all the best people were getting hired before that? We obviously know that that's not the case because we had a whole civil rights movement about that not too long ago. So DEI, all it does is it allows people to get in the room to interview who have historically been kept out. Who's against that?
I don't know.
I don't
know. But Beach of Life, man, welcome, bro. It's Beach of Life.
Hey, thank you.
First time on the panel. Like I always say, man, I appreciate this brother here. He was like one of the first people to ever shout me out.
Is this the Fresh and Fit channel? Am I on the right one?
Yeah. That was funny, man. Yeah. But I appreciate you, man. Like I said, when I had like 13 subscribers, this dude shouted me out, man. So
that's kind of my job too on Calvin's channel, is to promote the young up and coming channels, because as soon as he said it was okay to start shouting people out, I just start spamming people. So just come by the chat and, we'll do it.
Appreciate it.
Can I answer I was away this afternoon, but when I came back, you guys were talking about something that's kind of near and dear to my heart. Is when I first came to the Philippines, one of the first things I also noticed was how hardworking and humble these Filipino men are. They're average guys, right? And it kind of stuck me in the heart. Like, damn, I'm hella privileged and blessed to come from where I come from, be born and where I was born, and to see these guys that are no better than me, and oftentimes they're probably better than me, with their work ethic, their humbleness, their stick-to-it attitudes, whatnot. And you can't help but just, no Diddy, but kind of fall in love with these guys, and the way they do things. So yeah, it's just, I agree, yeah, I agree.
I think there's something to be said about that thing that people are I think somebody mentioned in the chat where I don't remember the whole phrase, but hard times make strong men, that whole slogan that you hear a lot. I mean, there is some truth to that, and I think you're going to find more often than not in countries where they're not as privileged as the United States that there are more hardworking people, because again, if you don't eat, you don't have a roof over your head if you don't do that. Whereas in this country, people are very fortunate that, like I said earlier, nobody's gonna go hungry unless by choice in the United States. I don't care how poor you are. There's always a place that you can go where they will give you free food, a place, to stay. It might take longer, in some areas versus others, but pretty much for the most part, if you want the resources, they are there. Whereas you're not going to find that in many other countries. So you got to be a hustler. You got to be a hard worker.
Yeah, the social safety net that we built in America is kind of bar none. I mean, if it catches a lot of people, it still lets a lot of people fall through the cracks, obviously. But the Philippines is not a country that has a strong safety net for those types of things. When you're talking about hundreds, like just a couple few hundreds of pesos per month, that is their welfare, and their social security for old people is like 1,500 per month or 2,000. It's like, you people don't understand, how people have to scratch together a daily wage every day. Like, if you don't work today, you don't eat today. Like, that's a big thing here.
And you
Yeah,
were
that's
talking
why
pesos. You were talking pesos, not U.S. dollars.
pesos.
Yeah, I'm talking pesos. Yeah.
That's
If you're a single mom and you need food, you go down to the DSWSH or whatever it's called. They'll give you like 600 pesos, 800 pesos per month. I mean,
Yeah, but
come
as a
on, man.
man, you have less programs that you qualify for. As a man, I would say, like, yeah, that may be the case for women, but me personally, I've been through it, so I know, like, you can get those same like, programs and all that, but you have to meet that criteria for the assistance, pretty much.
The criteria for assistance in the U.S. is actually constricting. They're trying to get rid of healthcare for people who are quote unquote able-bodied, and that's what a lot of the people who say, "Oh, if the new Trump tax bill goes through, some millions of people will lose their healthcare." But that's actually from Obamacare. Obamacare granted them the healthcare, and then the new restrictions are coming in and trying to squeeze those same people out. So one thing I don't like is if the government is going to open the door for people to come in, don't shut it behind them, or don't let a bunch of people in, then 4 years, 8 years later, 12 years later, shut the door. I mean, that's kind of ludicrous to me, but
that's what we're saying. Is like, that's the job of we've been talking about it for years and years and years. So what happens when a Democrat, 2028, a Democrat gets elected, and the number one job that they're going to have, because they're going to be mandated to, is undo everything Donald Trump did. And then the pendulum swings back and forth and back and forth. And honestly, I think it was the last election when you started to see foreign governments starting to get mad about this. Like, we can't rely on the word of the United States, because every 4 years it's gonna change. Making promises that you can't keep. But That's
There's a
America.
book. There's a book. I forget who wrote it. I read it in econ in college. It's called "Our Money, Your Problem," and it goes into the idea. You know how the U.S. has a stranglehold on the financial currency of the world. You know, we are the world's reserve currency, and the problems that we create via our financial missteps create problems in and around the world. So the book basically details, like, you know, it's our money, but it's your problem. So nowadays, when you were just saying to your point, you know, these other countries can't, you know, get down with what we're doing because, you know, 4 years, 18 months, you know, 8 years later, it's going to be different. So, you know, we're just a mess, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the other thing, is like, you can't blame it on just one party. It's both parties, man.
It is. It is.
Because I like to say a majority of Americans, maybe the number is getting smaller and smaller, but we're in the middle. We're in the middle. We're not extreme. You know, I'm not an extreme leftist. I'm not an extreme on the right. Like, most of us just want to be able to feed our family, you know, make a decent living. We don't want to be out in the streets marching every time somebody gets mad enough, you know, to try to force us out into the streets and fucking march against somebody. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling, but
No, there's a
to
lot of
me,
weaponization of politics, weaponization of hate, weaponization of rhetoric. You know, and the media is really complicit in that the last few years, as far as I'm
Oh
concerned.
yeah.
But
Oh yeah. Yep.
there's just
oh, you mean to tell me you're not mad about this thing that I'm mad about? What's wrong with you?
I
You know,
probably
like-
am, but like you say, Blizzard, all the time, there's too much nuance, man. There's too much middle gray. And it's the extreme sides of the debates where people get lost. You know, it's like, no, I can't listen to that because you lost me at the very beginning. You know, it's like, or the other side, like, man, you lost me because of this or that. It's like, that's what I was thinking before. It's like, I think this Gen X, this pragmatic generation that we have, you know, Blizzard, you and I are the same age. And I think that it's going to be guys like us who try to make sense of the middle and bring people from the extreme sides into the middle with just coherent arguments that are not based on emotion, that are pragmatic in nature, that can solve problems if enough people get on board with it. That's why I'm big in free speech, because we need these extreme viewpoints in the marketplace of conversations, so we can hear what that sounds like, and we can know, hey, that doesn't sound right. You know, so that's why free speech is big, man. I'm a free speech absolutist. You know, I don't care what kind of outlandish shit you want to say. I support and I've defended your right to say that, and it's for a reason, not because I don't like you or, you know, or I do like you. It's because, you know, those voices need to be heard, even if they're extreme, because they inform everybody else. Say, hey, man, that's something I don't like. And, okay, well, if it's not what you like, let's talk about it. Let's just not go throw rocks in the streets. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
get
but
something
also
done.
the truth is getting harder to, you know, identify. Like, they're using the media to hide what's real and what's not real, you know.
Was
Yeah,
that
you
fake
gotta.
news?
Yeah, well, it's everywhere now. Like, you know, it's hard to watch the news now. It's hard to watch, especially somebody's echoing. I don't know who that is, but it's really hard to. You have to work in either to get your news nowadays. You know, to get your information. You know, you got to check
Yeah.
it 3, 4, 5, 6 sources of information. You know, you can't watch these major networks because they're not news. They're not reporting news. They're telling you what to think. They're giving
Mm-hmm.
you their opinion. You know, and it's sickening. Like, on both sides, and it's both sides. Don't watch Fox News. Don't watch CNN, MSNBC. They're, you know, to me,
And
it's all
that's
the same
and that
shit. To me, it's
one
all the
thing
same. You
one
know,
thing I wanted to say is Like that's what I was speaking on. Like they were criticizing when Biden wanted to basically call the National Guard, and then but once Trump said it, you know, the same lady that was Biden, like you know, congratulating Trump.
I think your mic went out, bro. I think your mic
I'll,
went out.
I rarely watch the news. Anything that's important usually gets to me sooner or later.
Yeah, I think we lost Aura or lost his mic. Yeah. Let me get some more of these comments. Jasmine Jamie says, as we work hard, we even work overtime as much as we can just to finish the job. Yeah, we know that. We know. Yes, we are the average people. And that's the thing that I'm trying to get my brethren to see is that we're average people. You know what I mean? We're average people who go somewhere else and become privileged people, you know? And I think it's important to remember that. You know, I mean, some of us are above average, some of us are below average, but come on, collectively, you know, we're just average people, man. I don't like that go abroad and live like a king shit. Like who wants to be a king, really? Honestly, I don't want to be a king. I'm a regular person here. I want to be a regular person when I go over there too. You know, and I think it's those guys to live like a king guys. You know, it's sad to me to see people who don't have it's almost like it's not they don't have situational awareness. You know, if you guys are getting me, you know, I could take my average ass, my like I said, my working class ass to the Philippines and live like a king if I wanted to. You know, I was
Yep.
making, I'm getting $1,000 or $1,200 a month Social Security. I can't survive in America on $1,200. You know, but I'm gonna go over to the Philippines and get a big head. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Or are you gonna go over to the Philippines and be humble and be the same kind of person you were when you were living in America? But now you're just happier. Now you're less stressed. Doesn't mean you're better than anybody. You know what I mean? Like it's baffling to me. I'm still trying to get my head around it, man.
I
Like
tell
Icy
people,
says, human beings fascinate me.
I tell people when they go overseas, keep your expectations realistic and within your budget. You know, not everybody is the same, and how much you spend monthly is determined by the lifestyle that you want. You know, you determine how much you spend. Like like me, I live in a middle class home in Thailand. It's bought and paid for. Did I afford nicer things? Yes, but in the reality, do I really need it? No.
I don't know, man.
I
I
think
just want
those people who change, who make the $1,500 a month in America and then go to Philippines and I'm living like a king. I think it's a testament to their character. So they was always that person, regardless of what financial position they was in. They just didn't have the means to showcase who they really were until they got into a situation where now they can basically behave as if they're making $15,000 a month, as if they were in America. Then you get to see, and they get to see, more importantly, who they really are in relation to money.
yeah,
Money changes people. So
yeah,
you have a lot of people who have nothing, and they're the ones that say, you know, the rich people are evil, this and that, and all this other stuff. But it can be those same people who are living below the poverty line here in America who go into Brazil or Philippines and behave as if they're the rich assholes that they say should be prosecuted for being richer than they are. So they become the people that they hate. And so I think that's a
exactly.
mirror of their own conscience, of their own character, their own morals. That's something they have to deal with between them, themselves, and God, if they even care at all.
I said that before. Your average man in America, you go overseas and then you become part of the class that you couldn't stand and
Mhm.
while you were in America. You know,
I don't know
you
what's wrong
become
with
that
that.
guy. You become that guy that you were saying wasn't paying his fair share in taxes. That's you now. You know,
I don't think we
Yeah.
can be that class, though. Honestly,
not
like
that
if you,
you know what I'm talking about. Not I'm not
because there's a
saying you're.
difference.
They have oligarchs in the
Uh,
Philippines, but
up to you.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between a foreigner
Tell
coming.
me money, my
You got to mute.
go ahead,
There's a
I'm
difference
muting.
between a foreigner coming overseas and having a high income, and someone who is native to the land having a high income and high status. Because a foreigner with high income does not come with high status. There are people who have less money than you and I in the Philippines that have 3, 4, 5, 10 times the status. And in America, that's you, we don't have that kind of status unless you're super rich. So I don't think it's really possible to become like that guy that you hate in the U.S. by coming overseas, because you will never be able to obtain that status. It's just not possible.
Well, I think it's the illusion of that status. So I think you might have a
Yeah,
point. I haven't
that I agree
traveled
with.
enough
Yeah, the illusion of it will get into your
to
head, and you'll think that you're top dog. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for
because
sure.
especially you can't speak the language or you're assuming I'm American. I get it. I'm American. I got a passport and I got money.
closed door.
And I think there are some circumstances where it gives them the impression that they are a part of. Oh, I'm a different class now. I'm moving, but they don't know that the locals look at them as average or not, and not as the way that they see themselves. So they might think themselves, oh, I'm up here, but the locals might say, oh, you're pretty much where we are. You're middle
Mm.
class, but you can go to another country thinking you're upper class, but you're not. I mean, there's a lot of factors involved. It's more to status than just money. We know that. But I was just speaking to how a lot of people, when they come off the plane, they realize their money goes much further. So they associate that as a different class. But we know that not to be true, even here in America. Because you can be broke and be very famous, and you can have a different status than someone who has a lot of money but doesn't have the same. There's different ways. It's more nuanced than just money. The more money you have, the more status. It's not quite that simple and cut and dry in this country. I don't know why we think that it's cut and dry in a different country.
Maybe
More,
because in America we equate money with status, and when
yeah,
you get off the plane and your income goes farther, maybe that idea conflates in your head, thinking, "Oh, I now have obtained status," but in reality, you're just living a better lifestyle with the same status you had before.
that's a great that's a great point. I was about to because when I went to Brazil, I never had this idea. I never felt like, oh, I am elevated in terms of class or status. It felt, and realistically, objectively speaking, I was much better off than I was than where I came from. But I didn't think that I was at a different status. So I was able to differentiate just because I like, I can get better quality food. I can live in a better neighborhood. I can live closer to the beach than I could here in America. But I didn't conflate that with I'm of a higher status. Like I don't know politicians. I don't know any famous people there. I don't know how to speak the language. You probably should have to know how to speak the language at the very least before you can even think about rising up the ranks of class and status in that country. Just like someone can come over here and be rich, and it's like, okay, but you don't know that you can't speak our language. You don't know anybody who knows anybody. Who are you? Okay, you got money, good. Good for you.
Yeah, I
You have a
think
better life.
that's what I was trying to articulate. I know I couldn't get it out, man. It's more the attitude
The
and
attitude.
the yeah. For me, it's more the attitude. I know you're not making laws over there. You're not if you're not really influencing culture or anything like that. But it's the attitude and that I kind of think that's what kind of bothers me about it, man. Like
Well, it's like when anybody
it is
comes
what it
to
I,
is.
me,
I mean,
I think that's
to each his own, but to each his own. But
I think that's what's wrong with a lot of people that go overseas. They don't take the time to work on themselves or do the research about the country they go to. They go overseas thinking that because they have an American passport, it gives them these special privileges. They look down on the other people that are less fortunate than them. They always condescending, pointing fingers and stuff like that, instead of accepting things for what they are. You know, accepting the culture, the life. And if you're in a position, if you overseas and in a position to help others, help people when you can.
Yeah, I don't think it. I don't think it's a lot. I'm not saying that every expat is that way or even every vacationer is that way, but the ones that you can see them, you can see them and it sticks out. It really does stick out.
Talking about the passport bros, the majority of them just go overseas to have fun on a holiday and then they come back to the home country. Only a few of them are.
No, those are sex packs.
Yeah, I was just saying it in a nicer way. Usually, instead of saying what you say, I call them rent a girlfriend.
Yeah, because the passport bros, man, is just that's another term that everybody has their own definition of it. Sex pat, you really can't twist that up and make it mean something else. So passport bro, like I said, who knows what
let
that
me push
really
back
means.
on the sex pat thing. Can I?
Go ahead, man.
All right. Now let's just play devil's advocate here, right? Because I know what you mean. I do. But I want to just throw this out there. If you're in America, you're an American citizen, you leave your house, you're a man, you leave your house. What is your objective for that day? If you're single, you're looking for a mate, what is your objective for that day? Not only objective, but what's on the list? May I meet someone? What about that girl that's at the grocery store that I always be looking at? You know what I mean? Are you a sex pat every day of your life? See what I'm saying? It's like we got to be careful
I have been.
You see what I'm saying? We got to be careful with the idea of labeling men sex pats for trying to have sex. It's like I just don't understand, and I do know what you mean though, and I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, but I'm just trying to look at it a different way.
I appreciate that. So when I say sex pat, I'll be like very clear when I say sex pat. It's the guy that goes and stays in Angeles City on Walker Street, and that's all he does for the whole trip. I'm sorry. I'm gonna call that guy a sex pat. The guy that only travels for sex.
The guy that goes there.
The guy that goes there
for bedroom favors.
It is.
See, now you created, you described a narrow definition, but then you closed with a very wide definition of that's their only focus is to have sex. But many expats, many Americans, and many foreigners that come here and they just travel around the whole country and dating around looking for that one, right? By your definition, they're sex pats. You see what I'm saying? It's like, we should be careful with labeling men sex pats just because they're traveling for sex.
I reckon it's more where they're exclusively paying for sex.
I just don't like the term at all.
Sex pat.
It's just one of those things.
Some people kind of has a negative connotation back home. They might not even be able to find a partner back in America.
That's true.
They don't want to they come overseas and they don't want to deal with a serious relationship. So
But I use that term expat to differentiate from passport, bro.
And that's
you got to define things.
Pushed upon you. Yeah, and that was pushed upon you, Blizz, because people start mucking around with the definitions and you're like, oh wait, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. So then you got to throw a different term out there so you can subdivide the definition that they got wrong, and it's like, see, and then we get into this whole semantic argument, right? It just gets wild.
Well, so, I mean, that's a person's
person's prerogative,
Prerogative.
Absolutely.
You do whatever how you want to. I've always said that.
You do you, boo-boo.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to shame anybody.
You can go overseas and make choices. choice is different from somebody else, but you have to accept those consequences of those choices. If it leads to something bad, then who do you blame?
Yeah,
You're the one that chose to do that. You know, you never
like I said,
know. Might be somebody that has a magic wand that magically fixes everything and everything just goes right for you. But most things are based on the choices you make, and that's the sad thing about it. When it comes down to it in life, Father Time tumbles all.
no,
No
I say
accepting
I say this.
excuses.
I say this. Every man doesn't. Every man isn't searching for a wife. You know what I mean? Like every man's not searching for a relationship. You travel for whatever reasons you want to travel. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna shame a man for traveling for sex as long as you're doing it within the law. Do whatever the hell you want to do.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
what most people don't realize is technically it is illegal to have prostitution is illegal in the Philippines and Thailand. It's just they overlook it. It's actually illegal there, but
Okay.
they overlook it.
So if you get arrested for prostitution, you own it. If you get taken advantage of, if you get robbed, you own it. Is it right? No, no. But if you put yourself in that in that position for that to happen, you
I
gotta own it. If you marry the wrong woman, though, you gotta own it. Whatever you like, because I know you're gonna say guys should be searching. I don't know you're gonna say that, but I think I've heard you say it. You know, find the right woman,
that's
marry.
for the
That
ones
stuff.
seeking long-term
Yeah.
relationships overseas. But it difference depends on why you go overseas. But it got me thinking
I
about I
don't think it
can't.
matters at all. Short term relationship, long term relationship, finding it at home, finding it overseas. I think what all it comes down to is your attitude and your behavior. That dictates what people see about you. That dictates what labels are people going to put on you. So if you have a good attitude and you're acting right, and like Bliss said, if you're within the law, nobody should have any problem. You shouldn't be under any labels. You should just be living your life. Just that's really what it comes down to
Well,
is behavior.
that reminds me. I think the last time I was on live, there was a guy here. He was talking about he'll get drunk, take the girls back to his apartment, and he winds up getting drugged, and robbed. He said that happened to him on multiple occasions. And I said,
Yeah.
what is the common scenario within that problem? It was him. He was making the choice to do all that. And he says that how many times did he say he got drugged and robbed in different countries
I
overseas?
think he said like twice. I think it happened to him twice, but
I was
yeah,
thinking it
that's
was
on him.
more.
He can't then that's the thing. He can't turn around and then say, you know, these women are horrible in this country. They'll rob you, they'll scam you. You know what I mean? Like, no,
He
bro.
went to the
Scammers
area to
everywhere.
pick up this type of woman.
You put yourself in that situation.
And that's where it goes back to where I'm saying a lot of the people a lot of the horror stories you hear about overseas usually come from men that made poor choices.
Yeah, but and that's why, like I said, I'll call him a sex pat. I'm not saying that. I will say that, and
Well, you got
just to
sex pack,
differentiate
you
what
got
you're
all kinds.
doing. It just for me maybe I'm not seeing the harm in it, and if there is, somebody speak up, and maybe I won't say it no more. Maybe I will,
But
but
it's the truth, isn't it?
you know,
Because if they're going to like a Colombia, which has been shown people are having a lot of problems going there for that particular reason,
yeah,
then you can't say, in my mind, when I think they're labels, I get it. I get what he's saying. He said we shouldn't put labels on what, but the reality is that as human beings, we do. I see
no,
you're a
no,
white
but
guy with brown hair. I see him, he's a black guy, and I'm gonna labels, okay, and
Yeah,
then you
I'm a
get
bald guy.
no, but this is what I'm saying though. This is what I'm saying. Like they are literally sex pats or people who travel specifically for sex. The guys that go to Sasua for 3 or 4 days, they
yeah,
fly down there, they stay in Sasua, they sleep with these women, and then 2 or 3 days later they fly back home. They go to work. You know what I mean? The only reason they traveled was for sex. You know what I mean? That's a sex pact.
Now,
And
pause. Now, what about you live in California or in the Midwest, and every summer you go down to Florida to Miami to sow your oats for
That's
2 weeks.
called the
And then you
hookup
come back.
culture.
no, it's not. No, it's not. If you're buying
I'm just trying
prostitutes,
to.
no. If you're buying prostitutes, we just gonna call you a trick,
That's
a
you tricking.
John.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
And it like that's what we call. We have a word for it here. You just not. It's just when you get on a plane to do it and you traveling overseas. It just the wordage changes, but the action and how I view it is the same.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
mean,
Now I'm
Now,
getting
you're a
somewhere.
trick.
Action is the same.
what technically is cheaper, finding a prostitute back in your home country, or buying a plane ticket to fly overseas and then have to pay to come back over, rent a hotel,
It
rent a
depends where you're
girlfriend to
going.
go back to your bedroom and all that? I reckon it
Depends.
mainly depends on how desperate somebody is.
Well, if you're
If
only
you
doing it
tricking,
for one woman, if you're just doing it for one woman, then it's probably going to be a wash. But you can go overseas, do that same thing, rent that room for a week or whatever, but then bring multiple women in. Instead of paying $1,000 a night in Las Vegas, you spend $1,000 to get overseas, get your room, and then you just bring
Most of
shuffle.
most of the girls back home don't even deserve me buying them a Happy Meal, much less
don't
spending
say that.
$1,000
Don't go
on.
there, bro. Somebody gonna have to call me Whoopi
They're
Goldberg
still
again.
now.
Like,
Now,
come
when
on, man.
there still are good women in America, I'm just saying they become harder.
Yeah, we
There's a lot of women. There's a lot of women in America that I don't qualify for, and you don't qualify for. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Sometimes I'm happy for that.
I might be a 5. You know what I mean? I might be a 5. I'm gonna date 5s in America.
and also,
Absolutely.
like the reason why they're
5s or
going over
4s.
the reason why they're going overseas and spending a lot more money than they could just going like say around the corner, right? In a hotel, and it's like it's cheaper, it's easier, it's right in your backyard. They also do it not necessarily for the sex. It's for something that intangible thing that these women bring to them that they might not get back even with a worker that's here in the States. It could also just
Yeah.
be an exotic quality. It's something new to me. It's something that is I don't see around me. I want to go. I'm willing to go halfway across the world to see and get something different, and I wanted to spend more money to experience that. So some men, that's just what they want. They've never had a Latina, they've never had a Filipina. That's what they want, and they're not going to get it here unless they go to a specific city somewhere in America. It's like, why do all that? Just go to the country where they're at, and then get your rocks off here with the Asians, the Japanese, the Thais, whatever you like, and then get multiple of them and come on back and say, I went to this country. But yeah, I agree with Liz. They are what they are, sex facts. And I don't think they shy away from it. They admit it.
That
Personally,
goes
I don't go for
back.
that reason. I think it's too expensive to spend all that money just to go for women. Because women are going to be everywhere I go. But then again, I've never
Damn,
had
I'm
issues
way
with women
behind in the
there.
chat, man. I'm like
I
18
think
minutes
that
behind.
I think that goes back to what I was saying a while back. I say I don't think men truly mature until they stop allowing that banana control their actions.
Yeah, but is
Say
that
that
fair to
again.
say?
I don't believe a lot of men do not mature until they stop allowing their banana penis control their actions.
I agree.
A lot of
I
people,
completely
a
agree.
lot of men are so desperate for companionship and sex that they will ignore the red flags.
And if they never had it though, if they've never had it before,
So
can
like,
you blame them for wanting it and going and taking those measures to acquire it? Because you can say, well, you're desperate for it, but if you're someone who's had it all your life, it's easy for you to say, oh, it's no big deal. But for someone who really wants to experience it, you can't really take that away from someone,
wait.
can you?
Wait, what? What specifically are we talking about? Had it sex?
You
That is,
had sex
yes,
with
if they
multiple
want to
different
feel like,
women and stuff.
if that's what they want to experience, then it's their right to do it as long as it's consensual. But is for someone who's already had it, most likely they're the ones saying, "Oh, that's forget about it. It's no big deal." But it's kind of like a millionaire who has a lot of money who says money doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, you can say that because you're a millionaire, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It comes and goes. Yeah, but you're still rich, right? You've had that experience. You got to see what it's like to have the fast cars and and the Rolexes, you now know that it doesn't mean anything. But that man behind you who wants what you have and wants to experience it, he 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 has the right to want to experience that. You can't just tell him
Yeah,
forget about
I
all
guess
that.
so.
You need to focus on other things. Yeah, but you didn't do that.
I said that before.
You
Like I sometimes I gotta remind myself that you know there are people that are less fortunate in sex area. There are men that don't get sex in America. I agree. I don't think it's as, excuse me, guys. My grandson is
Bless you.
didn't?
bless you. My
Bless him.
grandson keep waking up,
I
man. That's why I
lose.
keep on black screen.
Don't worry about it.
You
Just like when my dog was scratching, things just happen. Some things you just don't have control over at the moment.
In other words,
He's
some men
sneezing.
they just want to get it out of the system, whatever that looks like. They want to become a millionaire, and they find out when they become a millionaire, oh, it ain't all it's cracked up to be. So be it. You had that experience. You never had these kind of women that you had that you saw in the Playboy magazine. You want to have that fantasy and experience it. So be it. Then when they have it, they realize, oh, okay, I've been there, done that. Now let me start a family. So you may be further along in your evolution as a man and manhood, but someone else behind you may not be there yet because you wasn't there
Yeah,
yet.
I
You had
agree.
to
I agree
Or
with
have
that.
never been there.
or have
I
never
But
think
been
you
Blaze has
got
mentioned this a few times that there are guys who come over here in their 50s and 60s and late 60s, early 70s that haven't had a girlfriend for 30 years.
Oh,
And
geez,
they
man.
and they're missing that time that they had when they were younger, and they want to
you
experience that again.
you have to be careful because you got a lot of men that go overseas desperate, fall in love with the first woman that paid attention to them, rock their world in the bedroom, and they ignore the red flags or any past history have without really truly taking time to get to know that person. Then they wind up getting married. Then they wonder why they're miserable. And if you look online, you'll see there are homeless foreigners living in countries because they made their own choices. Not all, but a majority of them.
That's kind of first day of school stuff, though. I mean,
Yeah, but some I
Some
don't know if it.
what's first
I know
day for
somebody
you
had
is
pushed back against me one time, and I had to go with it because obviously I don't live overseas. Somebody said that stuff doesn't happen as often as like we may think it happens. I don't know. As far as the foreign,
I think
as
it's
far
a
as the
smaller percentage that
extreme,
become homeless.
yeah.
can you
I'm gonna
answer
Yeah.
chosen one?
where's
He-
chosen one?
He's
What did
saying
chosen one say?
he's pushing back on the sex pot thing,
Yeah.
and I'm
All right, here we go.
agreeing. I'm agreeing with him because just like I said, man, it's about your attitude and your behavior. And if you're okay with your attitude and your behavior, you're not being boxed in. Dude, who cares what labels people want to talk about? Just do you, boo boo. Just it's okay,
Yeah,
man.
he says
When
I don't like the word sex pack.
Well, in reality, all relationships, when you want to get involved in a relationship, whether short term or long term, it costs money. All I tell people is when they do that, is make a choice, accept the consequences, and make sure you invest wisely in doing that.
Yeah.
If you make a dumb choice and doing it with the wrong person, it can get you in trouble. You do it with the
Yeah.
right person, you might do okay. It's basically whatever happens, good or bad, you have to accept the consequences of your actions, and that applies to everything in life.
See, chosen one says, let me read it. I don't like the word sex pack. I'm not. Am I not supposed to date? Everybody does it, so everybody should love it. It's not a. It's not about. There's a difference between dating and prostitution, right?
Exactly.
And
Tricking.
stricken. Put says it down here. Dating is different than hunting, simple hookups, and prostitution. I don't. I don't know if I can't say that word now. I'm not monetized, so I don't really care right now. Even though maybe I should be practicing, but
I don't
if
know.
the goal is sex only, then yeah, that's the sex pack.
I don't have a super strong opinion on this because it's kind of a pointless argument to me. I
No,
mean,
it's just
it
defining things, though.
Well,
In other
yeah, and I mean,
words,
even defining it, the only reason to define it is so you can, have an explanation as to what it is, right? But my point is, who cares? I mean, if your goal is to go and have sex, so what? So what? To me, sex pet it implies a derogatory meaning, and that's all it is. It's just a way of making a derogatory comment about somebody's life choice. I mean, if they're going over there and they're having consensual sex with people, who cares? If they're going over there being abusive or they're taking advantage of somebody in
So
a way that is against their will, that's a whole other thing. That's not a
no,
sex
no, no, no,
pat.
no, no. So why can I call somebody a John or a Trick in America, but I can't call a guy overseas a sex pack?
You shouldn't be calling a guy a John or a Trick in America
But,
either. What?
but
What?
we
I mean,
do. But we
I
do.
know. I don't.
One, prostitution is absolutely illegal here in the United States. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
but
But
that's a
we don't have a
separate. That's a
problem.
separate issue,
so
though.
But
law, that's
we
like
don't have a
law-abiding
problem calling
citizen
somebody a
versus a
trick in
criminal.
America.
Yeah, but that the fact that it's legal or illegal is a different issue. But I mean, if somebody wants to pay for sex and somebody wants to provide sex for pay, that in and of itself, I don't have a moral problem with that. I really don't. What I have a problem with is the fact that somebody has to use sex to be able to pay their bills. That to me, that's the bigger problem. Why are you having to sell your body to go afford rent, afford food? You shouldn't have to do that. There's not a
So
lot of women that are prostitutes because they just love sex.
how is that any different than? Oh, I don't know if I should say. How is that any different than most people who?
If you decide to
Oh
go
boy!
that
Wait,
route,
wait, wait,
what
wait, wait,
I'm
wait,
just
wait, wait.
saying is you
Hold
have to
on, hold
accept
on,
the
sir.
consequences.
How is that
Let
any
Joe talk,
different?
please.
How is that any different than most people who go to work and prostitute themselves for a paycheck? What is it? What is it that someone who sells their body, isn't it the same thing? You're having to give your body, your time, your body. So the woman is doing the same thing. If she's a prostitute, then most of us are probably prostitutes in that respect. So maybe that's a whole different conversation.
I think the only difference is there's a cultural difference in allowing somebody to insert their body inside of your body than there
So
is
do I.
me going and building widgets on a conveyor belt. That there's a big difference there. There's a question of intimacy. There's a question of, you know, uh, my physical body being penetrated or penetrating some. I mean, there's a big difference. I mean, I see what you're saying, but you know, I think culturally, especially in America, we're hung up on sex.
Yeah.
America is one of the most prudish countries in the world. As much as we think we're, way out there, we are so prudish when it comes to sex.
Suppression.
I think we act like it. But
Mm.
Well, we act like a teenager that's getting it every day, but we're still a virgin. That's what we act like.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
let
I
me
mean,
read this
America
comment.
has been hit over the head with the biblical uh, moralism for a long time, and it's been ingrained in society. And like Cisco's saying, it's just a cultural thing where having sex for money is a taboo thing. You don't do that. But how dare you put your body in someone else's body? Why don't you contract your body somewhere else, like slave away at Amazon or Walmart or something like that?
That's the point I was
But
trying to
in
make.
other countries, they didn't get beat up the head by that moralism. It's just one of those things. It's the oldest profession, as they say. It's the old as the hills.
Well,
In, in a lot of
like
places,
for overseas,
it's not widely accepted though. It's not why it's tolerated. It's tolerated, but it's not widely accepted though.
What's not?
overseas, like in Thailand and the Philippines, a lot of those women do it because they can make better money by selling their bodies than if they were working hard in a rice field or something like that. Like a typical village here, a month working in a rice field, breaking the back, then over planting rice, taking care of the rice fields, earn about 10,000 baht. That's about 300. That's 300 US a month. Uh, When they retire at the age of 60, they get a pension of 800 baht a month, which is roughly $24. Who can actually survive on that? You know, that's why you see a lot of families that come together in close knit. It's because they pull their resources together to try to help each other out. Now, when it comes to more America, a lot of women that goes in that profession, or like OnlyFans or prostitution, they do have other options more available than the typical person from overseas.
Here, how about how about
Rose-colored
this?
glasses with Lord and Lady Logan. Hello, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Let me read this comment. Let me read a couple comments because I know I keep falling so far behind. And I think it's going to give us something to talk about also. Excuse me. Chosen wants to put some boost. That makes no sense to me. So if I meet a nice, beautiful lady and want to have sex, I'm a sex pat. Then he says, I'm not sure how you guys travel, but I don't travel to meet a bunch of dudes.
What are you trying to say?
I don't
We're not
either.
talking.
I don't
We're not
either.
talking about just meeting
Chosen
women. We're
one's
talking
saying,
about
I
just
don't go to
strictly
meet
going
dudes
up there paying for sex.
unless it's
That's
business,
that's your whole
unless it's
intention.
business, about money, or a good friend. Lady Logan says prostitution is actually legal in the state of Nevada and it has been decriminalized in the state of Maine. Now, I'm not for this, but to each his own. True. I'm an advocate for pay to play. Everybody wins. Nobody feels used. That's you, though, bro. That's you. I don't pay for play. I
If
don't.
that's
You know what I mean? I don't. And I can
if
say
that's
that. But that's what I do is not for everybody either. You know what I mean? So to each his own. I use the term sex pat. I didn't think I was using it as like a slur or anything like that.
well, that's a
But maybe
little term.
guys are taking it that way.
You
But
know, you knew
you
you was
know,
using that as a slur. Stop. You knew it.
no, bro, not at all.
Backtrack.
If you
Not at
decide
all.
to if you
I don't.
decide to take that route, accept the consequences that may follow.
But
That's
it
all
is
I'm
what it
saying.
is. If that's how I see it, I have the right to say it that way. People aren't gonna like it.
That's how most
But
people see it. I don't think it's just you.
but
Most people see it.
chosen
I
one
agree
just
with you,
said.
Elizabeth.
Chosen one just said, I'm an advocate for pay for play. You know what I mean? So if I call him a sex pat, am I wrong? If I call
No,
him a
just
trick,
because someone says they're an advocate for gay and lesbian people doesn't mean they're gay or lesbian.
I'm just saying.
Clever.
I get what you're saying,
I
but
don't know. That's kind of a
all right.
false equivalency, but okay.
Probably.
I get what you're
It
saying.
was off the top of my
You can
head.
be
I reckon
you
it
can be an
mainly
ally.
depends if
You
you
can be an ally.
Hey,
partake
Beach
or
Light, it
not.
sounded cool though, bro. It did sound cool though.
He's an ally. But I get what Chosen One is saying too. But like I said, man, if
Hey, Blizz,
when we're having these discussions, you you're trying to explain to people what things are. I don't know what to call them guys. You tell Chosen One, you tell me what to call you.
I think the thing of it is like I said, it's a negative connotation. Calling someone a sex pot, you're passing a judgment kind of on that person in a negative way that, well, they're going over there just for sex. By your
That's
definition, they are a sex pat. Okay, cool. But I think the bigger picture is this. I think I'm not a woman, but if I believe if you ask most women, particularly women who are prostitutes, if you could go and work 8 hours a day in Amazon warehouse, which isn't the most fun, because my stepson worked in one and it sucks. But if you could go work in Amazon for 8 hours a day and make, so let's say $100, right? Or you could have random creepy dudes have sex with you for 8 hours a day and make $100. What would you rather do? I don't
not
think a
making
lot of women would choose to have sex with random creepy guys for 8 hours for $100. They would rather go work in the damn warehouse as much as it sucks. That's
All
just
right.
my opinion.
money off.
That's the difference.
Do you
They're
think
not
there are
making
guys?
money.
Do you think there are
They're making
guys
money.
that call themselves sex pats? Do you think there are guys that call themselves mongers? Do you think there are guys who call themselves Johns? You know what I mean?
Yeah, there most definitely are.
No.
I just call myself Adam. I could care less what other people think. Long as I'm
Put
happy.
says,
and not
just a
hurting
different
others.
traveler, John Ray, nothing bad. Like I said, every time I've said that previously, I've always said, hey, I'm not trying to pass judgment on it. Maybe calling them that in itself is passing judgment on them. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out, man.
What if we take the word John or the term John and then the term
John.
sexpat? Aren't they really the same thing? And then to Cisco's point, isn't sexpat, doesn't that connotate a different, conjure up a different meaning for John in someone's mind if they use the word sexpat instead of John? Because if someone says I'm a John, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, you like prepaids. All right, cool. But then if someone says, oh, you're a sexpat, you're like, oh, no, I don't go around blah, 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 because it's got that negative connotation. I think can't we agree that that's basically the same word?
I think
it is
in reality,
the same word. In my mind, it's the same word.
Right. But then to Cisco's point, he's saying that there's such a negative connotation behind the word the term sexpat that may not be behind the term John.
I think it's
ultimately
because it's a power
who cares
dynamic.
Anyway. But yeah,
I think it's a power dynamic.
Fairly simple. It is
I don't
what
think
it
it's
is.
a power dynamic.
You might call it what
personally,
you want, but it's basically
the same
what it
thing,
is.
though. For me, in my mind, it's the same thing. It's just that you're traveling for that. You know what I mean?
But that's the point.
it.
That's why I say it's a power dynamic, because I think you're right. I think they really are pretty much the same thing, but the words themselves kind of imply different things. A John to me kind of just he sounds more like somebody who's being taken advantage of, in the sense that, these women are using him for his money. He's getting sex from it, but they're using him for his money. Whereas a sexpat is someone who's more or less using the woman for sex, taking advantage of her poor situation.
Unless he
That's
gets
not a John.
drugged and
That's
robbed.
not.
That's the
That's
picture
not
I
what a
get in my
John
mind.
is, though. But that's
No,
not.
no,
what a
I
John.
agree. But
That's
those are
not
the
what a
pictures that
John
those
is.
words put in my mind.
John has his face in the newspaper and the big prostitution bust too, and they say, "Hey, we picked up 5 Johns." That's a John.
What y'all call a John, I call a simple Simon.
No, I call him a trick.
John.
That's the word I use
John.
personally. That's the word we use personally. Here where I'm from, we call them tricks.
But Blizzard, would you say a trick is a put down to somebody? When you call somebody a trick, it's a put down.
Yes.
You damn trick. When you say if you call the dude, you damn sex pat, that's not a put down.
Okay, I'm happily married overseas. Does that make me a sex pat?
Did you go there for sex?
12 years. I initially went overseas for a lower medical costs. But and I tell you how I met my wife. My wife was my housekeeper in Brooklyn when I first moved overseas.
What are we talking about?
No matter what. Yeah, I talked about this before. I had a stroke, and she helped me recover without no expectations in return. So I decided to marry her, and we've been living happy ever since.
Well, I think the bigger thing is we need to call you a med pat. You're a med pat.
Yeah, no, but this is like this chosen one. It's almost like this simplest explanation you could give. Like I'm not simplest, but just like
girlfriend hooker.
Simple. He says, I have a girlfriend, you have a hooker, we still paying. Right? There are benefits you get from being in a relationship that you can't get from hiring a hooker for you.
Absolutely.
Like I agree.
And you have to acknowledge that.
But isn't a relationship just a hooker with a discount? Just kidding.
What the fuck?
No. I'm sorry. So we Lady Logan, I'm sorry. this is an open platform.
Inappropriate.
So
Inappropriate.
we just go with. I just go with
Well,
the flow.
if that's what he wants
So
to
this
believe,
is the
that's up
topic
to him.
tonight. So I'm sorry about
Me,
that.
I think
Hopefully
I
you're.
think a marriage is
Hold on, Adam. I gotta acknowledge the viewers. I gotta acknowledge the
okay.
chatters too. So Lady Logan, like I said, I apologize. This isn't the initial topic, but this is where it goes sometimes, and we just flow with it.
We all
And the guys in here, so I'm sorry about that. You're welcome. I would like a
Let's
female. I would like a female perspective.
yes.
She did talk about Nevada and Maine and all that. So
But if a
Yes, Lady
female
Logan's
comes on the
perspective
channel,
would
we're
be
gonna have to be
fresh.
more respectful.
I want to know. I want to know if Lady Logan would rather have sex with creepy random guys for 8 hours or work in an Amazon warehouse for 8 hours.
I don't know. She gonna answer that, bro. She married.
She's still be around creepy guys for the hours on Amazon too. I mean, what's
I mean, that's a loaded question. I'm just joking.
Put says, I see the point Cisco is making. Haha, interesting dynamics in the naming scheme. I see where it's coming from too. If I actually, not gonna say if I gave a F, but it's kind of like nobody's. This is the first time I ever heard somebody say, "Hey, that's offensive." So I got to take that into account. As far as sex packs, you know.
Lady Logan, respect. Lady Logan, respect.
Should I get offended because I was
She
called
answered
a
the question.
Pat?
Yeah, no, working the Amazon warehouse, and yes, I'm married. Lady Logan, but your perspective would be you know, don't worry, this is your topic. Med Pat. Yeah, so
Hey, real quick, Blizzard, can I say something? I meant no. I don't. Before anybody has any, thing to say. Hopefully, I didn't mean any disrespect by that, Adam.
I don't.
It's just a joke.
It takes a lot to get under my skin.
I did want to say a long time ago, congratulate you on you mentioned way earlier that you're happily married, you paid off all your bills. You mentioned some other things that, have been positive in your life. I just want to say congratulations on it, man, because you sound pretty happy. And I mean, I think that's all we strive for.
I had to really work hard for
He's a
what
good
I
dude,
had,
man.
and especially after having a stroke at the age of 29 and still continue working to try to create a better life. That was extremely hard.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
When you're fighting, when you're still having problems with blood clots and still trying to make it in the world, that's a very hard thing to do. I'll be honest with you, it's many days I just rather stay in bed, but I could stay in bed pitying myself. If I was able to get up, I get out and try to make the best of each day. I never try to let my medical problems control my happiness in life. And I say that with other people. People shouldn't allow people to control their happiness in life. Live a life that makes you happy, as long as it doesn't hurt other people.
Yeah. All right. So Lady Logan answers. She says, when I was 18 with a perfect 18-year-old body, I was offered the opportunity to work as a stripper, making insane money. I said no.
I know she feels good about that. Because I know there's a lot of women who make that decision at 18, and 30 years later, you're like, they still had that regret of ever having done it. Because the money, they won't even see it. It'll be like they made it and it's gone. They can't retire on it. So it don't hurt.
She says, thanks, Beach of Life, but it's 3:30 a.m. and hubby is sleeping for work. I'm here in my PJs with earbuds and I wake him up in our small apartment. Yeah. See, on my time zone. So yeah, it's 3:30.
Like how many of us would turn down making insane amounts of money at 18 if we wasn't attractive? We all say we wouldn't do it, but how many of us really wouldn't open up?
I know a lot of people that couldn't turn out insane amounts of money, doing worse things than just showing their body,
Sure.
Oh, in reference to OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah.
No, in reference to like selling drugs and street activities. So
I was gonna say the same thing, Blizzard. Yeah, I mean,
we shame women for what they do as if we can't do it. We don't have the opportunity to do it, but we say, "Oh, shame on you for wanting to make all this money for being an OnlyFans model." It's like you would turn down millions of dollars.
Subscribe to Beach Life, man. Subscribe to Beat Your Life, man. He's gonna put out a new video soon. Waiting,
Is he
man.
though? Is he
I'm
though?
waiting,
Well,
man. I'm waiting, man.
I live in a village, and most foreigners are not able to live in a village for the simple fact there the lack of amenities here, as far as to get things here than if you was living in a bigger
Hold on to
bigger
the new
city.
sausage. That's Beat Your Life, man. The new sausage on the piano.
I'm
Damn.
still here.
Damn, bro. Oh man, I don't know, man.
Ice
One
in the
day I'm gonna
building.
get icy up here again. It's been a while, but our timing is off. Lady Logan says no regrets. I'm living the life that I chose, and I'm happy. I've turned down a couple of opportunities that meant I'd have to sell myself out as a writer and author.
Ooh.
If I can't be proud of that, no. I agree, man.
I
But to the people that do, it is what it is, man. You know,
So I know
I hate
quite a
that.
few
I hate the
women.
fact that some people are forced into it. You know, that part of it I'm against. You know,
Some of them aren't even forced into in the way you would think. Like it's very direct to say, "Oh, I could have been a stripper." But what a lot of men don't understand is that a lot of very attractive women, if they have a dream, especially in the movie industry or anything entertainment wise, she mentioned writer, author, film. There's going to be something. There's going to be something they're going to be asked to do in order to get into those spaces. More 9 times out of 10. Now, whether or not they decide to take that deal, we all know what happened with Harvey Weinstein. A lot of those female actresses that we know and love did something that they're ashamed of, and that they come back and say, "Yeah, I didn't want to do it." Yeah, but you won those couple of Oscars. They gave up something to get to where they are. And a lot of cases, it's not just talent alone when it comes to women. So
I think
that sucks, man.
I think most decent women probably at some point in their life they've probably been propositioned by a man for
Oh,
sex for money.
I would
I'm
say
sure that's
all,
I'm just shocked. I'm sure that's happened to a lot of women.
all
And
of
you
them.
know, especially men that have more money, whether they're in America or living overseas, the more they have their life in order and have more money, I'm sure other women proposition to them to go back to the bedroom, give them a little extra money to send it.
I know a woman who
But
cried to me on the phone about how she had told me her movie script and everything. She went there, she was under the impression that, oh, this guy, he really believes in my dreams. He was gassing me up. And then he sat me down and said, well, why don't you, he said, why don't you put that silly script aside and just become a careful woman? And she said it just broke her spirit. So then she had to go in a completely different direction and do things in order to make her dream happen that a man would not have to do. He would get that support from that same man. But because she was a very attractive woman, it was like, no, you can't just be talented and skilled in this thing. You also have to be willing to give me something else in addition to these things.
I mean, I think we're finding out now that a lot of men had to do that casting couch thing too. So,
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, not as aggressively,
not,
not,
maybe
but
not,
yeah,
but I know it was probably not equal.
it's not
But
equal.
But again,
Yeah,
it goes back to that power dynamic aspect, and you can't. I mean, everybody's going through their own journey. I'm not going to victim blame, because somebody, they're looking for a way to feed their family. They're looking for a way to make their dreams come true. And here's somebody who has the power to do that, says, hey, I'll give this to you. I'll give the opportunity to you, but you're going to do this, this, and this. I'm not going to judge that person whether if they took that choice because I don't know what the hell they were going through. But I will blame the person who put them in that position because that was a power play that they put on that person, and they didn't have to
that
do that. They
well,
did it because they're selfish.
you don't have to blame that person, but I think that person should take some of the blame, man. That person should take some of that blame, especially if they weren't held down and forced to do it. They had an opportunity to walk away and maybe choose a harder route, but one that they wouldn't regret.
a harder route, but also forfeiting their dream and aspiration for the thing that they're going for. A lot of
Everybody
women,
doesn't everybody doesn't get their dream though, bro. Everybody doesn't get their dream life. If
But
you
when
got to
y'all
do
say
if you got to do something that's that traumatic to get your dream, maybe you shouldn't do it. You know what I mean? Like I had a choice. I had a choice recently, man. You know, either continue down this road that I wanted to go on, or take in my grandkids.
Is that the Dave Chappelle storyline? Like he was about to make it, 10 figure deal, but then he didn't want to sell his soul to the devil. Isn't that his story?
Yeah,
it
that was his choice, right? And he chose to turn down what, $50 million or something.
yeah.
10
Oh my
figure
How much?
something.
How much money did Dave Chappelle already have, though? It wasn't like he was some broke kid just coming off the street either. He could make that choice. He
Yeah, but
could
he
make that
wasn't.
choice.
He
But
probably only had.
there's people that choice is a lot harder for them to make. And again, I'm not going to blame that person. I'm not even going to start thinking about what uh, their guilt is in the situation
No,
before I
no,
look
no,
at the
no, 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 no,
before I
no.
look at the person that is actually causing that situation to be their reality.
But no, bro. What are you talking about? A pimp?
No, I'm talking about the
Or
executive producers. I'm talking about the people in power who are saying, "Okay, I'll do this for you, but you're going to give me this."
I
You
know,
know,
no,
that's
I
the
don't want to
person
do
you
it.
got to look at first.
Lady Logan just said she had that opportunity. She said no.
That was accountability.
She
She
may
made.
have had to struggle harder than she would have, but that's what she chose.
That was her
Chappelle
choice,
did.
though.
You know what I
That was
mean?
her. Somebody else may
That,
not have been in the position that she's in. She
but
may
that
have family around her that was able to help her. She may have had different options that were
I'm not
available.
victim blaming. I'm not victim blaming. But what I'm saying is that you have to take your role in whatever happens to you. You have to accept some of that responsibility. You know, you could have walked away, bro. We just finished talking about the poverty in America and the social safety nets, and this and that. You know, yeah, you had to feed your family, but could you have stuck it out and struggled a little more to get your dream done in the right way? Or did you have to forfeit your dream because we're not all entitled to our dream life
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
when
that
we want it, how we want it? You know,
right. But what I'm saying is, why is there so much focus put on that side of the equation, though?
it's
That's
put on
that's
both sides. It's put on both sides. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, if you're gonna blame the executive for taking advantage of that person, I get it, you know, but also put a little bit of blame. Not that you could charge somebody or you could make them suffer anymore. I'm talking about self accountability. I'm talking about self accountability. You're talking about
Some
maybe
okay.
the,
I
the
would.
executive. The executive is at fault for his role in it, you know, and so is the person that succumbed to that pressure, you know, because if you don't have a gun to my head, there's certain things that you're not gonna make me do.
some people make the wrong decisions in life because at that moment it was the better choice to make.
Yeah,
Not, not, not,
there's people that say I didn't want to lose my career, so I did it, and there are
Oh
people that
yeah.
would say fuck this career, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, but a
And
lot of men.
neither one of us necessarily wrong. Neither one
Yeah,
of us necessarily wrong
It is
yeah,
because
but
because
this.
you don't know what each of them's going through.
I just say
Yeah,
people have to
I
live
don't
with the
know, but I know that
consequences.
you don't get to just say I don't deserve to struggle or I don't deserve to have it hard, and then yeah, I don't get that. If I
I
put a
don't think
brick,
any of them said
if
that though.
if I
I don't
put a
think any of them
brick of,
said that.
all right, if I see you and you need you struggling, you're not dead broke. Obviously, you got some sort of means. Maybe it's not enough to survive, you know. And I say, yo, Cisco, I got this brick of coke, right? And you take it and you get caught selling it, I'm going to jail, but you going to jail too.
I'm not going to jail. I'm gonna tell on your ass.
You still gonna do something sometime like that. That like you doing zero time. That's no, you doing something.
I'll be under federal
You know what I
protection.
mean?
Well,
But you can't. You don't get to say that. You don't get to say, "Oh wow, I fell on hard times," and I shouldn't have to do nothing. It's all his fault. No, you're gonna do something. You're gonna go through at least
Well,
something.
if you,
You
you
know?
know what? Here's a great example. Cassie and D. Cassie gave us the whole, I didn't know what I was doing for 10 years. Turns out she wanted to do 90%. We only saw the footage when she was getting beat in the hotel. Okay, cool. That was bad. But all that other time she was with this man willingly by choice and then giving us the sob story that she just didn't know what she was doing for 10 years. That's a lack of accountability. Now you can say, well, Diddy is a bad man.
That's the comment.
Yeah, we agree on that. Cassie, man, I don't think she's any different than the man that she was dealing with, that she was trying to separate herself from. So they want to play the victim card and screw the for them and their purposes, whether it's financial, whether it's foregoing self accountability. I don't think that's right to do. Because then when you get exposed, we see like, wait a second, you wanted this, you enjoyed this, you sought this out because you thought your career was going to advance to this level. You made that priority. You
Leverage.
made it. You wanted leverage, and it didn't work out the way you thought it was going to work out. So
No,
now
I think
you
he's
want to
saying
get
that the executive has the leverage.
well, yeah. When you have any position of power, you're going to have leverage. How that man or woman chooses to use it, that's on them. That's between them and God in a lot of cases.
It's like in the Spider-Man movie, he says, with great power comes great responsibility. You
We
choose how
find out
you.
that a lot of people don't know how to handle that power or we misuse it. A lot of
A
people
lot
don't.
of people abuse it.
Yeah, it's true.
Most people. We
Lady
don't
Logan
even
says,
talk
by
about
the
it.
way, thanks for making me feel welcome here, but you should never apologize for your topics. These are important conversations. I just didn't want to impede anybody's ability to speak freely. Yeah. Well, the reason why is because I want you to be comfortable too here. You know,
I would argue most of us on here, if given that kind of power, would be as corrupt. We don't know that we would be. But when you look
maybe.
at the statistics of how many people who are in those high positions, the Diddy's, the Elons, the Trumps, whatever, we talk about Trump as a bad man. But if you was a Trump, if you did what you had to do to get $1 billion, there might be some things you would compromise on too. In a lot of cases, you would be the rare person who's a billionaire and acting like Gandhi. So you got a lot of people faking the funk. Oh, these bad people, but you would not be any different than most of these people who are in a position that you, if you was in that position, would behave in.
So it said, let me be a sewage maintenance worker instead. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have a right to be an actress. You gotta earn it. You know what I mean? It's like you could go do some other job, right? Or no?
You might
Sure,
start off as a sewage maintenance worker, but
nothing
use
wrong
that
with
as a starting point and try to improve
Yeah,
yourself the
but
best that you
just
can to get ahead. If you can,
start
not
off as a
everybody has the option.
sewage maintenance worker. But then the executive says, "Hey, if you want to be on this level, you got to do this sexual favor for me."
it.
And I think I would say, "Nah, I'll just stay a sewage worker. I'm good."
You think
You
you
know what
would
I
say
mean?
that? You think it? But if you had a dream since you was a kid, let's say, oh, you've always, and you had the talent. Everyone saw you going to talent competitions. You turned 18. It's your big break. You go into the casting office. You don't have any idea none of this stuff. You're then told, hey, we can break you, kid. We can break you to the business. Yay! But we just need one little favor. You're telling me
That,
that
that
you
sounds
can't.
like getting diddled
Wait,
by
wait,
the
That
wait,
I
wait.
could
Diddy.
turn that down? Yes, I could turn it down, bro.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying you're thinking that from the perspective of someone who hasn't made that decision, who hasn't had that dream of that kid who grew up and oh that boy he got a voice. He can sing, he can dance. But then you get to that critical point where you realize I need this person to get to that next level. And
Michael
you're telling
Jackson.
me, hey, yeah,
Diddled by the Diddy.
sacrifices. We saw what happened when he made those sacrifices.
I'm good, man.
He became the greatest pop star in the world, but at
I'm
what
good.
cost?
I don't know. That's just me. I mean, I've made some tough decisions. I haven't made $1 million decisions, but like that.
There is no dream that doesn't come
I,
without sacrifice. Even we might say, "Oh, that's a terrible sacrifice to make." To get, yeah, to us, but to someone with a dream who feel like that their dream is greater than the sacrifice, they're gonna make it. And I don't know if I can blame them for it.
I'm,
But there's a price to pay for it.
I'm not saying to blame them for it. I'm saying is you had a choice, unless you didn't have a choice, unless you were forced to. So you don't get to walk out of that room saying, I take no responsibility in this.
I agree.
Well, in some countries, some people are enslaved into sex trafficking. They don't have a choice anymore. In that particular case, I can say they're more victimized. They
Yeah.
get out of it, receive help, counseling and stuff like that. And they
I don't
decide to
know.
go
Maybe I'm
back to
being
their life. They
insensitive.
have to make.
Hey, beat your life.
No, you're not being
Peace.
insensitive. It's actually it's part of the truth.
Oh, you out, beat your life?
Yes, sir.
Problem
I
is,
gotta
the
go.
truth is
I
very
really appreciate your
complicated.
time and
All right, bro.
thank you for
Anytime,
your
man.
platform.
You welcome up anytime, bro. Anytime,
So,
man.
Take
No
care.
worries. Have a
Adam,
green light,
Cisco,
man.
Joe, Blizzard, peace out.
Waiting on that
All
next
right, bro.
video, bro.
Yeah, man. All right, take it easy, bro.
Later, brother.
Later.
Yeah, Beach Life a cool dude, man. Well, like I don't know. I'm thinking of. I know we're beating this down, but I just want to make sure I'm kind of understood. It's like if you had the opportunity to walk out of that door without being harmed, you know what I mean? Physically, without being forced. I think if you didn't take the opportunity, you don't get to come back and say, I won't take any of any of the accountability for what happened.
Let me put it to you like this then. So
Mhm.
you're saying if you weren't forced to do it. In other words, like let's say if the person didn't put a gun to your head and say, you're gonna do this or I'm gonna kill you. You're saying unless you were in that situation,
Shoot.
you should accept some responsibility for happening, correct?
Some of it.
Okay, so what if I told you if someone put a gun to your head and said, hey, do this demeaning thing, do this terrible thing, or else I'm gonna shoot you in the head. If I judged you for doing it, because me personally, I would get shot in the head. I wouldn't do it. So you, even though yeah, you had a gun to your head, but you still chose to do it. Is it really a choice?
As a man wants to say he's going to shoot me. What is it that he's saying that he wants me to actually do?
You need to
The
be
worst thing you can, let's say it's the worst thing you can think of.
Well, it just depends. If the man, well, I don't know. I won't talk about it because I don't know how to say it without using explicit words. So I would think.
Let's say it's eating dog shit. Eat this dog shit right here, or I'm gonna blow your brains out. Are you gonna eat the dog shit?
Yeah, I probably eat the dog.
I'm.
I'll eat the
Okay.
I've
dog shit.
never.
Okay,
I've
well then
never
what I'm
given
saying
to
is you
threats.
got to accept the responsibility for eating the dog shit. You can't blame that guy with the gun. You chose to eat the dog shit.
Nah, I think it's different.
How is it
That's
different? You
That's
chose
totally different. That's
you're choosing to eat
totally
the dog
different
shit though.
in a
You had a
situation you can
choice.
walk away from, bro.
You can't walk away, but you had a
Choice of
You
choice.
can't
eating
walk
dog
away.
shit and eating a
You had a
bullet.
You
choice
can't walk
though.
away,
But you
right?
still had a choice and you chose to eat the dog shit.
Now, okay, I'll take your same scenario and I'll say, eat the dog shit or I'm gonna fire you.
Yeah.
Are you gonna eat the dog shit?
It
you
depends
got
on
to.
how bad. It depends on how bad of a situation that I'm in.
I'm not eating the dog shit. If
If
I'm
your
gonna get
kids
fired,
aren't going to eat dinner for the next week, whether if you don't eat that dog shit, you're going to eat that dog shit.
but we live in America and we were just talking about
That's
social safety nets. All the
you're adding,
scenarios
but
that
you're
we're
adding to
talking
the
about
scenario.
in America. No,
You're
you
adding
just
to the
added,
scenario though.
but you added to it also.
All I'm saying is that my whole point is that obviously we all have choices,
Yeah.
but look at how much time we spent on debating whether we should how much we should blame the victim in their culpability in the situation. How much time we spent talking about how shitty it is to put somebody in that position?
Because that's given. I think that's given.
You say it's a given, but
It's all it's
it's
given.
not. It's not, because that stuff happens all the time. In Hollywood, it happens all the time. In so many other places, it happens all the time. It's not a given. And the conversation that we're having, the people who say, well, they had a choice, they could have walked away. You're providing a little bit of cover for those people who are the people in positions of power who are putting these people in these situations where they have to make that choice. Because in their mind, it's like, well, they chose it. They could have walked away. I didn't do anything to them, because that's the excuse they use every time. I didn't put a gun to her head. She chose it. They're using the same argument that you're
But
using
hold on.
against their victim.
I get what you're
Uh-oh.
saying. I get what you're saying.
Fire.
And maybe you're making a point. But at the end of the day,
I agree.
we already know that the executive is fucked up. We already know that. Going into this conversation, I thought that was a given, that we know that. You know what I mean? The person that holds the power and the leverage, you know what I mean, is wrong. What I'm saying is that, is there any room for the person that's doing this unthinkable act, that's being forced into it, as you say, is there any room for them to take any responsibility if they could have walked away? No, zero. You're saying zero responsibility.
What I'm saying is, why are we focusing on whatever it is, that 1% of their responsibility, 2%, 5%? Why are we even focusing on that?
I say it because I tell men the same thing. For whatever your role, whatever part you played in it, you have to own it. You don't have to do it out and publicly. I don't say all that, but I'm just saying, this is not being taught to people nowadays. It's not. You take accountability for your role in the decisions you make in your life.
I have to agree with that. You have to take responsibility for the choices you make.
Maybe it's not all your fault. The breakup, you know what I mean? The child custody situation. That's how I say it to men. You know what I mean? But I think it needs to be applied across for everybody, man. Maybe the power imbalance was 99% to 1%. Take that 1%. Take it. Or if you get what I'm trying to say. I can't just say this to men, and I primarily only speak about the situations men are in. But this is something like I tell my daughter the same thing, man. Not this scenario, but take accountability for your role.
If it was a choice in the matter, I agree.
If there was a choice, yeah.
There's always a choice.
Because like I
Mhm.
said, I look at it
I
as
get what you're saying too, Cisco. But
I think, and the reason why I'm kind of focusing on it, because I think it's not so much this issue, because I understand where you're coming from, that the person made that decision, and whenever we make decisions, we got to deal with the consequences. I 100% agree with that. I think my focus on this is that, again, in this culture that we live in, we are so trained on punching down on the people who don't have power that we forget that there's people above us punching down on us.
mhm.
And to me, that's the dynamic that I have a problem with, is that we focus too much on the powerless. We focus too much on the people who are not in a position of power and what they're doing, and why don't they work harder? Why don't they pull themselves up by the bootstraps? Why don't they take responsibility? Because the people above us, we all think, well, it's a given that they should do it, but we don't spend the time, the lip service that we spend on that we do on punching down. And I think that's
That's
my problem with this whole thing, is
I
Nah.
that
think that's because some people are in circumstances beyond their control. No matter what they can do, they cannot change the outcome, even if they want a better outcome in life.
Nah, I get what you're saying, Cisco. 100%. I
Yeah,
get what
I
you're saying.
agree. I kind of agree with both of you, but
Yeah.
I agree with both of you. I see where y'all both coming from, and it's that's the hard thing about this world. It's not always easy to just find a right answer for everyone. Everybody will have their own wants and views and how they perceive things. You know,
No one
Yeah,
wants to
like
say that.
look at Lady Logan. She says, "No, I had no other options. No financial help when I turned down opportunities. I struggled. The detour is much longer and time consuming, but I've never been willing to give up on myself." Lady
That's
Logan
rare.
put says,
That's
"Lady
rare.
Logan, no regrets. Thanks,
I,
put smash the like button. Beach head, I missed that. Beach life, take care. What's the price? So everybody has a price. What's the price? For 1 million, 100 million. In a life or death situation, is this really a choice? Nope. Eat. I'll eat dog shit for 100 billion British pound currency for each of my family members. I'm talking cousins included. Yeah, I don't think you could compare a real life choice versus a threat against your life. Puts as Lady Logan. One would say it's do a choice, a scary one nonetheless. Damn it, I can't do this touchscreens typing. Uh, Lady Logan says you can walk away from the casting couch no matter what you choose, but you can't walk away from the gun in the same way. I don't see it as a choice because it's life or death.
I want to say
But
I want to say two
I
things.
totally get what Cisco's saying though, man.
Yeah, and I want to say two things. Number one, obviously, it's obvious there's a difference of choice between somebody saying, "Hey, blow me, and I'll give you this job," or you can walk out of here. And there's a difference between that and I have a gun to your head saying, "Blow me, or I'm gonna kill you."
Yeah,
Of course, there's a choice. The point I was trying to make though is that we're focusing on the person who's in both of those scenarios. There's a person who's in power and there's a person who's not in power, and instead of focusing on what the person who's not in power could have done differently, we spend too much time on that. We need to focus on the person who is in power. That's the problem that we have going on in this country, is that we focus on the powerless people. We're not focusing on the ones in power. And that's why all of us are in the position that we're in right now where, you know, we're stuck, feeling ourselves feeling powerless because we don't have the ability to, at this point, punch up anymore because the people who are in power now, we're talking billionaires. The difference between you and a billionaire, you can't even fathom financially what the difference is. You can't even you can't even wrap your mind around what it is. That's how far ahead of you a billionaire is, and you can't even focus on that because they're so far. It's like trying to focus on a planet that's in another solar system. It's out of sight, out of mind. Whereas the person that's standing right in front of you, they're an easy target. They're right here in front of you. So the point I was trying to make was not that it's the same choice, because it's not. It's that stop spending so much time focusing on the powerless person. Focus on the person in power. That's my point.
I mean, I get it. I don't want to punch nobody. I don't want to punch, I don't want to punch. Definitely don't want to punch down on nobody. But like I said, if I could look at that person, I would still. I honestly would support them, but I would still offer that advice. You know what I mean? I would say it like take whatever your role was in it. And I think that not doing that, like, and not just this scenario though. You know what I mean? I'm talking about broad, broader scenarios than just this one inappropriate sexual um scenario we're talking about. I'm talking about, if you lost your job, if you had a breakup, if other things failed in your life, you know, maybe you had a role in it. Maybe some of that you got to take on the chin. And the only reason I say that is that's because of that's how I live my life, man. You know, a lot of people spend all of their time punching up, you know, and a lot of people never look at their self and say, "Oh shit, I could be doing this different," or "I had this and that, this or that different option." You know,
And
they
I
spend
think
all their time looking up, blaming this. You know what I mean? And sometimes that you need to look inside. Sometimes you need to look inside yourself.
no doubt,
Also,
no doubt. I think you had some good role models too, and I think that's the difference. I think Lady Logan, she probably has some good role models. She, she was taught right, and I think a lot of these women and men who, and we're just kind of focused on the casting couch stuff. They did, a lot of these people didn't come from real strong households where they were getting taught really character building lessons. A lot of them came from broken homes that were kind of shot out, and that's why they end up in these positions. So I mean, that's another factor to consider, that we all didn't have the same upbringing. We all didn't get taught the same lessons, and some of us, it's easy to say, fuck that, I ain't doing that, because we were taught to be that way, where
Yeah.
the other ones we weren't.
I was
If,
horrible, bro. I was
if
horrible in
making
my
the
and I think that's kind of I did a lot of dumb shit, man. I did a lot of fucked up shit, you know, and like so there was a point where I had to, you know, I had to break away from that, and I had to start saying no to shit that things that I would normally do, things I felt comfortable to me to do. I had to turn away a lot of my friends, and to live a different life, man. You know,
if making the right choices would be so easy, everyone would do it. Not
but
and those right choices may vary from person to person.
that's what I'm saying. I could have kept going down that road. I could have kept going down that road and said, "Well, it's the only life I know." It's the only thing the streets taught me. No, bro. Like I ended myself up in that jail cell. That was me. The things I did. You know.
I think I was lucky. My parents weren't rich or anything, but I always had food on the table and had a roof over my head.
Right, Kamal.
My dad taught me how to be a man, and my mom taught me what I should look for in a woman.
Yeah.
And
All right, bro.
I
Appreciate you,
started
man.
working young. I was, especially when I turned 12. Once I turned 12, I was delivering newspapers and cutting grass. I worked hard, saved my money. When I turned 16, I was able to buy my own truck, more mowing equipment. And I worked to the age of 18. When I turned 18, I opened my own landscaping business and went from there. When I turned 23, I could afford to travel. Started traveling in 1993. And it's just one choice now. And I was doing really good. I was doing really good until I had my stroke when I was age 29. When I had that stroke, I thought my life was over. But I didn't give up. I kept pushing hard and trying to make the best of each day.
Yeah.
The world is very unfair, and tomorrow is never guaranteed. So all you have is today, and try to make the best of it. And I can't tell another person how to live it. Just try to live the best life you can, and the one that makes you happy. That's all any of us can do.
Yeah. Absolutely. Lady Logan says, "My parents were good role models, and as an only child, I was quite sheltered, but also taught to be independent and willing to think for myself. These were valuable tools to carry with me." Yeah.
And talking about tools, I think a lot of people today, especially in the younger generation, they not taught how to use the tools to help them thrive in life, how to succeed. And that just don't start with the current generation. That starts from past generations, and it just goes down to the new generation. Most people walk around life and don't have a purpose. They don't find their true selves. You have to really reflect on yourself and decide what's really important to you, your values, your principles, and your boundaries. What would you like to do in life? What's basically available to you at the time? And a lot of times I tell people luck is nothing more than preparation, need, and opportunity. But not everybody has the tools to make that preparation to reach those opportunities.
I think it goes back to what we were saying earlier about having these conversations. I know a lot of kids that, they didn't have these kind of conversations with their parents. I mean, best case scenario, their parent was out working 2, 3 jobs. That's why they weren't home. Worst case scenario, they just had a parent that, you know, they were a piece of shit. So, you know, I grew up with a lot of people that were in that category, you know, and I fell in same, probably similar to you, Blizzard. I fell into hanging out at the park till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, drinking freaking Crazy Horse all night, or, you know, getting shot at, you know, hanging out with people, you know, that were doing, you know, without incriminating myself, you know, hanging out with people that were doing illegal things, you know, and that was my choice.
Sure.
And I did have a good upbringing. I did have parents that, you know, taught me better than that, but, you know, I did make bad choices, but um because I did have that good upbringing, that base, you know, I was able to kind of pull myself out of it. Like you said, separate myself from those people and, you know, move on to bigger and better things. But, you know, I didn't do it by myself. I had people around me that boosted me, you know, and gave me the opportunity to make those decisions. I mean, because I did make the decision. At the end of the day, I did make the decision. So that's on me, good or bad. But I also had the people around me that boosted me. And I couldn't have done it without them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you, and that's what I say. A lot of people have to learn how to surround themselves with people that lift them up in life instead of dragging them down. Not everybody in your life is not meant to be there. You know, some people are there. Some people are there to help uplift you. Some people are there just temporary. Some people are there to teach you a lesson. You have to learn from that. And life, that's the
It's
thing
a
about
tough
life.
lesson to learn sometimes, though. That's a tough lesson to learn sometimes.
Mm.
And it comes with maturity. It really
Yeah,
does, man.
yeah, a lot of it when you're younger, it comes down to peer pressure, giving in to the majority.
Yeah. And what you know and what you grew up around. It's tough, man. You know? But um,
Yeah, but what I try to tell a lot of people, you know, even if you were in a single parent household, parents were abusive and mistreated you, once you to become adult, you can't let your past change you down in life. You have to not necessarily forgive them, but move on with your life and don't let that keep you chained down and try to make it the best of each day. Like like right now, I could have with my life-threatening blood clot disorder, I could have a stroke that kills me right here online. You know, life for me, life is not
yeah.
guaranteed. I might not, I'm 53. I'll be lucky if I make it to 60. But if I do, then you know, that's it is. I just try to make the best of
See?
each day.
And the crazy part about that, what you just said, is that you never know. You might outlive me. You know? And I'm
Yeah,
47. You don't
that's a
know.
possibility.
We
But
don't know. You
the
know?
with
And
catastrophic anti-fistula syndrome, within the first 5 years, soon to people diagnosed with it pass away. So I'm very lucky. I've been living with it for 24 years.
exactly.
And that's why we can't afford to be cynical. You know, again, you can't afford it because you're right, Blizzard. I mean, you know, we all know tomorrow is not promised. And, you know, being cynical is easy. I mean, and you know this because most people are. You know, the hard stuff is what the fewer people are doing, which is saying, you know what, yeah, this is all bullshit, but you know what, I'm not going to lay down and accept it. I'm going to do something about it. And everybody has a different, you know, way of doing something about it. But you know, you can't let the fact that, you know, you got people out there saying, well, hey, both sides are the same, or they're all criminals, or they all lie. You know, man, okay, well then let's just lay down. Then let's just lay down and let happen. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. You know, I'm not going to be just a passenger in my life story. You know, I'm driving in my life story. Like I'm not going to be just a
Yeah.
passenger.
But I think
And that,
when I say they're all the same, it's not a give up type of thing. It's a I look at them the same. You know what I mean? And I distrust them the same. I scrutinize them the same. You know? Not that and I don't know if I can't speak for everybody else. Not that I'm just throwing up my hands and quitting. Like I don't trust either one of these. So I'm gonna watch both of them the same and I'm gonna hold them to the same standards. you know. And I hope like we can start doing that more. We need to do that more. Joe dropped down. We need to do
Um,
that more. It's not all right. I'm not gonna trust you just because I'm not gonna trust everything you say just because you're a Democrat, and I'm not gonna trust everything you say just because you're a Republican or an independent or Green Party or anything. You know, I'm gonna scrutinize my politics and I'm gonna make you earn my vote. Like we all should be doing that.
No, I agree. I agree with that. At the same time, I can see, okay, look, we can say a criminal is a criminal. Okay, but we all know a criminal is not equal to every other criminal. Okay, there's a big difference between somebody who's hopping a turnstile to get on the subway for free. That's a crime. They're a criminal technically, and somebody who's, getting on the subway and shooting everybody on the damn car. They're both criminals, but we can't say, oh well, they're both criminals. So who are you going to listen to? I mean, and I'm not saying you're doing that, but I think a lot of people do that. And when I look at, I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I used to call myself a Democrat, but what I prefer now, like I said, is progressive conservative. I'm definitely a progressive. And in my mind, there's a big difference between what the progressive, you know, uh, people in the government are doing as opposed or want to do, as opposed to what the conservative people are wanting to do. And when I look at it, to me, it's demonstrably true that progressives are more or less looking to give more rights to more people, give more equity, equality to more people, whereas conservative people tend to want to take those things away or reserve those things for certain groups. And it's been that way since the beginning. When you think of a lot of the good things that we have going on for ourselves these days, those were progressives that put those things in place. Black people don't have a right to vote because of conservatives. They have a right to vote because of progressives. Women don't have a right to vote because of conservatives. They have a right to vote because of progressives. You know, um, Unions are not a conservative idea; those are progressive ideas. A lot of the things that make this country really great are progressive ideas. They are not conservative ideas. That's not to say that conservatives don't have good ideas, because they do.
Mm,
But in
mm.
general, when I look at both parties, Republicans, Democrats, I'm basically looking at progressives versus conservatives for the most part.
They are those old wins though, and are they being claimed today? I- Is the Progressive Party the same or platform or whatever? Is it the same as it was when those issues were won? You know what I mean?
Well, I'll ask you
Civil rights
this.
movement. And I'm not saying that they're not. I just want to dive deeper to. I just want to get deeper into this conversation.
No, absolutely. And I think when I hear people complain, conservative people complain about progressives and what they're trying to do, the vast majority of what they're talking about are not real problems. They're imagined problems. For instance, let's talk about, say, for instance, the whole DEI thing. That what they imagine is that there's a bunch of non-qualified people, which the thought that somebody who's not, I mean, who's not a straight white male is somehow inherently underqualified or not qualified, that in and of itself is, that points you to what the real problem is already right off the jump. Okay. But they're in their mind, they're imagining that all of the jobs are going to people who are unqualified, which is not true. It's demonstrably not true. In their mind, illegal immigrants are streaming across the border by the millions, taking jobs, taking, like I think Joe was saying, our kids' spaces in school, taking. These are imagined things. Is there some number that are doing that? Yeah, probably, but nowhere near what they think it is. And a lot of these problems, that they have, it's just fear based. Everything that they're trying to do practically is based on some level of fear of something. Whereas when I look at what progressives are trying to do, they're coming from a place of, let's lift people up, all people. Let's try to make things more equitable for all people. And some people, it might make them uncomfortable. You know, some people are uncomfortable with gay people. Some people are uncomfortable with people of different ethnicities. Some people are uncomfortable with, a lot of things that, make them feel icky. But it doesn't change the fact that that's their mindset. That's their imagination that's doing that to them. It's not, that the gays are coming for you, the blacks are coming for you. I mean, it's obviously that's not what it is, but in their mind, that's what it is. So to me, it's like I said, when I think of a lot of the positive things that we have in this country today, that we consider achievements,
Yeah.
progressives put us there. It was not conservatives that put us there. Conservatives came along kicking and screaming.
Yeah,
Well,
but
some people,
sometimes I look at it and
unfortunately,
I'm like, all right, sometimes I look at it and it's almost like, all right, this is gonna sound extreme. One's a drug dealer, one's a white collar criminal. You know what I mean? They're both and it's like I don't want to stand next to neither one of them. And I'm not saying that that's what they are, but it's like if I stand on the far left and I look around, I don't think I'm really gonna like who I'm standing next to. You know what I mean? And it's the same way if I stand on the far right and I look around and see who's standing next to me, I'm not gonna like who I'm standing next to. You know, so for a person like me, you know, a majority of the time I end up voting one way. Um, End up voting one way nationally and then a different way locally, and that's just how it usually works out
Mhm.
for me. And that's how I just got to be. But if I was to go um far either way, far left or far right, I wouldn't be voting that way. It'll be all right. You have to vote all red. You have to vote all blue all the way down. They'll tell you that. Politicians will tell you that. Vote all this row. You know, and it's like no, because I don't agree with this person's policy. I don't agree with this person's track record. You know, and I think that's what's lost. That's what's lost, man. By
I,
just aligning with groups, like, and maybe that's just me. I've never been the type that like would align to groups, man. Like I got a group that's trying to recruit me right now. Probably would be good for me. It probably be very good for me, but I don't feel comfortable aligning to a group and like that. That's just me.
I mean, yeah, I'm definitely a I'm definitely a more of a free thinker. I don't, and that's why I'm basically independent now because I don't want to fall into, oh, I'm a Democrat, because there's a whole lot of baggage that comes with that term, just as there's a whole bunch of baggage that comes with being a
Right.
Republican.
Yeah.
And I'm more than either one of those things. So again, I really try to just be rational, logical, reasonable about the things that I'm considering. And I just say overall, when I look at the left or the right, progressive, conservative, Democrat, Republican, there's definitely a way I lean, because at the end of the day, you were talking about, where you stand. If I look at if I look at generally speaking the progressive agenda, quote unquote, I would say it has a lot more. It's a much bigger tent. There's a lot more people that are included in that, and ultimately, I feel better about that.
Oh
That
wow.
they're looking to include more people under the tent. Now, the reality is that yeah, somebody's got to pay for that tent. Somebody's got to pay for what's inside that tent, and there's some hard truths that we have to make. I think Joe said that earlier. You know, yeah, it'd be great if we could just tell everybody, yeah, come to the United States. We'll take care of you. But that's not a reality. So it's true. There's logistical things that are going to get in the way of that dream. But I'd rather be with the people who are dreaming of more people partaking in the American dream than fewer people. And when I look to the right, that's what I see. There's a certain demographic that they're going for, and this is what it is, because when you've got a president who says, I'm going to shut down all immigration from every country, but I'm going to make an exception for these people over here in South Africa because, you know, an imaginary thing is happening to them, which is they're being killed and murdered and their land's taken, which is bullshit.
Yeah, we get talk
But
about. I
I'm gonna
actually
let them.
did.
I'm gonna let
I
them
actually
come on
did
over
go
here.
back and look that up from the last time.
I'm
We were
simply
looking.
Adam, and I don't label myself. You know, I just live life
But
that
you,
makes me the
yeah,
happiest. I
you
don't
don't gotta.
perform to the
But
world.
you don't gotta label yourself though. That's the thing. You will get labeled regardless. You know what I mean? Like
Well, yeah,
in America, in
I
America.
say label myself. You know, other
Yeah,
people can label me however they want to, but
yeah,
at the end of the
yeah,
day, I'm still going to live my life, regardless of what others think.
yeah.
And you know what's
Sad,
interesting about
sad. It is sad, but it is what it is, man.
what Lady Logan's saying right there is that those are the same people that Trump is kicking out of the country right now. People who came here the right way, who have been here for 9, 10, 15, 20 years, have not committed a crime other than they came here, quote unquote, illegally. And they're taking those people and they're rounding them up too and sending them away. So, I mean, what do
So
you say to those people?
that's wrong, and that's where you got to see the context. You know what I mean? Where it's not just one blank canvas. You know, and that's what we can't do. That's what we
If
don't
they
know how to do.
if they're doing everything that rose-colored glasses saying, and they haven't
They
no
shouldn't be.
criminal history of creative problems, should be some type of program where
They
they can
shouldn't be the
actually become
target.
citizens.
Yeah.
They should become citizens.
9 to 10
At the same
years.
time, under the current law and all,
That's
they
crazy.
did come over here illegally.
They're trying
So
to get
under the
asylum.
current law, they have to accept the consequences.
Now, see, I
But I,
don't know enough about immigration. Why are they waiting so long? Is it because, like, when they said like they can't get the judges, there's not enough judges or anything like that, or is it just deliberately? I mean, you can't wait 9 to 10 years. You've been to, you're on your third administration right now.
No, but that is what it is. Is that it's a huge bureaucracy, and the system is just so ridiculous. And she mentioned her next comment that these people came here legally. That's who I'm talking about. People who came here legally, who are pending a green card, and they're shipping them out as well. That's happened in several cases now that they've already found out. And the thing of it is, this is what's crazy to me. If there are so many illegal immigrants, they're streaming across the border. How come this administration has not deported more people in the few months that Trump has been president? How has he not deported more people than Biden did in the same time period? How is that possible? And why is he going after the
No,
people who actually are doing it the right way
I thought
and
it
and
slowed
sending them
down.
out?
So they said, oh, it slowed down so much since he got in office. I don't know the numbers. Like I don't keep track of the numbers.
But all those people that were streaming across the border, if that's really true, millions and billions of people were streaming across the border when Biden was president. How is it so hard to round those people up and send them back? Why can't they find all those criminals and those rapists and those all those? Why are they going after the kids who are in college? Why are they going after the dad who's working a job and has kids at home that were born here, even though he came here illegally? Or why are they going after people who actually did do it the right way, are in the process? Who There was a lady they picked up who was actually just had got out of court. She just left court, for her process, and they took her and sent her back. She's actually trying to do it the right way, and they sent her back. They're just trying to get as many people as they can, the easiest way they
Wow.
can, because he's got to make good on his promise. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, but I mean, are we surprised that they're doing this?
No, I'm not.
I'm not either, because this is what he said he was going to do. He said he didn't say he was going to do it this way, but I think it was implied that eventually they were going to get to this point. Lady Logan says because in January of 2018 the rules changed. Those people were put on the back burner to deal with the new arrivals. This isn't fair at all.
This
and
is
it's not. And
this goes way further back than 2018.
yeah,
Way further back. DACA was before 2018. Those people are still waiting.
yeah, but I don't know why it would have changed in two. I don't know. I have to look it up. But I got a computer right here. So
I think the problem is when it comes to immigration, they've been kicking the can down the road so long that the trash is filled up to where it's going to create so much problem, where even the good people are getting caught up into it, and there's no perfect solution to clean up such a big of a mess now. It's become too big of a problem, and that's the same thing like when you have war or anything. You have innocent people caught up in the war. They become a casualty. And it's a sad thing to say, but it happens.
Securing America's Future Act, H.R. 4760. The bill amended the Immigration and Nationality Act, making several changes to the immigrant visa allocation. Is that it? But she said asylum.
Yeah, it's very there. It's very. I mean, unless
It's
you are a
immigration. It's fucked up.
yeah, I mean, unless you are claiming asylum, you're running from a gang, you're running from your government, whatever. It's hella strict. It's very difficult, and there's some countries that you'll never get in. And he just added some more countries that they will not accept from.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the reason and Adam hit the nail on the head. They've been kicking it down the road, and the reason why is because for the most part, this is an imaginary problem. People coming into our country, it's an imaginary problem. Look, if if
So
if this
people
if this
coming in
was
That's
illegally
not.
is an imaginary problem.
it's an imaginary problem in the sense that you're looking at it. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you remember when people were streaming across into the country, back in the early 20th century, in the late 19th century, people were coming from Ireland, Italy, all these European countries that they were coming from. They were streaming into the country. And the requirements to get in the country back then were way less stringent than they are now. But most of the European Americans in this country today, their people came in during that time. They poured into the country during that time, and there was a segment of the population who was already here, who was saying the same thing about them that a lot of people are saying about the immigrants now. If you remember, there was a movie called Gangs of New York. Okay, that's
Yeah.
loosely based on American history. There were
Yeah,
the
with
people who were the
Leonardo
natives.
DiCaprio.
Yeah, there was the people who were the natives, and there were people who were the quote unquote foreigners. The foreigners were the people who were just arriving off the boat, and they were looked at just like people are looking at these people today. But the thing of it is, did that destroy America? Was America destroyed by those people? No. The same people who are crying about America's being destroyed by these illegal immigrants, their parents were immigrants. Legal or illegal is irrelevant. These people are going to come here either legal or illegal. The fact of the matter is they're coming here. So if your biggest complaint is that, well, it's illegal for them to do that, so what? It's illegal that they're doing that. If they come here and it's a net positive for the country that they're here, meaning they're doing jobs that a lot of people don't want to do, they're
At,
contributing to the tax base, they're not
at,
committing crimes.
at
It's
some
irrelevant.
point, all Americans were immigrants. Who wasn't naturally born in America? We
My
created it.
ancestors weren't immigrants. My ancestors were brought here by force, but I get what you're saying.
Well, it's you can't always use the past, what happened in the past, to describe what's happening in the future. Things change. Some things are similar.
Country was founded on
You know, you might have been forced to come to this country, but at
I
the
might
same
disagree.
time, your
I think our country was
forefathers.
founded on forced labor. I think it was. And back then, I always said that my ancestors was here before there was an America. Way before. 157 years before
Well,
America
look what
existed.
people did to the Indians, the Chinese, and the railroads. Back when they were building the railroads, and
But
other people and stuff.
the country was built off of free labor, free forced labor. You can't deny that.
I never denied
If
that.
you not you, bro. But if you look at the GDP of America and how free labor influenced it, it's ridiculous. And then you'll see that when they started having breeding farms for blacks and just a boom in a enslaved population. It's ridiculous, man. I actually researched. I actually was doing research on it to do a video about it.
But here's the crazy. But here's the crazy thing. Here's the crazy thing. You're right. You're right that slavery was a big part of what made this country as successful as it is. There's other factors as well. The natural resources that were here. There's other factors, but forced labor, free labor, is America couldn't be what it is without hundreds of years of slavery. It couldn't be. Okay, but now let's fast forward to when there is no more slavery, and Jim Crow is in effect. Okay, and black people were no longer slaves. Right now, here's where the problem comes in. Who's going to do all the work that those slaves were doing? Who's going to pull? Who's going to work on those farms? Who's going to work on
Prisoners.
those? Who's gonna do all the machinery and shit in the North? You had a lot of machinery. The North was an industrial, was the industrial capital of the United States, whereas the South was the agricultural. So one of the biggest reasons why we had so many immigrants coming into the country in the late 1800s and the early 1900s was because slavery was gone. That's why they told the Irish, they told the Italians, they told the Polish to come here because they wanted their labor. And there's a book, it's called The Jungle by Upton Sinclair. When he talks about the Industrial Revolution, how it boomed, it's because it was built on the backs of immigrants, because they needed somebody to do the work. And those people got paid hardly anything. But because in their countries it was worse, they came here to America to make a better life for themselves. And that's what kills me about this, is that a lot of these people who are so against immigrants right now, their families were immigrants, but instead of saying, you know what, I can identify with them because my family came here as an immigrant looking for a better life, and we worked hard, and my family was told they were criminals and low lives and yada yada, but we proved them wrong. We worked hard, we built a life, and now my family's been here for 4 generations. Instead of having that attitude, they focus on, well, these people did it illegally, they didn't do it the right way like my family did. That's bullshit, man. Legal or illegal, what does that have to do with anything? Something that's illegal like marijuana is illegal one day, the next day it's totally legal. So legality is a matter of power. It's not a matter of right or wrong. Okay, laws are based on power. They're not based on right or wrong.
But I do
What
think, I do think we don't talk about any other country in this manner. We don't talk about any other country in this manner.
Well, Thailand doesn't have those problems because they simply won't allow it.
That's the thing. We don't talk about Canada, like opening their borders and finding ways to deal with these problems. We don't talk about, like, I don't know, I don't know how it works in Mexico. You know what I mean? Does Mexico allow immigrants to come into their country as free as we do?
Illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
coming to Mexico.
Or
Yeah.
or do
Well,
they
It's
send
illegal.
they're not capable of stopping people from coming to the country as we are. So that's their biggest problem. They can't stop people from coming to their country as well as we do. We're better at stopping people from coming to our country than they are, because people are coming up from South America, Central America. There's another book called Enrique's Journey, and it's a true story about this kid. His name was, well, I believe it's his real name is Enrique. He's from Guatemala, and his mom came to the United States to live, get money. She send money back, but she was here. I think he was like 5 when she left, and he was 15 years old. His mom had been gone for 10 years. She's in the United States working, sending money back. He missed his mom. So at the age of 15, he went from Guatemala all the way up through Central America, all the way up through Mexico, like I think like 12 times, or some crazy amount of times. He got caught and sent back multiple times. He got nearly beat to death by gangs, all kinds of stuff before he finally made it to the United States. But the point of it is that Mexico can't stop people from coming to their country as easily as we do. We have very good border control. We have one of the best border controls of most countries on earth. The difference is how we treat people when they get here. We don't shoot
Well,
them on sight.
obviously, Thailand has a better border control than America does.
Wait, say it again.
I said, obviously, Thailand has a better control over the borders than America does because they don't allow
I don't know.
They have a better
Nobody.
border control.
it. The people that are here has to have their IDs. If they don't, they are automatically ship you out of here. You stay over too long in your hide, they can actually put you in jail here. So you might can try it if you want to. You might get away with it for a while, but once you get
Now
caught,
I might have to take that
on
back,
you.
because there was a big fuss about immigration and like Hungary and Europe. There was big fuss about that. So we
But
do hear about it from other places.
let's look at the issues that these other countries are now facing as a result of having these open borders that we or that Cisco wants to champion, or that says it's okay, it's always been this way, and why is there a problem now? Well, you look at what's happening in Germany. You have a
I,
lot
I
of
never I never advocated for open border.
well, you're not but you don't have to. Obviously, you're not saying I want open borders, but you're saying it's what's what's the big deal about having people flood the country and then just like by the millions? Like, well, we see what that's happening to smaller countries that's not as big as America, where their effect we see is much greater because it's a smaller country. So it's happening faster in terms of the consequences in Germany, in France, um, I believe Poland. There's a couple of Western European countries that allowed these people from the southern part of the border, Egyptians, all parts of Africa, just coming to the borders. Come on in, come on in. They had the same attitude that we had for the last 4 to 8 years, and now they're realizing, oh shit, um, yeah, we kind of
even
need to
tough
stop.
up.
We need to stop. We kind of need this to stop. And the reason why they're getting hit the hardest is because they have a much smaller landmass. So we're just now seeing the effects of what that looks like on a greater scale. But it took longer for us because we're just a bigger country. But we saw the problem before it happened. So we look over to the other side of the ocean and we see like, yeah, every single one of these countries are having issues with um, man, grape, deletion, um, all types of crime, looting. Like, not to say these things weren't happening in these countries, we know, but it's happening at a greater and much more alarming rate to where these people can't speak the language. They're infiltrating their communities. They're destroying the culture and the fabric of what made that country what it is. And it's like, well, maybe we should probably take a page or two out of Japan's book. Most countries should. There's a reason why they're like, yeah, we don't want that. We don't want those kind of problems.
Yeah,
But
but
this is what
Joe,
happens.
what you're saying though is the exact same thing that people were saying in the late 1800s and the early 1900s when the Europeans were invading and streaming across the borders. It's the same exact argument. They were saying that they're criminals, that
Times are different
they're
now.
bringing down, America. They're doing is taking yada 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 yada. But here we are, 100 years later, and we're better off for those people being here. We're better
Yeah,
off for
but
the ancestors of a lot of these people being here.
how are they coming though? How are they coming though? Were they like just coming in? They weren't going through immigration and getting registered and all
No,
that.
they were, because back then America damn near did have an open border. But it's the difference is the people who are arriving then looked a lot like the people who are already in power and control here now, right? Whereas a lot of the people coming here these days don't look like that. And I'm sorry, but racism does play a big factor in this. And if you disagree, then like I said, I will point you to Exhibit A, where the current president of the United States has put a ban on all people coming to the United States with the exception of white South Africans.
Okay,
So
exactly.
explain that to me.
I do know. Here's what I do know is that he's doing for these people. You know, it's interesting. These people are being killed and murdered, and I know you
No, they're
disagree.
not. No, they're
Listen,
not.
listen,
In
listen, listen, listen,
Africa,
listen.
some people have been.
Wait.
No, they're not. They're not.
Give me a second. Now, the only reason why I'm saying I know that he doesn't, that in this case, let's go, he doesn't know what he's talking about because I'm not saying that I've been to South Africa myself and seen it, but I do have a reliable source of someone who actually has lived there all of their lives and who has their finger on the pulse. Their family is still there, and they can attest to their family and people that they know down there who is dealing with these issues that people are trying to cover up and
Honey,
say,
honey, honey,
well,
yeah,
these people,
honey.
we don't, basically the narrative is that we don't care about them because they're white. And in a sense, you're saying they deserve what they're getting because you're sweeping it under the rug because of the color of their skin,
No,
because they
No,
I'm
we're
haven't
saying
absolutely
been.
I'm
we're saying that
absolutely not.
there is no
I'm
white genocide in South
telling
Africa.
you it
There
is.
is none.
I
I'm telling
didn't.
you,
I didn't say there was a white genocide there. I said there has been some people
No,
almost.
killed in
I'm talking to
Africa. That's
Joseph.
all I said.
Okay,
We
wait a
Okay.
minute. Okay,
Okay.
discussed
okay,
this
wait a minute
earlier.
then. Okay, so wait a minute. So let me use that argument that you're using then. I have people that I know that live in Mexico who, I've not lived in Mexico, but I know I have a source down there who has lived there, who has their finger on the pulse in Mexico, and they are being fucking killed and brutalized by cartels down there. So, using your logic, shouldn't we open the borders to Mexico? Oh, wait, you know
What?
what? Hold on a second. I also have another
I
friend. I also have another friend who lives in El Salvador, and they are being brutalized by MS-13 down there. You think MS-13 is a big problem here in America? How big of a problem do you think it is in El Salvador? So they're being brutalized and murdered down in El Salvador. I have a friend that lives there who says that's what's happening. Shouldn't we open the door to El Salvador to come here?
Well, the reality is
First of
that they're
all,
not
I
brutal.
was mainly talking
They're
about
targeting.
a person saying that nobody has passed away from some of the things that are happening in Africa, and I said that they actually has. You can look it up online.
Yeah,
That's all I was
Yeah,
saying.
that's different than the genocide that Joe
Whether
was
it's
talking about.
Mexico, Africa, or Brazil, or wherever in the world, I don't agree. I don't condone anybody dying or anything like that. But with immigration, you have to have a certain amount of regulation of who comes in the country. And
okay,
if you're
but
going to
but Adam,
offer
you're
amnesty,
missing my point though. You're missing my point. My point was the president of the United States has closed immigration from all countries. The fact that people are getting brutalized or there's a genocide going on is irrelevant, except for one country in particular. It's not even the country that where it's the worst. It's one country in particular that he chose for who knows what reason, other than we
No,
we
because
kind
they're
of
white.
know.
Oh yeah, that's the reason.
Why are the things that are going on? If I even give you that what you're saying is true, that there's a white genocide going on in South Africa,
I
Farmers,
didn't
there's
say genocide.
farmers, white
there's let's just say
farmers.
that there's a lot of white farmers in South Africa that are being killed and their land taken. That's happening in many countries across the planet, but for some reason, only South Africa, white South Africans in particular, because they're not saying black South Africans, they're saying white South Africans, they are able to come here when no other country is able to do that. Do you think that that's fair?
Those because it's the black South Africans that's causing the genocide of the whites. So you can't say that it's
Wait, you just bypassed my question. Do you think it's fair? Do you think that white South Africans in South Africa have it worse than any other country in the world right now?
Yeah, Sudan.
Well, just to break it down to the most simple form, there's a lot of things that I think it's unfair
I
in
guess he
this
must have
world.
answered it
Wait,
already.
wait, wait. Okay, see, you guys keep skipping the question.
I want to answer.
Answer the question.
I just need time to be able to
What
answer
I
the
think,
question.
do I think
He
it's
wants to
fair?
speak.
No. But what
He's
can
asking
I
you.
do about it? What can you do about it?
Well, I'll tell you what I can do about it. I can
Okay,
get
tell me what you can do
I
about
can
it as
I
an
can talk to
individual.
as I can talk to as many people as possible and get them to listen to what I'm saying, get them to agree with what I'm saying, that the fact that you are focusing on this one particular group of people when there's so many people in the world that have those same problems, but there's a certain agenda that you have with this particular group of people that you don't have with everybody else. And yeah, now that I've pointed it out to you, and now that you agree with me that that's the case, now you switch to, well, the world's an unfair place. You
It
know,
is an
look,
unfair
it
place.
is an unfair place. You know why it's
What do you
unfair?
expect me to say?
It is an unfair
Yeah,
place. Then
nah,
you know
that's
what? Then
that's wrong, man.
sit down and allow all these people to stream across the border in, because you know what? The world's an
No,
unfair
you don't
place.
allow it. That's why
Ah,
it's important to regulate immigration for the
right.
simple
Okay,
fact
so
it
now we're
controls
back
who
to
comes into the country, and it filters
now
out
we're
the
back
bad
to it's
people that
important to
cause and
regulate who's
create a
coming in.
problem.
Right, but it's but it's an unfair world.
That's always been my standpoint. Whatever America decides to do, that's my
So with
personal
it,
standpoint.
so I
I'm
want
not
to
going
answer
to
the
change
question.
that.
So
I
we're
want
going
to.
to
I want to answer.
regulate people coming into the country by saying this one particular country and only this particular kind of people from that country are allowed to come in right now.
You
That's the
just
way you're
trying
going
to
to.
you no, you just trying to get me in a catch 22.
You know, you're getting
I'm not.
yourself in a
I'm
catch
not.
22.
Nah.
No, I'm not, because I didn't. I'm not. I didn't agree
I
that it's
think
right. I never agreed to that it was
but
right.
see,
All I said,
expat, you kind of put yourself into it because I think Cisco was talking to Joe. So
Yeah,
you
when
we,
kind
we
of
just
like
we,
when
slid
they
in
were
there
saying
like
that, no, when y'all stated that nobody was getting killed in Africa, I said some people are getting killed, and you say, oh, genocide and all this. I never said that. I
yeah.
said some people. That's all I said. Now you didn't
Yeah.
brought me
No,
into all this other stuff that I
what
didn't
I
even
was
have
saying was
nothing
that
a comment on.
I knew I knew what it was because we've had this conversation here before, me, Cisco, and Joe. So we kind of all knew what was coming around, and you didn't. So you kind of slid in there, and then, so
But
you
so
I
kind of
still
start
believe in
catching.
regulating
Yeah,
immigration, and
so
that's how I feel about it.
we got quite a few dark skinned. I mean, the Cuban situation that happened few decades ago that made Florida essentially what Florida is, the demographic that it is. They came by boats and they're here. They're still here. They ain't going nowhere. So, and they're darker colored people. Then there's just some situation, or like let's say, for example, the Jews. When the Jews were getting persecuted in during that particular time of the year, they were allowed to come here en masse because of their particular situation. Yes, at that time, we know there was other people and other groups of people that was getting deleted outside of just the Jews. The Jews were just that was just the way it is because they got the most persecution in that particular period of time, and it was the most brutal and most. It's like, okay, we can't save the world, but let's bring them on over here. Now these are people, by the way, that America still doesn't like.
It's
Most people still don't like having Jews around, even though we targeted them and say, come on over, just do your thing. So now in this situation, when you have these people who don't have a voice in South Africa,
yeah. I
these
was
white
gonna say
farmers,
that. I was gonna say that, Lady
they
Hope.
don't have a voice. They don't have an advocate anywhere else, so they're essentially stuck there. And you're essentially saying, well, no one else in the world can get access to the country, but these white farmers can. Is that the fact that they've been ignored for the last 30 or 40 years, and Trump is the only one to be able to address it. Now, if he was a black president, you wouldn't be able to use the race argument if he was Obama saying, you know what, we got to do something about these farmers here in South Africa. You wouldn't pull the race card and say, well, it's because they're white. It just so happens to be that, hey, we see this as a problem. not getting the attention that it deserves, even though we are aware
All right,
everywhere else
who's
around the
your
world
source? Who's your source?
it's
Who's your source, man? Because
okay.
I want to know like that there
Mhm.
is somebody there that can verify that there's a genocide against Afrikaners in South Africa. Because everything I've
Um,
read, it's been debunked. It's been debunked. You know,
Give me one moment. It's gonna take me.
While
um,
while you're searching, I want to point out one specific fact here. You said for the past this has been a problem for the past 30 years that white Afrikaners are being like killed and their land being taken. I just want to point out that it was the ancestors of the Afrikaners who came to South Africa and killed and took the land from the indigenous people there originally. And now that they are not in power anymore, which is a thing that they've done here in this country as well. When people start to feel like they're losing power, they want to turn around and say, "Well, you know what? Um, you know, we are the victims here. We're the real victims here." Okay, and we don't want people to get more rights than what we have. And what they mean by more rights is equal rights. Okay, so what you have here, and I want to preface all this with I am totally against killing people and taking their land. You know, a lot of the people who are alive today, the white South Africans that are alive today, they were not in a position, you know, 50, 60, 70 years ago when apartheid was running rampant against black people. So they are not directly responsible for it, but they are definitely the beneficiaries of apartheid. Those white South Africans, they have what they have because other people had their land taken from them and were killed and imprisoned. That's why they're in the position that they're in now. They are very privileged because of that. And the fact that there are some who have been killed and their land taken, whatever that number is, that's terrible. Okay, but it still doesn't change the fact that there are worse atrocities going on in other places of the world that we are not allowing those people to come in. And your argument to that was, well, we did that for the Cubans and we did that for the Jews. Okay, but here's what you didn't mention. Those things were done not because America was wanting to be kind and hey, let's have a soft heart for these Cubans, let's have a soft heart for these Jewish people, let's have a soft heart for these Vietnamese people that we're bringing over. It wasn't about having a soft heart. It was called political expediency. There was a political aspect to them accepting those people into our country. And that's what Trump is doing right now. It's a political statement on his part. We don't want black or brown people coming here. We want this particular demographic coming here. And to prove that to you, I'm going to stop all other countries from sending people here and only accept from this one based on this, BS premise that there's a widespread murder and taking of lands, which is BS. There is some number of people that's happened to, but it's not like such a huge problem over there that people are dying in droves. It's not happening like that to justify just allowing those people to come here. It's BS. And on top of that, if you're so worried about these people coming here, also understand that they are not getting checked through the normal immigration processes. They are pretty much just being shipped over here. Not only are they being shipped over here, they're giving money, they're being given places to stay, they are being given pipelines to start, acclimating to American society. We don't do that with any other uh, people from south of the border that I'm aware of, but they're getting that special treatment. And you have to ask yourself, why is that?
What do you? So yeah, he's making it a little easier for these South Africans to have a way to get here a little quicker. But then you're saying he's blocking off. I don't know all about. He's shutting down immigration from everywhere. If that's the case, then you can't say he's targeting any one race of people if he's shutting it down for the Chinese or the Poles and everywhere else except for the South Africans. So that defeats your, oh, this is about black and white. situation, or it's political because it's about white people. I mean, if you say you're progressive, and I would think that as a progressive, given that Martin Luther King himself was a progressive, he was the one that brought up the content of the character being the means by which to judge someone. But you're saying that these people, because of the color of
Yeah.
their skin, or because well, everybody got
Come back,
problems around the
Icy.
world. Why should you
So
focus on them? It's because they're such a small, tiny, minute group of people in a country. Because white farmers is very specific. It's not like you have millions of them. You have a couple of thousand, and these people are being targeted directly. So to say that, well, just let them be and let them deal with it, and in a way saying that, well, did they deserve it because they stole the land, or did they really, were they giving it to them, or was it just handed on to them when it's been shown, well, from the research that I've done, intentionally, because I wondered the same question. Well, this land that these black people are killing them for, not just taking it from them, killing them, and then trying to farm the land that they can't farm, that's a whole different discussion.
TJ, what
But
up, bro?
was it once their land before? And then you find out that these people came here, or their ancestors came here from several years ago, and they purchased this land outright. Now you might say, well, was it fair? Was it a fair purchase? Did they take it from some other black person? We don't know that. But
No,
according
I do
to
know that. I do know that though,
you know that,
because
but you don't know
because
that these people be
because
trading
white people are not
Okay.
indigenous to South
Yeah.
Africa.
dude. We, none of us
No, no,
here
no,
in
no.
America
I
are.
get what he
well,
meant by
American
that. He
people
said,
and that
I
indigenous
get
to
what he meant by
America.
that. I get what he meant by that point, Cisco. He was saying that, maybe they did purchase it. I
Not
can't
maybe.
verify they did or not if they purchased it. I know that I would think that when they purchased it, it was under probably unfair. If they did purchase it, it was under unfair circumstances. You know what I
And
mean?
we're
Yeah,
assuming
but
that.
but that's
But
not but that's not
it
even the
wasn't fair.
point. That's
It
not
isn't
even
this.
the point. I couldn't care less about
I think they
how they
stole
got
more
their
than that.
land. It is what it is. My whole point is what you guys keep glossing over is that you're perfectly fine with him closing off people coming to this country except for this one group of people. Why are you
It's
okay with that?
it's
That is
closing
okay.
off all borders to say
Look,
include English,
we
Russians,
we don't
Romanians.
we don't know what his motive. Because I'm looking at the 12 countries they're saying. You're saying he banned all these countries, but it's 12 countries. That's what this person is saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
All countries around the world, he banned legal immigration
That
outside
list
of his
just
country.
came out last week or
You
something.
know that doesn't even make any sense. But
This
if
list
that's
just
what
came
it
out
is,
last week, or
I don't
Technically, I
know.
can't speak a whole
maybe.
lot about this because I haven't done the
Because
research on it.
he did something
But no,
similar.
Joe, you said something. You said something that caught my attention.
What was
You
that?
said you said they've been doing this for 30 years, right?
30, 40, but then it started ramping up in the last decade or two. It's been
Okay,
getting it's
because
kind of
that
so
30
much so
sticks
now,
out. The 30
so much
sticks
so
out.
that it's caused. Here's the
When did
reason.
South?
Well, because
When did apartheid end?
it was sometime in the
30
mid
years
'90s.
ago. 30 years ago.
Because I'm
94, basically.
yeah,
But I want to know, like, is it okay
yeah. That's what I
for
was.
is it okay for um the Afrikaners to be poor in South Africa?
So about black Afrikaners,
No,
is it okay?
Afrikaners. It was just basically the white African, South Africans, Afrikaners.
Is it
Is it
okay?
okay for them to be poor, desolate? You know what I mean, and be
Oh, a lot of them
without
are.
in South Africa?
A
Is
lot
that
of them are.
okay?
They're living in trailer parks. Um, you could say, and a lot of black people would probably say, well, they got their comeuppance. And
Excuse me.
so a lot of them are not living this lifestyle. So he's not going there trying to get these people living in trailer parks who happen to be white Africans. They're going to be there. It's these white farmers that are being directly targeted for murder. That so he's not going there saving all white Africans, who the majority who are living in poverty. because you listen, black people like we don't want you, so they got pushed into their own little communities. There's documentaries about that. So he's not going there trying to rescue them. He's looking at specifically the white farmers who are being targeted. And
Who
then
holds the majority of the land there still to this day?
it's the black Africans now. They're on politics. They're the
You
ones that's
sure?
running the politics. They're the ones that's
You
running the
sure that they
country into
own
the ground.
most of the land though? The farmable land?
Yes. Okay. So they're taking over the majority of it, and it's, like I said, it's becoming more aggressive for the last 10 years.
So they're
Now they're
taking back.
now,
So
but
The
they,
so so
government
following
hasn't
that logic,
the government
following that
hasn't even
logic.
implemented that plan. It's a proposed law.
hold on, I gotta let me finish my point. Cause I'm then get back to you, Cisco.
My
So they
bad. I
they
don't
are
want to be
taking this
started.
land. No. This is important because it's just research, right? Me on my curiosity for no reason. I don't live in the country. I'm like, gosh, shit, got better things. But this is interesting to me. So I'm like, okay, what's going on here? You find out they're taking the land. They're successful, these black people who are killing them, and then here my brother, whatever father wants to take over, they give them the land. What you find happening, this is really weird, is that they're getting the land that they want. The reclaimed land that you say was already stolen, whatever. They're getting the land, they're attempting to farm the land, and they don't know how to farm. They don't know how to use the land to produce the food that was necessary to feed the country and the people. So then you have these people who now have reclaimed this land, black Africans, who don't who sell off the equipment that was used to farm the land previously by white Africans and chop down the trees, the apple trees, and all these other things that grew out from the land in order to sell it as firewood, and then just letting the land go bare and barren. And
Is
now
that
it's
a quarter
desolate.
line?
Now wait, just one more minute. It's desolate, and now the people are starting to feel the effects from food um, poverty. It's starting to happen. It's not rampant, but because they've been successful in reclaiming this land from white Africans after murdering them, they're not even successful in using the land that they claim that they want. So this idea that these farmers are rich and wealthy and living a glamorous life, if you've ever farmed land, which I have, it is far from glamorous. It is not fun at all. It is work. It is very blue collar work, and it makes me wonder, like, why do these people think that if they just take this land, they're just going to have make money out of thin air? It's not how it works. You have to go out there and make it work, and every single day of your life. So these people are giving their lives to feed the country, and
Bro,
they're realizing that. So now they're like, well, wait a second, we want the white farmers to come back because the one other country that had this problem was Zimbabwe. You look into Zimbabwe, they're still fucked up now because of the
bro,
same
bro,
exact thing they're
bro.
doing in South Africa.
All right, I just looked it up. White South
Everything he just said
Africans,
was false.
white South Africans
Okay.
currently own approximately 72% of the country's farming and agricultural land. 72%, bro.
Everything he
Black
just said
South
was
Africans
false.
own 4% of the farmable land, bro.
What
So you're
stats are
you're
you
you're
looking
telling me you're telling me that the indigenous people of South Africa, the quote unquote black people of South Africa, they're too stupid to farm the land. Somehow they've survived for eons, but they're too dumb to farm the land that only the white South Africaners can farm the land. Like the Africans don't even know how to, the indigenous Africans don't even know how to farm the land. What are you talking about, man? I gotta push
at?
back on that.
Okay, that's fair.
Where are
And
you
I
getting that
listen,
from? I don't know where you're getting that from.
I wanna respond
That's
because
some
what
QAnon stuff right there. I don't even know what the heck, you know. And I still haven't got an answer to my question, my original question,
wait,
which is
no,
why wait, hold on, because I heard
you
everything
just
you
said
had to say.
everything I just said.
Wait,
You
hold on. I
right,
listened to everything you had to say, as
and you keep
as
interrupting.
way out there as it was. But listen, he has
Yeah, I'm
made he has made special provisions for these particular people when what they're going through is no different than millions of other people across the world. He has made it extremely difficult for anyone else to come into this country outside of this particular small group of people. And I'm
Yes,
still
Lizzie,
waiting
it's
to
on the
hear.
time now
Wait,
wanted to talk about.
hold on. I'm still
We
waiting
don't
to
got we don't
hear.
got too much longer up in here. So
Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear what the exact reason that you are okay with that.
Well, apparently what I told you, it went in one ear and right out the other because it didn't fit your narrative. So me giving you an answer to that question when you just completely said, "Oh, everything you just said was irrelevant," without a proper response is disrespectful, and
I
it's
didn't say it
fine.
was irrelevant. I said it was false.
That's you. Okay, great. False. No response. No thoughtful
he
consideration.
sent
No, let me.
in the back chat, Cisco.
Irrelevant.
He sent in the back chat a video. So
It's
I'm gonna
not going to
watch
be.
it. Huh?
It's like a 30-minute video, so it's not something like you would sit down on here and watch. You would have to
Yeah,
then
I'm gonna watch
want
it.
to
I'm probably
look
gonna
at
watch
the
it tomorrow.
opposite of what you've been shown, and then not just this video, but make a conscious decision to look at other resources that's unbiased as possible, and then you have to come to that conclusion yourself. Now, me personally, I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
care about
willing
the
to watch
cartoons. If this is what's happening, then I don't care if you black, white, blue, purple. You again, you say you're progressive, fine. But I'm just thinking like the most progressive person I think of is Martin Luther King. You know, the content of someone's character is what matters the most. And
Okay,
so
well
I
then
just think
let me
it's
use that
odd
same argument. Let me use
that
that same argument on you then. Let me use the same argument on you then.
you should say someone's
If I agree that everything you said was true, these poor white South Afrikaners are just being totally abused and used and abused. We all agree on that.
They
Okay,
bounce
cool.
screaming mine too, and my
Did
grandkids got
you
to get
made a
up in a couple of
comment that
hours.
all countries
Fellas,
except for Africa is
honestly,
doing it?
I hate to cut this off in the middle of this,
Okay.
but I'm sorry. We'll be back Friday. I promise we could pick this up after, you know how we do. We do the topic, and then afterwards it's an open panel. I'm gonna watch this video. My grandkids got to get up in 2 hours, so that means
Okay,
I got to get up in 2 hours. You know what I mean? So
Wait,
I
hey,
say
what's the name of the
one
video so I
quick,
can look it up?
one
you
quick.
you could
This
look at you could copy. You could look in the back chat, right? You on
Wait,
StreamYard
hold on, let me see.
in the private chat.
put in the
if you
comments.
start a
Oh no,
new
I don't know how to get to
conversation
that.
talking about this topic
Hold
that
on.
we ended on, start
Oh
with
wait,
the
okay, I see what
color
you're talking
F
about.
classes two comments. That's where I would like to start.
Now keep in mind this is just one man's he's a South African, one man's experience. So I don't want you looking at this and saying, well, that doesn't prove anything. Okay. Listen, everyone I mean, I try to get as close to the person
I
who
put it
actually
in
has
the chat. I
research.
don't know if it went in as a link or not because I
Well,
can't.
same
I'm
as
not
well.
on YouTube.
So he talks
But
about
everyone take care, and when Blizzard wants in the chat, go right ahead.
Yeah, Adam, thank you, bro. Thank you for coming up, man. I'm gonna watch the video. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if what it looks like on YouTube if it came through as a link. Because I'm on StreamYard only tonight. But that's the video right there. If you want to copy that and watch it, we all should watch it, especially if we have an opinion.
I wouldn't
We
want to
have
watch
one
it.
opinion or other. So I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna, definitely gonna watch it and see what it sounds like.
It's not an easy video. Yeah, I'm just warning you. It's not easy to
Yeah.
watch. So,
Yeah. But does it tell the whole story? No, I'm gonna start it all back up again. Let me stop. Yeah, we gotta bow out. Tonight was an interesting night, man. We touched on a lot of different stuff. A lot of politics here, man. I think we should be able to talk about this, man. It's obvious that people want to talk about politics. Some people don't. You know what I mean? I know I may lose a couple subscribers tonight because I talked about politics, but I don't care, man. I want people that you know, that don't mind having conversations, man, like talking to people, without yelling, screaming. We just we just disagreed
take it up.
basically for 5 hours, for 6
Well,
hours,
we can agree to disagree on some
So,
things, but
Cisco dropped out, but later, bro, I appreciate you, man.
I appreciate all of you. And I
Like,
appreciate all of your points of view.
and that's the crazy part with me is I don't agree with everything Joe says, but I agree with some things he says. You know what I mean? I think that's clear. I don't agree with everything Cisco said tonight, but I agree with some of the things he said, and I think that's clear too. You know what I mean?
And some of
So
the things I don't agree with, just because I don't necessarily agree with it now, doesn't mean that my mind won't change about it in the future.
exactly,
Because I could be wrong about the things that I disagree about. I mean, I'm that at least
exactly.
that much self-aware.
I see
Maybe in
that.
the moment, I'm like, nah, I don't believe it. But then I do go back and think, and I do I look at the other side and say, well, what's the truth? And I'm like, damn, I've been proven
Yeah,
wrong many times before. So prove me wrong. I want to be. I don't
yeah.
need to be right. I don't care to be.
I think we've gotten to a point in this country where we like you just said, you're leaving that space there for the possibility that you may be wrong about something. And we're not doing that in our politics in America anymore at all. You know, everything about the Democrats is wrong if you're Republican. And everything about the Republicans is wrong if you're a Democrat. And we can't
And
get to that point as citizens,
There's
you
no
know,
middle ground.
your everyday citizens can't start living politics. You know what I mean? Because politics is a lot of
motion,
fanfare. It's a lot of bullshit. You know, it's a show. It's a dog and pony show for the most part. You know, I can't use that link. What's the name of the video? I had it up. Did I lose
Well,
it?
everybody take care. When you're ready to end the check, go right ahead.
Yeah, bro.
But y'all
Thank
give
you,
me a
man.
lot to reflect on, and I thank everyone for that.
Yeah, it's a good conversation, man.
take it and copy and paste it. I mean, I don't know why you can't. Let me see. Yeah, the video, it works. I just put it
The
up.
video worked because I had it playing.
Yeah, okay, so
I
it
had it
works for
playing
you.
in the side over here. You know what I mean? So I know it works.
You just copy and paste it.
Yeah, hold on.
So
But
The name of the
I can't say much
video.
about genocide, but
it's not a
are there some people getting killed on
Right.
there? I haven't done the research. I have to do it to fully understand.
I'm gonna put the
and it
name of the
really,
video. I'm
it's
gonna put
really
the
not
exact
even.
name of the video in there, Cisco, in the chat.
It's not our problem to be honest. This is like South Africa.
Hold on, Cisco. Let me put it in there. This is the name of the video. Um,
Oh, you can't copy and paste. He's on a phone. Okay, well,
I ain't a good typer reader, guys. So.
Well, if you know this, when it comes to writing, I'm better at writing than I'm actually speaking my words. And I think I
Yeah.
have a little trouble speaking what I want to say because of previous strokes.
What's the name of the channel? Serpents.
I can understand you.
So
I don't.
this is the name of the video.
Oh, you just.
And
Yeah.
yeah, I just typed the name in there because I tried to paste it in the chat, but it wouldn't work. So I don't know. Like I said, I can't see how it looks on YouTube.
Joseph Benjamin.
All right. Yeah. So that's the name of the video. But again, bro, it's 5:07 here, man. AM. I gotta get to sleep. I gotta get a couple hours of sleep. And
Take care.
I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate everybody that tuned in, everybody that came up. I mean, all your opinions are valid in some way or another. You know what I mean? I can't invalidate them, But I know that they need to be heard. And gentlemen like us need to speak out more. We need these rational voices, man. Like I said, who could disagree basically for 6 hours, basically tonight, without calling names, without cussing each other out, without threatening to fight or anything like that, man. That's important, and that's needed in today's society, man. You know, so again, I appreciate you guys, man. I'm gonna drop you guys down, then I'm gonna sign out. I'm gonna just give shout outs to everybody that showed up today. But like I said again, we'll be here Friday night. Probably gonna go a little later because I think Calvin's gonna be streaming. So probably 11:30. But stop in, man. If you had the time, stop in. You guys know the panel will be open. Again, thank you. Good night, good morning, wherever you're at. I appreciate you guys, man. Adam,
right, thank you and
and
goodbye.
Joseph. Thank you, man. So I'm just gonna say thank you to everybody that came through today. So I'm gonna scroll a little bit. Felipe G, thank you. Cisco, thank you, man. Appreciate you guys. Joseph, of course, thank you. Adam, thank you too. Lady Logan from Rose Color Glasses with Lord and Lady Logan, thank you for stopping by the channel. TJ, of course. Icy, salute the Nightbot, putting in the work. Nightbot. Who else we got here? Kamal, Ryan Avery, puts on boots. Beat Your Life, thank you, man, for blessing the panel for the first time. You're always welcome back, brother. Icy was in here heavy tonight. Aura Drip TV, of course, he came through. Chosen One, appreciate you, man. MK came through. MK Mobile Gaming in the Philippines. Who else is in here? Jasmine, Jamie, My Views Your World, AJ, man, appreciate you. Thank you, man. That might be it, but I just want to make sure I say everybody's name that came through. We still a small channel. We need to support each other, and I'm gonna do my part, man. Expat living overseas. That was Adam. Yeah, I think we're good, man. I think we're good here. I see you pop up down there. Yeah, that's about it, man. 6 hours. Thank you, everyone from Icy. A successful stream. Blizzard Abroad. Ron Lawson. See, I almost forgot one. Ron Lawson. Salute. Thank you, man. From the Sunshine Shoulders family. Miss Wishy was in here earlier. I think that's it, man. So I think we had a good stream tonight. I think we were able to talk about things that people usually feel uncomfortable talking about. Friday night, it'll probably be a different, little different lane. I'm gonna probably stick to the topic. I'm gonna have a definite topic, and we're gonna stick to it more. I'm gonna try to stick to it more. Then after that, we'll open up the live stream, and we'll talk about anything you guys want to talk about, man. So you guys have a good night, man. Stay blessed. Take care of yourselves, man. And peace out.